The mountains of corpses filled the battlefield. People stick out of sharp wooden fences, creating a terrifying picture. A large bald man with a beard and a club screams in the throat that he is a magician from the Hanga Guild and came to kill everyone. Mr. Taeho was right, and all the people from the Koyojin clan found themselves at the northern gates, so there were only weaknesses left here. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy appears on the battlefield. Warriors notice that a person in a red mantle owns martial arts. The guy ran to the head of the guild hang and sent him to the sky. He, jumping on an elevation, began his speech. This young man, possessing heavenly strength, is the receiver of the Koyojin clan, named Jin Wan, and this territory of their clan. Jin Wan does not understand how they dared to invade their lands. These soldiers are traitors of the north, and are no different from the rebels. But the young man knows that in their ranks, there are those who were brought to the war by force. For them he will make the last warning. If they immediately leave, he will save their life. One of the soldiers tells the rest that according to rumors, this guy almost reached the divine level of possession of martial arts. They are shocked after the guy defeated the magician commander with one blow. The young man tells them to get out, otherwise they will befell the fate of their dead comrades. The soldiers do not like his window dressing and boasting. Jinwon knows that the soldier is waiting for families at home and calls on them to return home. Suddenly, a soldier pierces him in the back with a spear. He needs the head of Jinwon. His name is Youngguan, and he killed the receiver of the Koyojin clan. The soldiers rose the fighting spirit. They rushed to capture the western gate. Then the reward would be waiting for them. Jinwon coughed with blood from the last sighs, dying. But Young grabs a large stone and finishes it. In the huts of the guild, Hongchan is praised for the work done and surprised how the guy constantly survives, hanging in the balance of death. Thanks to him, Tae very soon will be able to become the head of the Hanga Guild. Young asks him about the award. Taeho assures that today he will arrange a feast to envy the emperor himself. The guy talks about something else. Taeho promised him. If Young kills 20 masters of martial arts, then he gives freedom to the guy. Taeho strongly beats him in a sore hand with his foot. He cannot give freedom to a person sold into military slavery, and he assures, Young defeated the masters only thanks to the strategies of Taeho. And Young defeated the masters not because he was good, like him. He could not cope with people who own the battle skills, according to Taeho. He imprints his foot in the ground and says to hide from his eyes. Taeho orders mages to put Youngguan in prison, but the commander recalls that the prison is clogged by Koyojin, prisoned from the Koyojin clan. In this case, he tells him to bed Chan somewhere until he again becomes obedient. A week later, in the main building of the guild, a fire flared up. No one understands who could do it. Young goes with some body on his shoulders. The guy had already relaxed and thought he ran away, but arrows fly in his back on which the body lies, interrupting his escape. The guild warriors realized that Young had a fire. They did not understand how he managed to free himself. Young asks if they will let him in as old comrades, but if they let him go, they will be caught and killed. The guy fights off a soldier with a katana. Then he deals with a thin man. The old man struck Chong into the shoulder of the dagger. The guy wanted to deal with him. But a large man with excess weight presses the guy to the tree, limiting his movements, creating a dangerous situation. Young cut him out, then set about the old man. The old man says, even if the guy runs away, Taeho will get him anyway, and the Chan family is probably already dead. The guy recalls his childhood and is transferred 15 years ago. He sits near the tree in something mastitis. While his father is working in the field, his father asks if Young wants to work. The boy asks to wait a bit because he is almost finished. Chan's father is trying his best to feed his family, showing their poverty. Suddenly, his sister interrupts his concentration. A girl named Cho-san asks how much crop was gathered by the boy. The guy tells her to look at this. Her father asks Youngguan if he is sure. He congratulates her on his birthday. The boy built a doll for several days. Despite the oddity of the doll, since he made a doll for her, the girl will protect her. The children decided to play hide and seek. The father smiles, seeing his children happy, rejoicing for them. Youngguan returned to his native village, the old woman tells him. After the guy disappeared, his father went in search. He came across bad people on the way. He died. No one thought that Young would return alive. Heaven was too indifferent to their family. His mother had long left this light. No one knew that the guy would meet his father in this way. The guy wants to know about his sister, showing anxiety. The fortress of Moksan. People in the market are discussing the curtains Moan will. They say she is incredibly beautiful. Chan's sister was taken away, saying that they would give her for adoption or send her to her grandmother, and no one knows what's with her now. The guy is sure he will find his sister, as he did in childhood, demonstrating determination. The girl turns into a cry of Chan. She looks surprised. He asks whether she was. Hope sounds in Chan's voice. The girl asks Will that with this guy. She's surprised by his appearance. Will, after a surprised look, changed her face expression and went on. She behaves as if she does not know Chan. A few days ago, languishing in the dungeon of the Hanga Guild, located in the main building, Jung, a short time, spoke with the old man, whom he had considered the lost mind from a long imprisonment. Remembering the past, Jung said that in childhood he was kidnapped from his home and sold to cruel military slavery, where he spent many years, wandering around the battlefields. The guy with bitterness admitted that he did not remember the details of his abduction, only vague scraps of memories associated with the fact that he got lost in the mountains. For 15 years he has been living away from his family, and all this time his thoughts about his own father and sister have not been left. Jung, steaming with resentment and despair, told the old man about how Tai Ho promised to give him long-awaited freedom if he brings the heads of 20 people. All these 15 years he was led by the nose like a soulless dog. The young man with hatred says that all martial arts masters are the same in their cruelty and arrogance. They do not consider ordinary people for people only because they have less power and cannot resist them. Jung, overwhelmed by rage, admits that he dreams of breaking out of chains and his own hand to kill all these bastards from the Hanga Guild. 2 ligaments of the keys hang on a wooden pillar near their camera. But in fact, more than anything else, he dreams of returning to his family, to find out if his father is alive and see his sister, whom he had not seen for so long. The old man, carefully listening to the confession of the young man, removed the keys to the hook on the wall. Jung, noticing this, was surprised to think about why the old man was still in prison if he has the opportunity to escape. Jung, deciding that the old man needs help, invites him to run together, hoping to find in him a faithful comrade and ally in the struggle for freedom. Tai Ho, learning about the fire and destruction, is furious. He screams that Jung should be grateful to him for everything that he had done for him, instead of taking revenge and destroying his property. The master orders the magician to find Chan alive or dead. Mages doubt success, because after escaping the chance to find him alive is small. Tai Ho swears that Jung will pay for his escape and fire. He longs for revenge and is ready to personally punish the fugitive. Mrs. Sugi is worried about Moon-Wool, asking if everything is in order. The girl replies that everything is fine, hiding the alarm. Moon will be afraid that her connection with Chan can endanger her. Seeing Moon-Will, Jung shouts after her, trying to understand if her sister Cho-san is. A woman with a sword blocks Chong's path, demanding an explanation. She is ready to protect Moon-Will from a stranger. Jung shouts that he is his brother Meun-Wol, and asks the woman to leave the road. He desperately tries to reach Moon-Will, hoping that she recognizes him. The woman orders the guard to seize Chan, saying that the security of the fortress is not good. In the crowd, under the hood, there is a mysterious guy and watches what is happening. His face is hidden from prying eyes, but his attention is focused on Chong. Having surrounded Chan, the guards are surprised that he did not run away from fear, learning that they were from the heavenly city of love. The guards are praised that their girls are known to everyone, and only the rich can approach them. The guards are proud of their work and position in society. They consider themselves above ordinary people. The guards are not shy in expressions and talk about Moon-Will as a thing. Their words are full of lust and cynicism. A long working day, no salary, and if something happens to them, they can simply be thrown away. It seems convenient to manage them. Jung looks at her silently, because she was a slave. Moon-Will cynically talks about the advantages of slave labor. A long working day, the lack of the need to pay salaries, the opportunity to easily get rid of unnecessary workers. The guards say that they just wanted to scare Chan and disperse peacefully. Jung shouts at them, demanding not to touch his sister. Jung is determined to protect Cho-san at all costs. A fight begins. The guards threaten to kill Chan. The guards understand that Jung will not give up without a fight, and decide to use force. The guy in the hood notes that Jung is fighting well. He sees a strong and skilled fighter in Chan. The guards beat Chan, saying that he is too arrogant. They want to humiliate him and show their power. Suddenly an explosion occurs. Everything is in a panic. The guy in the hood calls Chan to follow him. He decides to intervene and help Chong get out of this trouble. Hiding from the chase, Jung and the guy in the hood run to the river. Under the bridge, Jung tries to put himself in order. Washing blood and dirt from his face, the boy tells him not to rub his face with his hands because his bombs with acute pepper. Jung asks his name. Manji appears and emphasizes that Jung is now in debt in front of him. He looks at Chan with curiosity and light irony, as if evaluating him. Jung thanks Manji for help. He replies with sarcasm that Chan, it turns out, has manners. Manji clearly did not expect such politeness from Chan and is now making fun of him. Manji is interested in why Chan was beaten, because he is not at all like a local resident. He looks suspiciously at Chan. Jung says that Cho-san is looking for his sister, but I'm not sure that he met her. He is afraid that he could be mistaken, and that his sister could be completely different. Manji suggests led by Chan to the courtesans through a secret move so that he can meet with Munvol. Unknown girl praises Munwol for good work, and he offers to go to the market in the morning for silk. Munwol refuses, referring to fatigue. Suran suspects that Munwol knows the tramp whom they saw during the day. She sees that Mun will be excited by something, and tries to understand what was the matter. Munwol assures that he does not know him. Suran does not believe her, because Jung called her real name. She is sure that there is some kind of connection between them. Munvolol admits that it seems to be her brother. Suran is shocked. Munwol says that he is not glad to meet with his brother. She does not need him. She has long been accustomed to her new life and does not want her past to return. Mun will be offended by his brother for abandoning her in childhood. She has nothing to talk about with him. She feels devoted and abandoned, and her heart is full of resentment and bitterness. The guy stands near the window and is shocked by everything heard. Moan Will, with bitterness, says that it would be better if he was already dead. Her words are full of resentment and disappointment. She feels devoted and abandoned. In the eyes of a guy watching this scene, a void and surprise from what he heard is read. The girl says that she does not want to return to the past that was more like hell than life. She claims that she is able to succeed, and no one else dares to look at her down. Munwol says that her brother did not help her with anything and appears only now, when she has already succeeded. She feels lonely and abandoned, and her words are full of resentment and reproach. Suran, having heard the words of Moon, the will of her difficult past, replies that all her life was an orphan and never knew what a real family was. When Moonwill talks about his heavy fate, Suran becomes sad and very sorry for her. Moonwill, seeing that Suran was upset by her words, reassures her, telling her to stop crying and that she is not an orphan, and in difficult times they will always help her. Moonvolol says that her real family is not blood, which there have never been, and all of you who were next to her in difficult times. Jung, standing aside and listening to the conversation of Moonvol and Suran, froze in place from everything he heard. He understands that Moon will not be happy about his return, and that her heart is full of resentment against him. Manji, noticing Chan's confusion, approaches him and says that he has an urgent business, and asks to wait for Chan where he is standing, and that he will return quickly. Manji thinks that he found a suitable guy to make his plan. He wants to steal jewelry and hide, because this place is a state institution, and courtesans are very expensive for the state. Manji argues that there are many jewelry in such places, and if he stole everything that is available, then everyone will look for a thief. Manji for a long time was looking for whom to substitute, stupid and lost, so he believes that Jung is the best candidate and looks like someone who has not a penny in his pocket. In addition, he knows how to fight and can win Mandy enough time, and he will be easy to take for a criminal. Manji will receive a chance to be not seen and escape from the scene of the crime, dumping all the blame on Chan. He is confident in the success of his plan and is looking forward to rich prey. Manji, taking advantage of the moment, opens the doors and begins to steal jewelry. Jung, left alone under a tree, plunges into heavy thoughts. He thinks that he has no forgiveness, because he threw Cho-san when she needed him so much. He thinks if he can be considered a family member after his whole. Suddenly someone screams that there was a thief here and their jewelry was stolen. Jung realized that he was framed. Manji left the fireworks, and Chan found, thinking that he was a thief. He realizes that he was a victim of the insidious plan of Manji. The guy rushed to run. The chase began behind him. He was attacked by a young woman with a sword. He barely evaded her wave of the blade. She says that she did not leave the thought that she saw him before. The girl recognizes in the Chon the very vagabond that she saw during the day. The girl said, thought that Jung was just a tramp, and he turned out to be a dirty thief. The guy denies the girl's words, says that he is not a thief. She does not want to listen to him and says he will shut up. She aggressively asks where he is stolen. Jung is in complete bewilderment and does not understand why he is accused of theft. Hiding behind a stone from her blow, he says that he is not to blame for anything. She claims that he planned everything, and how he can lie after he was caught right at the crime scene. The guy understands that the words are powerless here, and he will have to fight to prove his innocence. He, grabbing the vine, threw the girl on the ground. again repeats that he was not a thief and not guilty. Jung hopes that the girl will change his mind and stop a meaningless attack. She got angry after his words and says that he would not dare to say anything like that, otherwise she will tear his mouth. She took a fighting rack and angrily looks at the guy. Jung says that she did not understand him, but the girl interrupted his words with a lunge with a sword, cutting his face. Jung understands that he will have to not be in this fight. The master of martial arts in the era of the warring states, whether in a hand-to-hand combat or with a sword against a spear, stood out among hundreds of soldiers with his unsurpassed technology, strength, and endurance. Jung instinctively recoiled, covering the bleeding wound on his forehead with his hand. The guy understood her danger and seriousness of intentions. The girl, without losing a second, used her reception of the sword, lightningly applying Chan a deep wound in her leg. Blood sprinkled, staining the earth under their feet. Jung, who had never previously met such a skillful master of martial arts in the face of a girl, doubted his abilities. The idea of whether he could survive in this battle crept into his mind. The speed of her sword was so high that Jung did not even have time to follow her. Exploring the deadly blow, Jung jumped to the side. Hiding behind a tree and closing his wound with his hand, Jung thought about how to escape. The young man did not suspect that the girl would be so strong. Fighting in full force, he realized that he could not defeat her. Jung decided to lure her to the place where they will be surrounded by thick bushes. He hoped that in such conditions the use of a sword would become a problem for her. The girl, not succumbing to his tricks, used a combat technique that made Chan to stagger. He felt acute pain in the right side, where a new wound formed. She put a sword to Chan's throat and calmly said that she would send him back to the city, but before he should be punished. The girl explained that if he just wanted to stare at the girls, then she would not cut his tongue. Jung, frightened by the inevitable reprisal, began to pray for forgiveness. He said that he was just an ignoramus who spoke all kinds of nonsense and did not recognize the mistress of the chief of security in her. The girl with reproach noted that men have no sense of self-control at all, and expressed bewilderment why he did not immediately say everything. Seeing his repentance and weakness, the girl decided to let him go. She did not even register him, because she felt sorry for people like him. Jung, suddenly jumping up from his knees, knocked out the sword from the girl's hands with a deft movement. The girl's sword is lying somewhere in the grass near them. The guy, panting with tension, told the girl that he wants to live, and for this is ready to go to everything. He stated that it would not be difficult for him to kneel before her, and that people like her would never understand his desire for survival. Jung explained that a spear could fly into it at any moment on the battlefield, so he cannot relax for a minute. In addition, he had no one who could help him in difficult times. Jung assured her that he would not kill her, but only cut down for a while. The girl only said in response to shut up. She, without losing her composure, hit him on the wound in his side, which made Jung grimaced in pain. A desperate struggle ensued. They rode on the ground, trying to prevail over each other. The girl said that she would not leave him just like that, and would fight until one of them dies. The guy in despair demanded that she stop, pointing to something below. In the heat of the struggle, they stumbled and began to fall into a cliff. The earth left under the feet, and they quickly flew down. The girl woke up already below, lying on the hand of Chon. Her people, standing at the top of the cliff, screamed desperately and searched for her throughout the district. They were afraid that something happened to her. Jung woke up from a bucket of water which was poured on his face. The guard reported that she had found a thief who was hiding in the mountains behind the heavenly city of love. The main in the celestial city of love praised the head of the guard for caught the thief. The lady, doubting that he was really a thief, asked just to say where he hid the jewelry. She hoped that he would tell the truth. Jung replied that he knew nothing about jewelry and did not even see them. He added that a certain manji told him about this. The mistress thought that they could be accomplices, and the guard, without thinking twice, hit him in the back, ordering him not to lie. The guy in his thoughts wondered who he was for Cho-sun after so much time. He tried to understand what she was thinking about him. The girl looks at him with a serious look. The lady noticed that since he did not answer for what reason he was here, he means he did not come up with excuses and simply lies. Her suspicions intensified. She thought about how to be without jewelry, because in 10 days they already have a banquet. Mun assured her that he would deal with this question. The mistress was surprised by such a statement from Mun. She said that she would do this herself, since the mistress has so many things, and Mung is responsible for the event. She ordered to sharpen the thief in prison, and if he tries to escape, beat him. Even if he is a bad thief, he must be punished. Suran says Myung-volal that her brother, most likely, simply came to see her. and he was accused of theft only because he was nearby. She is confident in his innocence and believes that this is some kind of misunderstanding. Moon will ask Suran to be quieter so that no one will hear their conversation. Moon will prefer Chan to be considered a thief to take suspicions from her brother. Moon will asks Jong whether she caught a thief, and whether he managed to hide jewelry somewhere. Jong replies that she found nothing with Chon. He had nothing with him except old wounds and battered clothes. Jong recalls that when they fell from the cliff, Jung covered her with his body, taking a blow to himself. Jong says that, in any case, his words are not like a lie, and she had the feeling that he really did not know where the jewelry was. Moon will think and is surprised at the words of Jong. Moon Vol recalls that Suran is going for silk and offers to go together, go to the neighboring city. She believes that this is a good opportunity to unwind and, perhaps, find out something about the loss. Moon Wol says that Jong will go with them, and tells her to take several people from the guard with her. Suren rejoices that they will go all together, and that they can look for jewelry, as they will be accompanied by security. Jong asks why they treat them so, as if they were their employer. Besides, they have a day off tomorrow. Moon will begin to argue with her, saying that Jong heard well that the lady entrusted her to deal with this situation. Moon will reminds her that jewelry from the heavenly city of love was stolen, and her guard is inactive. Suran, like a child, says that she is scared, and he asks for Moon to sleep tonight. Jong tells Chong that if he was telling the truth, then tomorrow they go in search of jewelry and a real thief. She orders the guard to knit him so that tomorrow he can move calmly. Jong tells the guards to replace him with outerwear and bandages. The guards and Jong herself is shocked by the wounds on his body. One says that his body needs more care than clothes. The other does not understand at all how Jung with such wounds is still alive, and thinks that the guy was tortured. Jong thinks that he does not look much like a thief with such a body, most of his wounds from the sword. She suggests that he is a soldier who fled from the war. The guard sews the wound on his neck. The wounds are clearly from the sword. This is not like the work of the robbers. Guardians with Jong come to the pawnshop and show the pawnshop to the pearl portrait of Manji. Moon Vol says that at dawn about the disappearance of jewelry will not be notified by the law enforcement officers. So he certainly will not sell stolen in the fortress of Moxon. Moon Vol says that she was lucky that the thief did not climb into her room and did not steal anything. She would be very upset if she had lost her jewelry. They buy jewelry from local masters, so there is an indication number on each jewelry. Moon Vol says that if a thief is so cunning to deceive a person and remain not caught, then he will probably want to sell stolen in the nearest city. The deputy guard notified the girl that he was able to make a portrait of the thief. She tells the guards to take Chan with him, because he knows the thief in the face. No matter whether his words are true, he can help the matter. Moon will reminds the guards that he should not trust him completely, and if he tries to escape or throws something like that, kill him in place. The guard doubts that they will be able to find Monji. The man from the guard asks Chan whether the thief looked so that the guy answered without a doubt. The deputy chief of security tells his subordinate to shut up and stop talking to the prisoner, and make sure that he does not escape. The guard says that she did not see Moon. She so actively wants to catch a thief. Despite her beauty, she looks smarter than any man. The deputy chief replies that she shoved all the work on them, and herself, I suppose, drinks somewhere. People are shocked by the dazzling beauty of girls and do not understand where they came from. They are amazed at their beauty and elegance. Suran is glad that she went to a new city and found silk, which is not in Moxon. Moon will tell Suran to buy everything that she wants. Suran has a feeling of shame that while they have fun, everyone is busy with the search for thieves. Moon Vol tells her that it's okay, and this is the duty of guard, and tells her to choose silk. A mysterious person with a sword and a scabbard stands behind a pillar, following the ladies. He watches them from afar. His motives remain unclear. Suran says that she did not even notice how this day flew, and offers to meet the guards. Suddenly 3 robbers stuck to them in the gateway. Suran was very scared. The robbers say that it is dangerous to walk such beautiful girls themselves at such a time. The squint says that the girls first give them all the money that they have. Moon Vol says that it is excellent that they appeared earlier than she expected, and she thinks that these robbers are those thieves that stole their jewelry. The robber does not understand what we are talking about. He does not know about any jewelry, and does not understand why they accuse him. This man with a sword was Zhang. She easily defeated the robbers, forcing them to pray for mercy in fear. Moon was sure. People like them know all the thieves in the district. She believed that skill in thieves' affairs requires the exchange of knowledge, and forced them to help, leaving no choice. Mages, clutching a battered sheet in his hand with the image of Chan, asks passers-by on the street if they saw a guy in rags, all wrapped in bandages with long, disheveled hair. He asked Mandy, taking him for a child, if he had seen a similar guy. Manji, offended, replied that he knew no one, and he was not a child. Mags apologized to him, not having learned in him the one he was looking for, and Manji, albeit with resentment, wished him good luck in search. The robber recalled that for the entire time of his career, Manji stole a lot of things, but could not stop. Theft became his dependence. Girls listen carefully to him. He says that usually after the thief steals something in one place, he moves so as not to be caught. But this guy is too young and steals everything in one place, so he is stupid. The robber, deciding to help the girls, invited them to take him to the forest, where the house of Manji is located. He joked that he did not know the exact location, and said that he would show them the way. Suran is aching that she is hard and scared to walk through the forest. Myun told her to go home, but she replies that going alone to the hostel is even worse. It seems to her that in the forest, even with a robber, safer than one night on the street. Jong, suspecting the robber of dishonest intentions, tells him not to do nonsense, otherwise she will cut him. The thief replies to her that she does not think anything, but just got a little lost. Suran says Mun that they go in the wrong direction at all, because there is no road there. Mun Will, passing through the bushes, saw a camp with wooden houses. The guards eat at the table, saying that in the whole day they found absolutely nothing. The guard reports to the deputy that neither the chief of security nor Mun will be visible anywhere. The deputy thinks that they have already gone to the hostel, and it is also time for them to return. He offers to stop the search until morning. Jung interrupts them and asks to go again to the pawn shop to which they initially went. He is sure that there they will find something important. The guards do not understand why Jung is so persistent and want to get an explanation. He says that he did not think of it before, but they trade not only with gold and silver. He recalls that he saw there something else that could help in search. It smelled very strange. He already had to face it. Jung recalls some specific smell that he had already met before, and suggests that this may be due to the case of the theft. Jung comes to the conclusion that the smell that he felt at the pawn shop is similar to the gunpowder that Manji could use. The guard and Jung came back to the pawn shop and found Manji. Jung immediately recognizes him according to the signs that he remembered. The guard says that Mandy's alone is like in the figure, and the deputy tells him that there was no doubt about his drawing skills. The guard tried to detain Manji, but he broke out and began to run away. Jung caught up with him and asks him if Mandy thinks that they need to talk. The guy apologizes before Jung and throws a smoke bomb in his hands. Manji uses a distracting maneuver to escape from Chan. Manji weakened vigilance, because he did not think that Jung would try to catch him. Jung jumped out of the cloud of pepper smoke and rushed in pursuit of young man. He does not intend to let Manji so easily. Mages, lunch at the table, shouted when he saw Chan because he was looking for him for so long. Manji apologizes to Chan and asks to lag behind him. He says that he will not just give him away. The young man takes out another bomb at the same time, thinking that they are expensive to manufacture. But he has no other way out. Jung reflects the bomb, throwing it back to the sender. The guards were already running to them. The deputy thought that they had already faded. A surge of energy. The guards fly away from this impulse on the sides. Mages in the orange aura stands in a combat rack, holding 2 maces. He demonstrates his strength and readiness for battle. He says that he finally found Chan after he arranged a fire and fled. Mages fiercely tells the guy to follow him. Not far in the forest of the guild hang, some monster, similar to a person, eats raw meat in a cave. Mages, remembering that Jung constantly repeated about his family, decided to look for him in the village of Chan. Mages, having met an old woman in the village, found out that Jung went in search of his own sister. Mages was glad that he found a guy so quickly. Mags say that Tai Ho Hyun took care of him all the time, and Jung betrayed him. He does not want to call him a Hyung, because they did not study martial arts with him. Jung reminds him that Tai wanted to violate his promise, and that he was called Hyun. This is his own brew. The guy says that he is disgusted with comrades like them. He is disappointed in magicians and his friends, and does not want to have anything in common with them. Mags got angry why no one had yet pulled out the tongue. He planned to grab him and take him back to Hanga Guild. Mages are full of rage and intends to return Chan by force. The guild captain says that he needs to restore Chan. The guard does not understand what is happening, who these people are. Jung says that they leave, magicians came for him. The guards say that as for a thief, he allows himself too much, and they will take revenge on their comrades. The captain easily scatters the whole guard aside. He says that they are very arrogant, and do not understand that in front of them is the commander-in-chief of Hanga guilds. The guild captain humiliates the guards and shows them his high position. Magi says that they need to be killed 100 times so that it comes to them, who is standing in front of them. He is full of hatred of the guards and is ready to kill them. Jung suddenly attacks him. Magic says that a martial artist hunter has completely lost his grip. He orders his people from the guild to grab the guy alive, to beat him so that there are no difficulties in his transportation. The guild captain orders to grab Chan and deliver him to the guild. They began to bind Chan, but the guy did not succumb and resisted. Jung fights for his freedom and does not want to be connected. Suddenly, those who tied Chan scattered incomprehensible blows. Jong arrived at the guy's rescue and resolutely runs forward. She is ready to protect Chan from magicians and his people. She breaks one mace of the commander. In chief of the guild, he does not understand who this person is. Jong shows his strength and dexterity, breaking the weapon of the guild captain. He does not understand where she came from. He wanted to hit her second mace, but the girl deftly dodged. Magic is trying to attack Jong, but she evades his blows. Mages uses a powerful blow with his hands. Suddenly Manhwa and Su Ran run out from behind the bushes. Not understanding what was happening here, they ran to the noise. Su Ran says Manhwa that the girl is very afraid. The wounded members of the Hanga Guild noticed women. They are incredibly beautiful. Even in battle, the wounded members of the guild cannot but note the beauty of Manhwa and Su Ran. Manhwa asks them who they are, and Su Ran adds that they are nasty. Warriors say that they constantly on the battlefield and have not seen women for a long time, and even more so beautiful. Jung approaches them from behind and beats one of them with a knee in male dignity. The second of them with a sword screams at the guy what he does. Jung knew that they were savages, but the guy did not think that such vile animals. The one he hit says that everything was almost bursting with him. He is very angry with him. The robber with a bandage in the eye tells Chong that he should not be excited and offers him to agree, saying that they will allow him to escape. They say that he would give them the girls and could leave, but Jung tells them that no one would dare to touch his family. Cho-san looks at his brother in surprise. The girl did not expect something like that from him. Meanwhile, the battle of mages in Zhong continues. With his powerful blow with his hand, the captain of the guild blows a tree like a branch. The girl pierces Magic's chest, but she does not understand why her sword was stuck in him. Zhong is shocked by the fact that her sword is broken. Mages boasts to her that his body is so strong she hit the bone. He did not think that he would meet someone in the city who knows how to control the energy of his body. But its level is the lower master of martial arts. The captain only now noticed that he was a woman. She replies to him that she is like him. She tears her mouths. A naked old man, who is covered only by a rag on his back, says, "Does he seem there?" It is not clear who he had in mind. The fight continues. Zhong attacks the magician with quick movements of the sword, trying to strike him a decisive blow. Her movements are honed and full of rage. She does not intend to give up. But the leader of the guild grabs the girl by the throat with his huge hand and throws her to the ground. He mocks her, saying that with a broken sword it will be much harder to fight with him. He says that the girl's sword is so weak that only small wounds can apply him. Mages, closing her mouth with her hand, mockingly asks to repeat whose mouth she was about to tear. He humiliates her, recalling her recent impudence. The girls in fright hold on to each other and silently watch what is happening. Jung grabs one of the members of the guild with his hand, holds the neck, and instructing the sword on the rest, threatens them. He threatens them that if they are approaching, then he will kill their comrade. They, without listening to the guy, are attacking. Jung deftly evades, substituting the one he held. His comrades cut him with a sword from two sides. Manhwa is staring at the way the guy straightens out with the rest. She thinks why he is so fiercely fighting, risking his life. The girl did not think that Jung was so desperate. The robber with a bandage on the eye beats the guy with his foot, throwing him forward. He screams not to fit them. The robbers do not understand why he still resists. They want to attack together to quickly defeat Chan. The robbers have already prepared to attack the simultaneous signal. But their chatter is interrupted by Manhwa. She beats a stone on the back of the robber with a bandage in the eye. She tells Chong that she is not going to just stand and look aside. The last robber rushed at Moon with a sword. He wants to kill the girl to take revenge on his comrade. Jung does not allow him to do this and throws him on the ground, begins to violently beat him with fists. Zhong prevented him. The girl in the dust of the battle threw back the magicians. The guild leader says that she boasted in vain with her strength. He easily copes with her. Jung does not understand what's the matter. She tells him that she just came for a sword, and so that he would not pay attention. Mages tells his people that they are absolutely useless idiots. He says that without him they cannot defeat even such a wimp, and he will figure it out. The robber says magicians that he himself looks battered. Mages said that they had come to an end, and he would save them from arrogance. Not having time to attack the guys, magicians fell out, bent down. That old man approached him from behind. An unknown person easily stops a powerful blow with the elbow magician. He is unhappy that the leader of the guild attacked him at once. Mages, not understanding who it is, asks him who he is. He again tries to hit the old man. The same simply blocks his blow. All the time he thought that he knew magicians, and he was just that Shavka. Mages was at a loss what kind of old man was. The unknown says that the guild was still able to absorb the commander-in-chief, and he became just an army dog. The old man says that he will not kill magicians, so let him come back and say that he is alive, and shows them a real greed. Everyone is in shock and do not understand where such a force came from. A huge wave of energy covers the vast territory of the forest. He asks Yung Guan in surprise. The old man tells Chan thank God that he is alive. The master thought that the guy's body decomposes somewhere in the forest. Yung does not understand how this old man knows him. Yung is confused and cannot remember who this old man is. The man says that Yung promised that he would rescue him from prison, and on the way he was injured, and the guy threw him. The old man is disappointed in him. He asks the guy if he found his family. Yung is shocked and cannot believe that in front of him is the same person with whom he was in custody. Yung was surprised by the old man because he thought he died along the way. He did not expect to see him alive and unharmed after everything that happened. He confirms Chan's words and shows that he remembers what happened in the past. The old man says that his appearance is not quite appropriate because he is completely naked. He did not think through this. He should have pulled his pants from the magicians because still he would not soon want to dress up, but still he decided to go after them now. He tells the rest to do what they did while he runs out for his clothes. He said that he was in an instant. Chong is interested in what kind of man this is, seeing his power in battle. The guy turns to Cho-san whether she saw Manji, but the girl ignores Chan and asks the wound of the wounds how she feels. SB Raz loudly declares that he was injured. Yung, having shut up, sits with his mouth open. Jong suggests that Mandy return to himself. The girl tells the guy to go to his home, which they found earlier. Children rejoice that Mandy was returning to them. Everyone in the dwelling is happy that he came to them. One of the children tells Manji to look at something. Children ask if he bought something delicious. Some child says that he had broken clothes. The boy, whom Mandy holds in his arms, says that he is hungry. Mandy had things to do, so he could not buy anything. The guy will prepare something from wild vegetables for them. Children say guests came to them. Manji is surprised at this and does not understand who could come to them. Children are informing Mandis about the arrival of strangers. Yung turns to him. Manji did not expect to see them here. The old people say that before the conquest of this territory, battles often passed here. At that time, countless people lost their families, so there are so many orphans and old people. Manji was one of these children, so he ended up in a destroyed village. But the guy was not like everyone else. He always fought for his life. Due to the war, there was no work at all, and it was difficult to begging. As a result, Mandy began to steal from the rich and wealthy. He sold everything stolen to provide everyone and such orphans as he and the elderly. The old people say that the young man has no evil intentions. For them, he is the savior. They ask him to give him a concess. The old people are grateful to Manji for his help and protection. Suran says all these children are the same orphans as she is. For the sake of survival, they are engaged in theft. The girl asks to forgive them. She asks her what will happen to these children and the elderly after they capture Manji. Yung thinks when Cho-san needed him, he was not there, and Mandy cares about these orphanages so, although they are not even his family. The guy thinks perhaps Manji is even mentally mature. Mun mercilessly speaks unwell as to how a heavy share he has. He does not cease to be a thief from it. Mun will be adamant in his decision to punish Manji for his crimes. She continues that not only they need help. The girl says that they cannot accept customers without these jewelry, and if they do not meet them, they will be on the street. Suran scare the words of the girl. The girl cannot release this child, because he will again steal from them to feed orphans and the elderly. Moon will asks the thief where he was stolen jewelry. Manji admits that he has already spent all the money made from the sale of jewelry. The girl asks him where. He says, part is there, part here, and does not remember where he was selling. Moon will decides to arrest Manji and deliver him to the city. Several days have already passed. The banquet day has come. Moon will, along with their mistress, reason how to be. The mistress says they were able to catch a thief, but they did not find jewelry. The mistress is worried because guests will arrive today. Moon will tells her not to worry. She has an idea. She offers Moon to simply cancel the banquet. But the girl says that the cancellation of the banquet will be the worst decision. She will simply create such a situation that she will not require jewelry. He asks to borrow a couple of boats from her. She, smoking a pipe, does not understand what Mon wants. The guests arrived. Guests are looking forward to the start of the banquet and hope for a pleasant pastime. They went inside and noticed that the heavenly city of love today does not look like usual. They are outraged. Fent is fed on the floor, and no one meets them. Suddenly, their discontent is interrupted by Mon will welcome guests and explains the situation to them. Mon will, gracefully bowing to the guests, interrupts their discontent. She says with a smile that they could in no case show disrespect for their regular customers. She makes a gesture towards the pool and small tables. Mon will continues that tonight is special, and they have prepared a special banquet for them, valiant workers. Only here, in their modest establishment, can they enjoy exquisite drinks, delicious dishes, and a society of charming girls. One of the guests, full of delight, picks up her words. He exclaims that this is a real paradise of pleasure, and the emperor himself would envy this evening. Girls dressed in swimwear come to the guests, welcoming them and helping to take off their outer clothing. Their movements are full of grace and charm. Guests are delighted with what is happening. They say that water and girls are just an ideal combination, and they did not doubt the hospitality of this heavenly city of love for a second. The mistress, watching what is happening from the balcony, smiles quite a bit. She mutters under her breath that this is the true nature of men, and half-naked girls attract them much more than all other tricks. She smokes her long pipe again, releasing puffs of fragrant smoke. The lady thinks that Moonwill is a real clever man, and for no matter what she would take on, she succeeds excellent. Her talent and the ability to find an approach to each client bring prosperity and glory to the institution. Jung, hiding behind the branches of the old tree, watches what is happening with anger. His heart shrinks with jealousy when he sees how some stranger dares to touch his sister. Suddenly, an old man appears on a tree next to him, whom he once freed from prison. Jung is shocked by the unexpected appearance of the old man. He asks how the old man was here, not understanding how he could so imperceptibly and silently climb a tree. The old man only mysteriously smiles in response. He asks if Jung was waiting for him. In the main building of the Hanga Guild, magicians, still crossed into bandages, stands behind Tai-ho. His face is distorted from pain and experienced. The old man, the leader of the guild named Sword, returns after a long absence and is surprised to ask how the master was able to escape and restore strength during this time. The first follower of the guild, Hang, the defense leader, suggests that perhaps the war overshadowed his eyes and he lost his vigilance. Tai-ho, determined, tells the teacher that since the master is back, he can begin to take revenge. He claims that he himself will deal with everyone if he goes in search of a master with the military. He is confident in his abilities and is ready to personally take revenge on the defeat. He asks for permission from the leader of the guild, but he tells him to stop. The Sword does not want Tai to intervene in this matter. Mages, timidly, but with respect, asks, because the master saved his life. The commander-in-chief confirms that this is true, and the master asks to tell the leader of the guild that he was alive. The Sword, the leader of the Hanga Guild, believes that the master is very weakened, being imprisoned. He tells Tai-ho that if he wants to correct his mistake, let him go and search alone. Do not in vain use the military, now they need to storm the fortress. He orders the defense leader to lead the Te-ho branch. Tai-ho, angry from what is happening, accuses magicians of locked Yungguan in the same prison with the old man. He is not satisfied and says that it is worth catching Chan and the master. Mages reminds him that Mr. Mongju ordered to join the siege. Tai-ho does not like the fact that he will fight under the leadership of the defense leader. He says that he will correct the mistake that he made, and he claims that he will become the next head of the Hanga Guild. Perhaps he is too self-confident in his abilities. The old man's memoirs. In fact, the guild was founded by him. The current chapter was his student. It turns out that the Sword is just a student of the master. Previously, Munji was ambitious, but he never had the means and opportunities for becoming a significant person. Therefore, he persuaded other students to arrange an ambush and block the use of martial arts. He tells Chan, probably Munji forgot about the existence of the old man, so he was able to allow them to be locked together. When they tried to free themselves, the old man borrowed a little energy of the body from Chan. To become stronger, the master ate wild animals for several days. He tells the guy that he will not be able to become the same like him. As a result, the old man became a little boring, and he decided to find Chan. The old man asks whether he is even listening to him or not. He wants to make sure that Jung understands what he says. The guy's eyes are poured with blood when he sees how some bastard dares his sister to paw. Guests discuss the past event. They say that it was very interesting, and if not for tomorrow's work, they could have fun until the morning. They were satisfied in the evening spent in Manhwa and other girls. A man who was sitting with Manhwa says that she looked especially good in the water, and he wanted to touch her again. The guard asks to wait a bit. It seems he noticed something. Jung stood in their way. He wrapped himself in a hood so that no one would recognize him. The gentleman asks who he is. Jung says that he will kill him. He pawed his sister, and the guy will not leave it without punishment. They ask him to be called who he is. It does not seem that he is a killer. He looks more like just a small thief. The guard tells Chan to fail from here, otherwise he will apply the technique of instant strike with a sword against him. Jung does not understand people working on pigs. The guy does not respect the guard. The warrior says he will teach him manners, and he is too arrogant. He believes that Jung is too self-confident and he needs to be put in place. Jung evades, running throughout the bamboo forest. The guy crept up to him from behind and jumped on him. The warrior easily throws the guy, his technique of blades straight from the House of Blades. He speaks, judging by how Jung was moving. He fought well in the gateway, but he was still far from the martial artist. The guy is not lucky. He all the time stumbles upon masters. The warrior sees potential in Chan and believes that he could achieve great success if he had been taught correctly. Jung says that he does not need advice from 6 bastards who, without a second thought, paw the girls. The warrior tells Chan that he continues to make mistakes. He believes that Jung will regret that the guy did not begin to develop his skills, because the warrior intends to kill him. The warrior noticed something in the depths of the forest. He looks very frightened. He saw something that scared him a lot. His eyes were completely empty. He thinks that he had come to an end. The master uses his strength to scare the warrior. The warrior rushes to run in horror without looking around. Jungguan does not understand what the matter was and whom the warrior was frightened. The master says that that guy appreciates his life. He did not even see the old man and immediately fled. The old man says that he is surprised how Jung is still alive. He asks the guy why he enters into a fight with someone who cannot overcome. Even animals have an instinct of self-preservation. The guy replies that his sister is surrounded by terrible people. The old man thinks that the guy really will be able to die if he continues to fight with those who are more obvious than him. Jung asks him if he can become as strong as he is. In order to protect Cho Sen, he intends to become stronger and asks the master to teach him. Jung asks if he can become as strong as the master. He is full of hopes and readiness to study. The old man asks the guy what can interfere with him. They sit and eat together. The master, along with Yang, ate a bunch of bowls. Chong has not believed that the master will teach him martial arts. He understands that energy can be obtained from food, but he is fed. The old man answers him how he can ask for an instruction of someone with such a displeased face. However, the master stopped teaching. It makes no sense in this, and his past students completely inflicted a blow to him and hid the bars. The master does not think that he will train the guy, but he can tell him the way by which he will become strong, like this gentleman. He says that he was kept in prison for decades, and now he needs rehabilitation, and invites the guy to help each other. Jung does not believe that such a strong body needs rehabilitation. The old man tells Chan the warfare will have to follow him and repeat everything that he does, and ask him about everything. But before that, he should protect his body. As his skills develops, he will begin to see the weaknesses of his enemies. Now the guy's energy, according to the master, is in chaos. Most likely this is due to the fact that he did not have time to recover after battles and wounds. The master explains to Chong that internal and external energy are interconnected, and damage to one of them leads to a violation of the balance of the whole organism. The old man says that for a start he should recover. The basis is nutrition and rest, so he said to him until his stomach bursts. The old man and Mandy ordered food. Jung does not understand that the guy forgot here. The owner of the institution takes empty plates. The old man asks Chan whether they are friends with Mandy. In the afternoon, Moon Will decided to hire Manji. The guy was surprised, but the girl decided to make him her hired servant. Myun says that there are many things that she wants to do, and she needs a person to whom she can entrust some responsibilities. In return, she promises him that she will hand him over, and guarantees that all orphans and the elderly, who are caring for the guys, will be provided. The guy is stunned by her words. The girl says that she will provide each of them with work, children will do fine cleaning, and old people can be entrusted to make some products or sew outfits. All work will be paid, the girl says. Manji thanks the girl for this, but she tells him not to make up to steal something here again. The girl tells him if he was aware of the one that he could get at least 50 kilograms of rice for 1 jewel stolen by him. It seems that the merchants made a good job deceiving him. The guy is shocked by the fact that things are so expensive. The girl says, as ironic, that the person who is engaged in theft was deceived. Moon recommends agreeing with her proposal. Well, if something does not suit him, let him be ready to spend his whole life behind bars. Mandy suddenly began to speak with respect and wants to ask the girl a question. Myun said that he wants to do a lot. The guy wants to know what she had in mind. The girl answers him. Since childhood, they treated her poorly and did not put it in anything, so she cannot stand it when someone looks at her down. Then she decided to become a man whom no one would dare to touch and offend. Money, honor, power. A girl wants to become an emperor. Myun wants to become the one on whom it will be possible to equal. Manji is shocked by her words. He clarifies who she wants to become, the emperor or wife of the emperor. The girl says it may seem funny, but she herself considers it funny. But now there is an era of war, and the heads of state are actively taking part in hostilities. It is funny that in their time women can achieve success only by a courtesan. Myun thinks, what if she really can change the world and take power into her own hands? The girl is going to achieve her goals in all possible ways. She asks him, is she saying stupidity? The guy is stunning after everything heard. The guy cries, saying how cool she is. Manji is delighted with her courage and ambitions. Manji says he will obey her. All his life he had to engage in theft, because he did not hope for more. He is going to completely abandon his last lesson, and become the arms and legs of Manhwa. He once again thanks her for forgiving him, and allowed him to join them. Asura says that it seems that Manji admires him. The behavior of the guy Mun is not clear, because some small bargains were able to fool him. Manji asks for a task, he says, to order her anything. The girl gives him a task. He should get into the house of one person and steal everything from there. This is how his body began to fully belong to Madame Manhwa. The old man is surprised by the plans of the girl. Manji tells him that she is not a girl, and asks who this gentleman is. Jung thinks, although her plans look absurd, but he is still happy for her. Mandy says the girl asked Jung to help her. Therefore the boy thinks that Jung will help him, because this is for Madame Manhwa. Jung looks at the master. The old man says that he will not disappear. He said that he would also help them. Manji says they gather in 15 days in the full moon. The old man says if they have finished, we must leave because you still need to look for the night. Manji thanks for the treat. The old man tells Chan to pay, but the guy says that he has no money. The owner of the institution approaches them and asks about payment. Master and Manji quickly fled, leaving Chan. The master and Manji, not wanting to pay, run away, leaving Chan alone in front of the owner of the institution. The owner says that their cafe is not engaged in charity work, and Jung, a guy, must pay. The old man says that Jung is not a bad guy, but he cannot understand whether he is just stupid or naive. Manji says the guy is too simple and looks like a tramp. 15 days later, Jung and Mandy set to work. The boy was surprised how Jung survived after that incident in the eatery. Manji says that Mun ordered to steal too many things. 3 boxes of silver ingots, 3 gold boxes, a bag of different jewelry, and 3 more books by Prince Yongkom. Jung notes that Manji remembered the list in detail. The boy says that recently he listens and remembers all the words of Mon Will. The person whom they are going to rob is a frequent client of the heavenly city of love. He controls the taxes. Manji tells Chong details about the person whom they are going to rob. Officials are now in the heavenly city of love, so this is the perfect time to rob. Cho Sen chose today, as most guards accompany officials. The one whom they are going to rob is already drunk, and has fun with Cho Sen in a separate room of the heavenly city of love. Jung notices this, and he does not like it when someone is pestering his sister. He clenches his fists with anger, but tries to restrain himself so as not to spoil the plan. He accidentally hit his head, creating a noise. Mandy tells him to be quieter and hide in the shade. The guard comes to the sound and notices the guys. He screams who is here and takes out his sword. They meet with views. The guard asks who they are. Jung and Mandy understand that they need to act quickly until the help arrived. Jung cuts him off his feet in the temple. The guard falls unconscious, not having time to do anything. The guy apologizes to Mandy for attracting the attention of the guard. Mandy says that Jung has changed and began to act faster and more decisive. His movements became softer and more precisely. They found jewelry, but they will not be able to take everything away at once, so they will drag a little. The master caught several wild boars in the forest using his hunter's skills. He tells Chong to cut them to prepare dinner. While they were in the city, the old man stole a jar of spices from the local market. Jung is interested in whether the master wants to take revenge on the guild for everything they did with him. He believes that the master has every right to revenge, and his offenders must be punished. The old man does not understand what revenge on. He says that revenge is the destiny of weak and stupid people. Perrin does not understand why he does not want to take revenge, because he was betrayed by the students. He sat in prison for more than 10 years, and he has great power. Jung believes that the master should use his strength to take revenge on his offenders. The old man says he was not a good teacher. The sword was always ambitious and conflict with him. He admits that he himself is to blame for the fact that his disciples betrayed him. Having lived for more than 100 years, every time he asks the question, "What's the point?" Jung is shocked by the fact that he is more than 100 years old. Now the master wants to enjoy freedom and does not want revenge to overshadow his mind. Chong is interested in how old is the master and what he was before. The old man, without answering, says that Chon's body was restored and offers to start training. The master takes the guy by the hands and says, "It is better to see once than to hear 100 times. The guy does not understand what is happening. The guy tells the master what he does. Energy emanates from Chon. He feels a warm and pleasant energy spread across his body, regulation of breathing and particles of vital energy. All living things have energy, says the old man. He explains to Chong that energy is the basis of all living things, and it can be used to strengthen the body and spirit. The master says that in order to feel and manage it, you need constant training. What Jung feels now is the energy that the old man launches into his body. When the energy increases, the guy strengthens his body. Having learned this, Jung will be able to break the cliffs and take off into the sky. Energy activates the metabolism, due to which aging slows down and the body blooms. At first, the guy will be unusual and his head may dizzy. The master warns Chan about possible side effects of energy training. Having done this several times, he will be able to develop skills faster than in ordinary training. This is one of the skills of martial arts. The guy asks the master to do this again, but he refuses, because Jung breathes heavily. He says that Jung should relax and restore strength before starting the next training. Manji and Jung are carrying the loot on a cart. Jung says that they need to hurry because the sun will soon grow up. The boy says that Chan has high endurance, and he did the right thing to call him to help. Jung uses body energy to be easier to carry jewelry. Manhwa tells Manji that he tried well, and she did not think that he would bring half. He is flattered by her praise and feels happy and satisfied. Manhwa tells him to go home and bring children. She will give them food and winter clothes. Su-ran asks how Mandy was able to carry everything. The boy says he ran several times and Young-guan helped him. Myun-wol asks who helped him. Manji repeats that Young-guan helped him and considers him a good guy. The girl tells him that henceforth he no longer offers and accepts help from this person. Mun will look angry. She adds that she has her own reasons not to trust Young-guan, and she does not want Manji to have any business with him. Manji was afraid of the girl. She thanked him and told him to rest because he worked well, and she would call him when she needs him. She softens and tells Manji that he can go home and relax, and she will contact him later when she needs his help. He asks Su-ren to what is wrong with her. He does not understand why Mon-volol was so angry with Young-guan, and wants to know from Su-ran what's the matter. The girl tells him that Young-guan is his brother Myun-vol, Cho-sen. Manji is surprised at this. He says that he would never have thought that Young-guan and Cho-san are brother and sister. People gathered at the ads of the ads. The thief escaped, and there is a search for those who saw him. It is claimed that all taxes collected last month were stolen. People discuss the robbery and express their concern about the fact that they will have to pay taxes again. The lady says that people have inflated the elephant from the fly and worry. Munwol believes that this is only the beginning. She is sure that this is not the last robbery, and in the future even more serious problems await them. The lady hopes that this will not affect them in any way. Munwol says that pretense is not to her face. Mun will cling to the official and says that when she went out to take a walk, she heard terrible news. Because only yesterday he smiled and fell into money. She pretends to be very concerned about what happened, and tries to calm the official. He asks if she came to worry about him because of the theft. The girl says that not anyone was injured, but Mr. Official. She emphasizes that she is concerned not so much to the loss of money as the safety and well-being of the official. She came to find out if she could help and give him strength. She offers her help and support to the official, saying that she is ready to do everything possible to do this situation. Moon Will says that the official collected taxes from people for the good of the country, and someone stole everything. The mistress says that, apparently, the collected taxes for spring are completely stolen. Manhwa pulls the mistress, reminding her of tact in a similar situation. The official admits that he does not know what to do in this situation. He says that one of the guards saw criminals, but could not identify them, since he was attacked. The official explains that the day after tomorrow he must give all the taxes to the head of the county, but he doubts that by that time it will be possible to find stolen. He is afraid that he will not have time to return the money, and this will entail serious consequences. The official fears that if a higher authorities finds out about the theft, he will come to an end. Moon will try to console him, saying that there is probably a way to solve the problem. The official replies that the amount is too large, and he cannot dispose of his personal funds. Moon will, pondering the situation, asks the lady if she can help. The official asks to lend him money. The mistress is surprised at the ease with whom Manhwa speaks of this, and replies that she does not have that kind of money. The official recalls that they often visit them. Moon will add that we are not talking about someone, but about Mr. Official. She focuses on the importance and status of an official, emphasizing that helping him is a matter of honor. The lady agrees to help, saying that they have no large means, but she can give him a box of gold and a box of silver ingots. The official thanks her and promises to get the rest and return everything in a few months. Before meeting with the official, the girls discuss that they would give him a little money so as not to get into the number of suspects. The lady does not think that the official will be able to give the remaining amount. Moon will invites the mistress to take the remnants of the stolen, but recalls the need to constantly remind the official of his duty. The lady agrees with the plan of Manhwa, saying that she has nothing to lose. She asks whether Manhwa complicated the situation to show the ignorance of officials. Manhwa replies that now the protection of the government office will become much better, and officials will finally come to their senses. The lady asks what benefit to Moon will receive. She is interested in that Moon will receive in return for his efforts and help. Moon will tell the official that he should provide something like a bail. The official agrees, but recalls that they have known each other for a long time. The mistress confirms that they trust him. She explains that the security deposit is necessary to ensure the return of the debt, and offers the official as a collateral land. As a result, she receives flat areas between the fortresses of Moksan and Bugwon. Manji is interested in why these territories have not yet been used, because only 10 years have passed since the war ended in these places. One of the guys in the camp asks the other if he can hunt. He replies that this is a useless training. Manji, Manhwa and the guards stand together and observe what is happening in the camp. The guy tells Janchu that someone is coming. Janchu is interested in who could be. Moon will look elegant. Janchu politely welcomes Manhwa and her companions, interested in the purpose of their visit. Manhwa answers the question with a question, wondering what they are doing in this territory. Manhwa says that these lands belong to the fortress of Moksan, and she came here as a caretaker. She has all the documents for this land. Janchu asks his subordinate, "Do these lands have an owner?" The guy replies that he does not know. The guy says he recognized her. This is Manhwa, a courtesan from the heavenly city of love. Janchu understands who she is. Everyone is talking about her. He says that for business the girl simply poses for the noble, but in fact a courtesan. Janchu says, Manhwa, that this land has been belonging to him for many years, and how she dares to fool him, saying that this is her territory. The guy next to him considers the document a fake. They say that if Mon wants to talk, let him lead the real owner of this land. The girl is trying to argue with them, but the guard says that it can be dangerous. Mon will, despite his anger, understands that now is not the time for an open conflict, because they can suffer. Janchu strikes the guard Manchu, which is why he falls to the ground. Janchu, not embarrassed in expressions and regardless of other people's opinions, demonstrates his strength and aggression. The man says that such people must first be chopped well so that they realize the situation. Janchu, justifying his cruelty, believes that only by force it is possible to force others to obey his will. He tells her to fail if the girl does not want to stay with scars on her face. Manji came running to tell everything. The guy boils with anger. The boy says that they have humiliated them with Madame Mun. Manji, worrying about Mun, feels offended and humiliated. The master says, judging by them, they were just lucky in good families. He says Yung Guan to focus on training and not spend energy in vain. Manji wanted to beat them, but Janch defeated the deputy guard with one blow, after which Manhwa humiliated, and they left. The master says this is a chance, and they need to punish these bastards. The guy asks Janchu to share the courtesan that came yesterday. To achieve its location, it is necessary to show her your power. Janchu, being a confident and arrogant person, considers himself the right to dispose of the fate of other people. The master was in the middle of them. That guy in a green robe said. It was funny to watch how Moonval ran away. Her tail was tucking. Janchu and his company, seeing an unfamiliar old man in front of him, scare and try to understand who he is and what he needs. The master says that a couple of people can be left, after which he cuts down almost all those present. The master, without saying a word, is pounced on Janchu and his company and begins to beat them one after another. They do not understand what is happening. And who is this old man? Janchu and his company, shocked by an unexpected attack, do not understand what is happening, and who is this old man who is so easily dealt with them. The master tells Chong that the situation is almost similar, because these morons treat women as well as his sister. The old man takes them on his shoulders. He says if you take into account training, then Jung is about half to become a master of martial arts. The master, pointing to Janchu and his company, tells Chong that they will become excellent sparring partner for him, on which he will be able to work out his skills. These guys are perfect sparring partners for Yongguan. They do not have outstanding skills, but are experienced enough to allow him to feel the taste of a real battle. Yongguan is proud of his achievements in hunting. He not only completed the task, but also surpassed expectations, caught more animals than planned. Yongguan uses the remaining time with benefit, demonstrating his determination and responsible approach to business. The old man depreciates the achievements of Yongguan, forcing him to feel bewilderment and irritation. The old man criticizes the approach of Yongguan to meditation, believing that concentration should be achieved not only at rest, but also in motion. The master says that fishing for animals is a great way to activate the energy of his body. Jung feels how his body becomes easier, and strength is added. It is still difficult for a guy to control the energy of the body in motion. The master explains that the purpose of training is to learn how to activate qi in any conditions, whether it is peace or intensive battle. Maintaining qi in motion requires great effort even for masters. Yongguan and the master plan to attack the offenders of the sister, using it as part of the training. The sons of influential families whose skills are superficial are ideal opponents for Yongguan. The night attack is planned carefully, as opponents have experience. The master is ready to intervene and help Yongguan if he cannot cope with opponents. In battle, the main thing is to survive. Yongguan carefully monitors enemies to avoid a sudden attack. He understands that even a weak opponent can be dangerous. Yongguan is convinced of the case of the teacher. Opponents really do not have a high level of skill. Janchu, the fourth son of the John family, is trying to impress, introducing himself as a master of the Sword of Red Phoenix. Yongguan decides to use not only body energy, but also basic methods of martial arts. Yongguan uses the Buddhist technique of meditation to calm down and concentrate. Opponents insult Yongguan, trying to get him out of balance. Yongguan uses a smoke curtain to get a tactical advantage. Opponents in a panic are asked to bring fire. They are afraid of darkness and unknown. Yongguan, taking advantage of the confusion of the opponents, inflicts an accurate and powerful blow with his foot, sending one of them to knockout. Yongguan, like a ghost, again disappears in the dark, leaving opponents in complete bewilderment. They do not understand where to wait for the next blow. Yongguan recalls Taiho's lessons about the advantages of night battle. He thanks Taiho for everything, although he was in his slavery, because it was thanks to him that he became so strong and skilled. Janchu, realizing that the situation is getting out of control, is trying to collect and organize his people in order to confront Yongguan. Janchu, being their leader, orders his people to concentrate and defeat Yongguan. He understands that only coordinated actions can help them. Yongguan understands that Janchu is their leader, because it was he who could bring everyone to the feelings of all, and also survived after his blow. Yongguan, realizing that the sudden attack will not work now, accepts the combat rack, preparing for a serious battle with Janch. One of the warriors, having gathered in spirit, uses a spear blow using martial arts, and he even manages to touch Chan's shoulder a little. Yongguan, despite the wound received, applies a powerful and accurate blow to the warrior, breaking it out of order. Yongguan, driven by anger and the desire to win, applies a blow of rage, sweeping away everyone who is in his way. As a result, all opponents are defeated. Yongguan is left alone with Janchu. Janchu, not understanding who they were, and dissatisfied with the fact that the old man took their girls, says that at first they will kill Chan, and then the master. Jung notes that his body is overloaded more than expected, and a little more, and the situation will become dangerous. The guy is not sure if he can use Greed Blow again. While he thinks, Janchu strikes with his Sword of Red Phoenix, but the guy is easy to evade. Jung wants to fight within the radius of the sword, so that Janchu could not attack him. Jung strikes with a knee into the enemy's core, trying to get it out of balance and get an advantage. The guy attacks him. Jianshu says that the same attack will not work on him twice. Jianshu uses the moment to strike at the sore spot of Chan, strengthening his pain and weakening his position. Jung counterates him, but this is unsuccessfully. Jianshu sees that the guy has only one technique. Jianshu easily reflects his attack, demonstrating his superiority in martial arts. Jianshu says that his blows are mediocre, and he will not defeat him with such skills. Jianshu is confident in his victory and has no doubt that he will be able to destroy his enemy. However, Manji comes to his rescue and grabs Jianshu's neck with a rope. He apologizes to Jian for not having come before. He was scared. Jianshu angrily torn the rope. Jianshu, furious by the intervention of Manga, is easy to free himself from the rope, and again focuses on Chan. While he was distracted by Manga, Jung put a bomb in his mouth. Jianshu. Jung used the last attack and defeated the enemy. Mandy rejoices that they won. Jianshu is lying on the ground with a torn and bloodied mouth. Jung, with fatigue, sitting on his knees and in wounds, says that he survived. Manhwa cannot fall asleep. She could not do anything, and she was also very humiliated. She is still not respected as a person. Small children, clinging to each other, are sitting in fear on earth. Those who are engaged in slavery grow girls and then sell them to rich people. And they sell boys into military slavery. Boys, divorced from their families and loved ones, get into the army, where they are waiting for a difficult and dangerous life. They become cannon fodder, which is used in wars and conflicts. Little Cho-san recalls her childhood when she fell into the clutches of the slave traders. The girl always thought about her brother and father. The sorceress tells the children that their fate is to be those who can be sold or buy, and they are just a product. Moon thinks that this should be discussed in the government building. She will ask them to deal with the bully, which contribute to the regression in the country. Moon, realizing that the situation requires the intervention of the authorities, decides to seek help from the government building. However, if they sticks into the heavenly city of love, she will not let them step here, even if they buy everything they have. Moon, despite his desire to seek help from the government, is ready to protect his house and her people to the last. Now she is not a helpless little girl, and she can deal with everything herself. Moon, having survived severe trials and humiliation, becomes a strong and independent woman. Suddenly, Manji interrupts her thoughts. He asks for forgiveness for anxiety. She asks him what happened. Manji, a devoted Moon in her business, comes to her with important news. He just wanted to tell her that those ignoramuses who humiliated her yesterday received what they deserved and left that place. Manji reports Moon that the offenders who humiliated her were punished and no longer pose a threat, and no one will know that they were beaten, because such people will be ashamed to say that they were beaten by an ordinary tramp. Moon asks him what kind of tramp. The guy, remembering that she told him not to ask and not to accept help from Chan, says that he just confused everything because of excitement. He is afraid that Moon will be unhappy that he disobeyed her order and turned to Chong for help. Mandy says they wanted to just talk at first, but they beat those guys. He comes up with a story to hide the participation of Young Guan, fearing the reaction of Moon. Although he guesses the truth, thanks Mandy for the care and sends him to sleep, not wanting to go into details. Manji, having fulfilled his duty, calmly leaves, knowing that Moon will be safe. The girls who were taken by the master say how cool he is, and they are very drunk. The old man came out of the hut and noticed that the guy had returned. Jung asks him what they did. The master tells him that they had fun and drank all night. After talking with the girls, they got along. Jung tells him whether this is too much for a centenary old man. The old man notes that apparently Jung won and returned. Surely the guy is very tired. The master, seeing Jung Guan, understands that he won in battle, and expresses his confidence in this. He also notices that the guy is very tired and needs rest. Jung answers him, "If not for the help of Manji, I would be dead." There was a man who was in no way learned by the guy's tricks, but in any case, he survived. Jung admits that the victory was achieved not only thanks to his efforts, but also thanks to the help of Manji. He also says that Jianshu turned out to be a very strong opponent, and he was not easy to defeat him. The master says, of course it was difficult for him with the techniques that he possessed, because there are no rules in battle. Chan's success is that he survived. The master explains Jung Guan that in battle it is not always possible to rely on your skills. The old man tells the guy that he tried well and tells him to welcome to the world of martial arts. The master, evaluating the efforts and achievements of Jung Guan, congratulates him on the successful completion of the test. The morning of the next day, Moon, along with the protection, arrived on this plane. The deputy guard says that recently a crowd of young guys lived here. That is why he called the chief of security with them. The deputy guard believes that the security chief will be able to help them in the investigation and establish the identities of these guys. Moon-wol thinks that she can cope with everything herself. The girl does not understand why her brother helps her. The girl asks the carpenters if they can fulfill the work plan. Moon will be interested in whether carpenters will be able to build everything she conceived, on time and efficiently. They confirm that the site is quite large. Zhong sees traces of battles. She finds a piece of fabric. The girl has seen it many times. She finds traces of only one person who go to the forest. Zhong concludes that, most likely, there was only one person who disappeared in the forest. Manhwa argues that money is the easiest way to achieve success. Honor and power are what is given from birth, and it is difficult to achieve, but, having money, you can buy both one and the other. Manji asks the girl, does she not have a lot of money? Manhwa says that there is a limit to earn money like her. In addition, she needs a lot of money in order to attract influential people, but only her profession can allow people from the lower layers to earn a lot of money. The head of the Union of Merchants of the fortress Moksan Monk meets Manhwa and asks if they needed new rings. The girl replied that they had plenty of rings, and they had not seen each other for a long time. Manhwa reports that she has a business to him, and he invites her to his office for a more private conversation. Manhwa explains that she wants to open her own business for the sale of various goods. She notes that there are merchants in the heavenly city of love, but they only help them contact Moksan merchants. The head of the Union of Merchants is dissuaded by Manhwa from this venture, believing that trade is not a female business, and besides, it is a very complex and unusable business. Manhwa says that he did not understand her, and this is a recommendation from the official, the membership fee and the location of her future shopping arcades. The man does not understand what she is talking about. Manhwa have already received permission from the fortress of Moksan. The head of the Union of Merchants was surprised by the words of Manhwa. He does not understand how she could get permission to open a shopping complex. The girl intends to touch huge money, creating a huge shopping complex. The news of Moon's plans quickly spread throughout the fortress. Ordinary people discussed this news with interest, while officials and nobles were skeptical of this, believing that this was only a fleeting hobby. On the other hand, for some high-ranking people, this news was not the most pleasant. People say that the courtesans are real parasites. How she could get a recommendation for opening an outlet? Someone must be very good about her. The head of the Merchants' Union interrupts gossip and suggests discussing more important issues related to the current situation in the city. The old man in the meeting room says such conversations are not pleasant. A man in a red robe says that soon the benefactor of Moon will stop supporting her. A complete woman says, business is not a simple activity. She will not last a year. The old woman believes that the courtesan cannot do everything right. The head of the Merchant Union urges his colleagues not to underestimate Manhwa, noting that she is smart and prudent. He tells them, if they only saw what aura reigned around her, then their opinion would be different. The head of the Merchant Union warns his colleagues that Manhwa is a purposeful and ambitious woman, and she will do everything possible to achieve success. He invites them to consider the possibility of cooperation with her, instead of seeing a competitor in her. The old woman says that their business has never been clean. They do not want to cooperate with those who poured them a drink a couple of times. They just want to get rid of a competitor. Zhong found Chan. She and the master staged sparring. The old man tells the guy that his girlfriend came. Jung turns his head and notices the girl. She speaks for a long time. The guy was not visible, but it turns out that he is in the forest with a master to foolish. The guy answers the girl if she came to fight. It is better for you to leave. Jung says they are busy with training. The master tends him and says that they are not so busy, and he just mocks the guy. Chung says they visited the construction site yesterday. The girl here as a patrol in case something happens. Jung asks the girl that Moonwall is going to do in this territory. Jung insists that Zhong tells him about the plans of Myungvol, but she makes him silent in a rude form. The master tells her to fight with Yang. If he won, the girl will tell him the news about his sister, and if she defeats, then the guy will easily fulfill his desire. Jung says that he is uncomfortable next to her. Then the master says that then he will continue training with him. The guy says, this is not a training, but a mockery. There are many people in his environment who can help with training, they just need a reason. The girl tells him that he owes nothing to her, but as a master of martial arts, she is obliged to teach a newcomer to one technique. Jung arrogantly states that he has become stronger, and that Zhong will not be able to win him as easily as the previous time. The girl defeated Chan easily. He asks the master if he had a chance to win. The master replies that he just wanted Young to stop being arrogant. 2 days later, late at night, two not known in masks and closed robes arrived in the building of the trade union. The head of the union of merchants welcomes these two people as a kovgra, says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The head of the union of merchants shows interest in their affairs, but they remain taciturn, which can indicate their seriousness and concentration in practice. A higher clarifies the chapter of what goal this time they have. The chapter says that he is right. Their goal is the courtesan Mun will from the heavenly city of love. The girl crossed the road to them. Mercenaries answer, if it were so easy to kill people, then there would be no need to hire someone and pay money for it. They want to take a fee in the form of 3 ingots. Members of the union in shock from such a large board. The head of the monk union says that this is more than the past fee 3 times. The old woman is trying to calm him down. The mercenary of smaller hair uses thin, sharp threads and touches a little monk, and says they should kill the most famous courtesan of the fortress of Moksan. Disguise the murder for suicide is not easy. He does not understand why the work of other people is depreciated. The union members expected something similar from the best killer of the North Yuan. The head of the union said that he would prepare payment. The killer hurts the throat of the monk and says that he will take it as a bonus. Finally, the killer appears sharply behind them, causing fear. He says that he is the best not from the northern, but from the central Yuan. Mercenaries, having fulfilled their demonstration of strength and professionalism, disappear, leaving members of the union in a state of shock and trepidation. A killer in a hat tells his comrade that he went too far with jokes. Well, the main thing is that everything is in order. If members of the union are associated with the Saflor organization, they should know how to play. He orders his younger comrade to deal with this task. This is his first task as a killer. The guy agrees and says that he will do everything in the best possible way. On the site of Mun, there is work to build a shopping complex. Suran says, the girl must have spent all her fortune. Mandy also thinks that it was all worth a lot of money. The old man digs the earth. Mun will tells him to stop, because there is expensive for the cart. The leader of the construction says to forgive the old man, because he works only the first day. The builders say to see the guy, how strong and hardy Mun will turn into their screams. She sees Chan. Workers say that he replaces 5 people. One of the men says, Young reminds him of his youth. The guy notices Cho-san and greets. The girl ignores him. She is interested in what he is doing here. The master replies that the guy makes money here. The old man says that the guy was talking about his sister all the time. He heard that she was engaged in construction and decided to help, killing 2 birds with one at the same time, and will work out and help his sister. The girl asks how he found out that she was his sister. The master, pointing a finger at Mandy and Suran, says that they told him what put them in an awkward position. The old man thanked Zhang for help in the training of Chan, which puts her in an awkward position in front of Monvoldi. The old man does not understand why Moon will be angry, and the rest are embarrassed. The girl asks the master to ask Chan to meet her. The guy, without hearing their conversation, thinks not to approach Cho-san so as not to angry her. She tells the master that the meeting will take place about 2 in the morning on the hill. The old man asks if this is necessarily, because Young is right here, and she can tell him about it personally. Moonwell does not answer his question, and says that the event will soon take place in the heavenly city of love, and it is time for her to leave. In the heavenly city of love, all guests are already drunk and have fun with girls. Moonwall looks at his savings. Most of these funds are needed in order to pay for the upper part of the building. The costs of paying for building materials, workers, etc. The initial costs were much higher than it expected. Well, nothing to do for your goal. Night, Moonwall went to meet with Chong. She tells the guards that she would go further. They will wait for her where they diverge. She thanks the deputy guard for escort. Jung leaves the bushes. Jung, waiting for Moonwell, leaves his shelter as soon as he notices her approach. She says the guy came before she thought. The girl does not want to upset him and asks to take a bag of coins that she threw him and no longer catch her eye. Moonwol says that she had never felt joy since he showed up. Happy memories from childhood will not block those hellish times among the slave traders. Now she is not at all interested in knowing how Jung lived and what he thinks. She wants to live only for her happiness. It is so difficult for her, and she does not want and cannot take care of her brother. He approached her, but the girl suddenly realized that this was not her brother. She asks who this person is. This is a killer, which was hired by members of the trade union. He tries to tie her with his threads. The girl screams and calls the guard. He rushes at her with a dagger. Moonwell closes his eyes. At the most dangerous moment, Jung appears and saves Moonwell from the killer's attack. He is at a loss what is happening. Jung, seeing the stranger who attacked his sister, is in complete bewilderment and tries to understand what is happening. The old man watches Manhwa and listens to conversations. He has red eyes, like a killer. The killer is preparing a mask in the evening. It seems that he is special in a change of appearance. The killer is shocked by the fact that Young with his bare hand was blocked by his dagger. The killer is surprised by the power and reaction of Chan, who was able to withstand his attack. The guy tells his sister to run into the forest. Young, realizing the danger, orders Manhwa hide in a safe place. Young uses the blow Wind from the Kingdom of the Dead. With this blow, he spreads trees and breaks the earth in the district. Young notes that the killer is fast, and he never could hit him properly. Young admits that the killer has high speed and dexterity, which makes him a complex enemy. Killer changes his goal and tries to attack Manhwa. The guy uses a greed of greed to prevent daggers from getting into his sister. Young uses another technique to protect Manhwa from the killer daggers. The killer specially distracted him to injure his hand crossed by bandages. He inflicted multiple pumpkin wounds. He, dodging Chan's blow, grabbed his hand completely. Chung tore the mask from the face of the villain. Young reveals the personality of the killer, tearing a mask from him. Mun will be confused and afraid the girl was stupefied. The guard arrived at the noise of a fight and asks what is happening here and who this guy is. They ask if everything is in order with the girl. Young occupied the combat rack and is preparing to continue the battle. The guards are taking care of Manhwa, and Young is preparing for a further battle with the killer. The killer grabs the face and a mystical aura comes from him. Everyone who observes what is happening is at a loss from the mystical abilities of the killer. The deputy guard guesses that this is a killer. Young does not understand what the reason is why he would kill Manhwa. They do not understand what the reason for which someone ordered to kill Mon will be killed. First of all, she should remain in the celestial city of love. No one can understand why someone wants to kill Manhwa, and why she should leave the heavenly city of love. The girl is silent and saddened by what is happening. Manhwa is in a depressed state from the incident and attempt on her life. The deputy asks the mistress, interrupting her silence. The girl apologizes and says to return. She returns home, accompanied by guards and Chun, who does not leave her in danger. Manhwa stumbles. The guy picks her up and says to be careful. She asks him why he walks after them. Manhwa expresses his dissatisfaction with the presence of Chan next to her. After all, the girl said that she no longer wants to see him, and tells him to stop playing the role of a good brother. Manhwa suggests Chang to disperse and live his lives. And if he wants to get a reward for saving her life, then she will pass it through Manji. The guy loudly and confidently says that he does not agree. The expression on the girl's face changed. She did not expect such an answer. Young cannot just leave when the girl is in danger. He must take care of his sister. The guy declares that he will always follow her. Cho-sen is completely shocked by the guy's words. There is no face on her. Manhwa is in a state of shock from his brother's words and does not know how to react to his perseverance. The guard says they don't know what happened between them, but it's better to go to Chan with them, because the killer may return, and the deputy security is not sure if they can cope with him. The master is surprised that Young remained in the heavenly city of love. The old man jokes that Young escaped from cooking, and Manji worries that the master could exterminate all the game in the district. The boy conveys the words of Young Guan that he will remain for a while in the heavenly city of love, because there is a possibility of the murderer's return. The master says that the killer is bad. Manji is interested in him why. Indeed, last time, Young fought with a large number of people. Mandy does not catch the essence, and does not understand why the killer poses such a great threat to him. The old man claims that Young is weak in a one-on-one battle. Especially if his enemy is the killer, he does not have enough skills to defeat him. The master explains that Young saluten in mass battles, but we are vulnerable to one-on-one fights, especially against an experienced killer. In other words, the killer is a bad opponent, Chan. In a cave, similar to the refuge of the killers, the senior comrade of the killer who came to the soul of Manhwa reports him, saying that he could not kill some parasite and stained their reputation. The senior killer emphasizes that this was the first task of his younger comrade, and he completely failed. His senior comrade tells him to dress and be prepared. Today, his rebirth will be a murderer. The senior killer, despite the failure, gives his ward a second chance, speaking of his degeneration into the killer. The senior killer, setting up his younger comrade to a new attempt, speaks of the beginning of the new round, and mentions the lack of scarlet color, which he longs. Perhaps this is a metaphor meaning blood or murder. Little Cho-sen and other children are desperately trying to break out of the paws of slave traders until the cruel witch has returned. They understand that this is their only chance of salvation, while the slave traders are distracted. The slave traders, like predators, grab the running children, realizing that a severe punishment awaits them for the loss of goods. At the time of danger, children show selfishness and indifference, offering to leave Cho-sen, who stumbled and fell. A cruel boy cynically states that nobody needs Cho-san anyway because she has no family. Children in a panic shout about the return of the witch, knowing that they are waiting for a cruel reprisal. The heartbreaking cries of caught children are heard, and blood shed. The witch does not spare anyone. Her cruelty knows no boundaries. The girl prays, hoping for salvation. The witch, having discovered Cho-sen, shows her cruelty, comparing children with wild animals. The witch decides to punish the fugitives, selling them to the most cruel and ruthless owners. The buyer, examining children, doubts their health and endurance, considering them too thin. The old man, showing interest in buying, begins to bargain about the price, offering to put the children in order. Everyone is attracted to the beauty of Mun-will, and they want to buy it. Her beauty makes it the desired product in the slaves' market. Another buyer pays attention to Mun volume. Nowadays, the mistress, seeing that Mun will look tired, offers her to relax. Mun-will is surprised at the proposal to relax, because the guests should arrive soon. The mistress, showing perseverance, orders Mun to relax and provides her with additional security. Madam asks Mun-will not to remain alone and always be accompanied. She is afraid for her safety. Mun will agree with the mistress and leaves to rest. Jung says Jong, if he had not been in the Chosan Mountains, it would be already dead. Jung says that the killer he fought with was very fast and dexterous. Jong, knowing about the killer from his grandfather, suggests that they always return to complete what they started. Jong expresses fear that the killer may appear that night. In the heavenly city of love, guests have fun and have fun. The chairman is drunk and arranges a dance competition. The holiday is in full swing. Mun-will transmits a manji paper piece of paper, most likely there is important information. Mun-wol looks out the window and hears the loud laughter of a drunken chairman. Suddenly the chairman falls to the floor. The girls think he was drunk in a circle. Suddenly a sheet of paper falls through the Mun window. This is a note from the killer. In the note, killer reports that he could kill Mun-will many times a day, but offers her a beautiful death. He plays with her, demonstrating his power. During the holiday, one of the guests suddenly dies, but others believe that he just drank too much. Killer blackmail Mun-wol, threatening to kill her friends if she does not agree to his conditions. Mun-will in a panic runs out of his chambers and tells Chong not to follow her. The girl jumps on the first horse and jumps away. She thinks she needs to win as much time as possible so that everyone remains intact. Killer pursues Mun-wol, mocking her attempt to hide. The horse's horse suddenly falls, cut by the threads of the killer. At a critical moment, the master appears and protects Mun-will from the killer. Master, press the girl to them without giving her offense. The master, like a stone wall, stood in front of Mun-wol, obscuring it with his body from an impending danger. His calmness and confidence inspired the hope of salvation. The old man released a powerful stream of energy, which made the enemies be wary. If it were not for the timely intervention of the master, Mun-will most likely would have already been dead. The master, watching the killers, noted that they are both high-level masters of martial arts. The old man identified a high killer as a particularly dangerous enemy, whose strength and skills exceeded the rest. The master admitted that he had never seen such a powerful and sinister energy that killer possessed. Jong, without wasting time, rapidly attacked the smaller killer, dropping him from the tree branch. After a successful attack, Jong ran to Mun-wol and asked anxiously if everything was in order with her. The master praised Jong for her excellent skills and asked where Jung was located. The girl replied that his ward is too slow and needs a more thorough training. Jung rushed to the rescue with all his feet and ran up to the battlefield with a desperate cry. The leader of the killers, observing what was happening, noted that the courtesan had many defenders. After the student's failure, the leader of the killer decided that he would have to request an additional fee for his head, Mun-wol. The leader of the killers, despite his cruelty, did not want to kill so many innocent people for the parasite. The leader of the killers suggested Mun-wol to surrender so that her death was beautiful. Mun-wol did not understand what the killer was talking about, and decided that he was crazy. Mun-wol said that the murder could not be beautiful, and she would fight for her life to the last. The master, hearing the words of Mun-wol, asked if she hid behind him too much. Jung, determined to protect his sister, attacked killer, but he easily tied him with his threads. The master, seeing that Jung was in danger, blocked the dagger of killer, preventing his death. The old man, watching Chon and killer, did not understand what was driven by the last. Killer, seeing the master, recognized him and was surprised to note that he disappeared many years ago. The master asked if they knew. Killer replied that he was not familiar, but he saw him from afar and could not forget. The killer recalled that the master was known as a vagabond dog on the battlefield, which appeared in the most bloody battles and did not leave anyone alive. The killer called the master one of the chapters of the 5 fighting states, the King of Battles. Jong was shocked by the fact that the King of Battles stood in front of them. The master, however, asked her not to relax, because the killer jumped on top of Mun, the murderer. Jong, without wasting time, applied a dissecting rain reception to attack the killer. Jong and the killer came together in a fierce battle in the air. Jung, seeing that Mun will have in danger, repulsed the daggers flying in her direction and said that he would not allow her to die. Jung, having experienced so many trials, was determined to defend his sister. Jong noted that her opponent is abnormally fast, and his blows are aimed at vital organs. Jung joined the battle and threw the killer with a strong blow. Jong looked at Chan in surprise, and he replied that he helped and was waiting for gratitude. Jung said that all this for the sake of protecting his sister, and 2 against 1 was not cowardice. The master, watching Jong and Chong, thought that they would have a great team. The master, highly raised by the threads of the main killer, tore them and stated that the killer wanted to check the skills of the King of Battles. The killer, like a shadow, darted to the side, deftly avoiding the synchronous violent attacks of Chan and Jong. His movements were so swift and honed that it was created that he had foreseen their attacks in advance. He, like a snake, used some incredible technique of snakeskin, thanks to which the strikes of the guys passed through it, without causing absolutely no harm. The killer, without losing a second, sharply and unexpectedly rushed at Mon Vol, intending to strike a deadly blow. His eyes burned with hatred and determination. Jong, showing a lightning-fast reaction, blocked his blow in time with a dagger, at the last moment saving Mon Will from imminent death. Their opponent, preventing them from recovering, released a whole series of deadly daggers in them with lightning speed. Each dagger sparkled in the air, like an ominous messenger of death. Jong and Jung, despite all his efforts, could never even hurt him. As the guy said, the killer was incredibly fast, and if they weaken the onslaught, he will certainly attack Mun Will again, which was his main goal. He was strong and fast, like a demon, but his only defense was his strong armor. Without it, the killer would become much more vulnerable. Jung, not hesitation for a second, used a powerful blow with his hand, while Jong attacked with her sharp sword. Despite the fact that they beat in different places, the killer still managed to evade their blows with amazing ease. The killer, like a clever monkey, jumped into a tall tree and again takes out his sparkling daggers, ready at any moment to hit their goal. Jung, wondering, asked where he constantly got a new weapon, as if from nowhere. The girl, concentrating and breathing in energy, explained that the threads of the killers have incredible strength. They can easily cut even a hard stone. She warned Chan to be extremely careful. He, like a spider, spread many of his thin but strong threads on different sides in order to limit Chan and Jong as much as possible in their movements. He wanted to lure them into his trap. The girl, noticing the danger, shouted to Chong so that he immediately evades, otherwise these sharp threads could seriously injure him, echoing him along and across. The killer, acting with lightning speed, inflicted a quick and accurate blow to Jong and immediately cleverly tied it with his strong threads, depriving her of the opportunity to move. The girl was trapped. She was connected and could no longer use her sword. She was helpless in front of the killer. Jung, trying to help Jong, rushed at the killer, but he also quickly and cleverly connected him with his strong threads. The threads with which they were connected suddenly became much tougher and sharper, as if they had turned into thin blades. Jung realized that if he doesn't cover his whole body with energy right now, he could seriously suffer and even die. Jong, seeing the impending danger, screamed Chong with all his might so that he remained in place and did not try to break out, afraid that he would receive serious injuries. She, gathering her spirit, applied her most powerful technique, Water-Broken Sword, hoping to hit the killer and save Chan. The guy and the girl, like a whirlwind, suddenly jumped out of the clubs of thick smoke, unexpectedly attacking killer from different sides and sitting him by surprise. He, having demonstrated his incredible reaction, easily dodged their attacks and immediately deftly grabbed his thread by the nearest tree to maintain balance. Jung, with a pain in his voice, said that his whole body was wounded and scratched with these sharp threads. The girl, showing care, ordered him to recover and control her strength. Somewhere in the forest there was a huge surge in energy, and it became clear that it was a master who came to the rescue. The master was connected by the threads of the main killer, finding himself in his trap. The killer, without wasting time, wounded the master with a dagger in his shoulder. The old man, having gathered his strength, used a powerful explosion of energy, tearing the threads that was connected and pushing the enemy. The killer, with surprise and admiration, noted that the master's body is as strong as that of the monster. He looked at his broken dagger, but he knew that his simple weapon could hurt the old man. Killer, realizing that he had been against the master on the battlefield, thought that he would have died with the 10,000th army before, if he met him. He admitted that his reputation is fully consistent with his rank of king of the battles. The master, without losing calm, told him that he was too talkative to the killer, and added that his blows never wounded him, and he says complete nonsense. The killer, obsessed with the idea of victory, believed that if he kills the king of battles, he could defeat any enemy, becoming invincible. The masters, throughout his life, were surrounded by people who wanted him to death, but they all made the wrong choice, deciding that they could win him. A fierce battle ensued between the master and the killer. The master, dressed in simple but strong clothes, moved with grace and confidence. The killer, dressed in dark, tight, fitting armor, extended the aura of danger and secrecy. The sparkling blades crossed in the air, and the battle began with lightning attacks and counterattacks. The master brought down a powerful attack on the killer, using all his energy and experience. The killer, thanks to his dexterity, managed to evade the blow, avoiding serious damage. The killer, taking advantage of the moment, struck a dagger on the old man's leg. The dagger, flashing in the air, stuck into the flesh of the master, causing him acute pain. The killer, noticing the skill of his enemy, was surprised to note that his attacks have great strength and power. The killer added that the powerful attacks of the master are useless against him, since he has a high level of dexterity and speed. The strength of the master was so great that Manhwa, watching the battle, thought that it was rather a natural cataclysm than the battle of two people. The killer, confident in his abilities, considered that the master underestimates him. He noted that none of the old man's attacks could hurt him, and that he was much stronger than it seems at first glance. Killer said that on the battlefield the soldiers would have already been dead from the master's attacks. However, since he could not defeat one person, his title does not mean anything. The old man, tired of Killer's chatter, told him that he was chatting too much, and he should cut him once so that he was silent. He was confident in his dexterity and speed, and considered himself invulnerable. Killer emphasized that it does not matter how strong the attacks of the old man are, he still will not be able to get into him. Killer said that the battleship king would be killed from the multiple strokes of the dagger. The old man answered the killer that he would not constantly poke into him with his toothpick, and he can enrage. The old man, irritated by the words of Killer, calmed down and took a combat rack, preparing for a serious fight. The killer noticed that the energy of the king of the battles began to disappear. He felt that the master was starting to get tired, and that this was his chance to win. He felt a surge of strength and determination. The master, gathered with strength, began to easily scatter the clones of the killer, demonstrating his increased strength and speed. He ceased to underestimate the enemy and began to act more decisively. He was full of rage and anger. He told Killer that the jokes were over and he would be serious. He made it clear to Killer that he no longer intends to play with him, and that the battle would become much more serious. He was determined. The killer noticed that the old man has changed. The speed and accuracy of the attack increased. He felt that the master had become much more dangerous, and that he needed to be extremely careful. Most of his clones were defeated, and Killer understood that after the master was dealing with the remaining, he would take him for him. The killer, seeing that ordinary attacks did not help, used the secret weapon of the red snake. He took out many daggers from under the clothes that were hidden there. Numerous daggers flew into the old man, forcing him to focus on protection. It was a distracting maneuver to create a killer for an opportunity to attack. And it was just a distracting maneuver. The killer was behind the old man, and said that his heart would pierce. The master, quickly responding to the threat, applied powerful equipment, destroying Hell Thorndo, sweeping away everything in his path. The masks of both killers are broken. Meanwhile, Jung and Zhong continued to fight the younger killer, trying to defeat him. Finally, the guy managed to strike him, but Zhong noted that he would not be weaker from this, and another attack would follow. Jung, turning to Zhong, asked if she would think that the killer would run away like last time. He hoped that they would be able to quickly defeat the enemy and help the master. The girl was silent and did not answer the guy. Apparently, the killer was not going to run away. He was determined to fight to the end. His eyes burned with rage, and daggers tightly shrinked in his hands. The girl thinks that they should fight their back to the back. Jung turns to the girl, The guy thinks about something. Moon sits behind a stone, but suddenly someone is naughty. She shuddered in surprise, frightened that it could be one of the killers. It turned out to be Mandy. The boy thought that the girl had long returned home. He thought about her all the time. The guy was very worried, so he tried to find her all the time. In his hand, he holds something like a letter. Suddenly, the killer abruptly runs to Cho-san. Jung reacted and ran after him. Jung did not even have time to turn around. The master was shocked by the fact that his opponent was still alive and was able to avoid his blow. Killer realized that the old man played with him all this time, and he says that he was not a man, but a monster. The old man says that he just does not like to focus on the battle. He does not like that he was called a monster. The master, as far as he remembers, was always a man. Becoming older, he does not forget about it. He emphasized that, despite his strength and experience, he always remained man. He wants to teach Chan an increase in speed, but he does not possess this skill well. He never had to run away from the battlefield, so he did not consider him necessary in training. The killer says he cannot believe that the battle's king does not have an increase in the speed of movement. He was surprised that such an experienced warrior as a master did not own this important skill. If the killer directed all his strength to this skill, then the master would not be able to catch him. After these words, he disappeared. The master missed him. Jung noticed that this creature constantly uses the same trick. She pretends to attack one person, luring others. However, when the guy tries to attack her, she abruptly switches to him. He is sure that this will happen again. The guy will try to attack her immediately and says Jong to attack immediately when a chance appears. The girl is not sure of his plan. Jung answers her that she just uses gross power. She tells him that he will just die. The guy pierces the killer daggers he gets directly into his stomach. Killer, anticipating the actions of Chan, struck him, seriously injured him. Jung grabs him despite the fact that the dagger's into him and gives the girl a signal to attack. Despite the wound, Jung fulfilled his part of the plan, distracting the killer on himself. She uses a special blow with a sword and throwing the killer into the air. The girl asks Jung Guan that with him, the guy asks him not to shake. The killer wounded him more than the guy thought. Jung tells him to endure and blood would stop soon. Jung foresaw that the killer would attack him, so he did it. He has metal plates on his stomach, which helped him avoid serious wounds. During the last battle, Killer pierced his hand through. Then he thought that he needed protection. When the deputy Chuckle cooked armor, Jung took a couple of sheets from him. Thanks to him, he managed to prevent severe damage. The metal plates that Jung took from Zami Jun saved him from serious wounds. She tells him not to say stupid things. Having inflicted a killer of a blow to the left, he would be dead. In any case, the guy thanks the girl. Jung thanked Zhang for the help and support. Jung says that he could not defeat the enemy alone. He still lacks strength, so he asks Zhang to help him with training. The girl tells him, since he is not at all shy about asking for help, then she will sometimes help him in sparring. Manji, seeing Chan, was concerned about his condition and asked if everything was in order with him. The boy asks him if the wound is not fatal. Jung answered him that everything was in order. Manji, making sure that the wound of Chan is not a threat to life, calmed down. A more experienced killer cannot believe that his student could not defeat two fools, and also managed to injure himself. He grabbed Moon and says that he has a lousy mood. However, as a killer, he cannot be mistaken and lose the battle. The guys were wary. Jung thought that the master was able to lose to him. They felt that something was wrong and worried about the master. The girl tells him to stop. His order is no longer. The killer does not understand what she is talking about. Zhang informed Killer that his order for the murder of Monvolol was cancelled. The Association of Merchants handed her a letter. It said that they should withdraw their order and begin to cooperate with the Mun. Otherwise, the incident will be publicized. The letter stated that the association refuses to kill Mun will kill his plans and offers her cooperation. And also the person who must pay for the order is the girl herself. She showed him a document indicating that she was the head of the association. Mun initially wanted to show him this document, proving that it was pointless to kill her. Mun will once again emphasize that she is a customer, and her murder contradicts his interests. Killer does not understand how she managed to get this document. The master returned to the rest and says that he missed the killer. The killer says that this piece of paper will not be able to deceive him. Even if there is no reason to kill her, the battle took place, his body was wounded, and his soul is a vile feeling. He is angry and wants to kill her. The killer, despite the fact that the order was cancelled, decided to take revenge on Moon Will for his defeat. His student cuts his head. Killer's student, unexpectedly for everyone, killed his teacher. He says that killers should kill people only for the sake of money. If you kill succumbing to feelings, then they will not differ from serial killers. Killer taught him this, but if his teacher could not control his emotions, then he has no place in this world. Killer's student indicated that his teacher himself violated the rules that he taught him. He acted terribly, so she would not want to see how he fell in her eyes, so she killed him. The master says that they have a strange relationship. She demolished her head to her teacher. The master was surprised by the act of a student of Killer. She says this teacher her grandfather, and from childhood he taught her the art of Killer. Her parents were the first victims. He hated them because they threw the girl and fled. However, that they were her parents, grandfather told her after she killed them. Then she thought that the day would come when he would die of her hand. She says that all thanks to them. During all this time she did not seem to be able to kill the teacher. And finally she tells them that special revenge will suffer them. He advises to sleep with open eyes, and will kill them the next time. She warned them that they should be prepared for her attack at any time, and she disappeared after that. Killer's student, taking revenge on his teacher and warning the others, disappeared, leaving them in bewilderment and fear. The master jokingly says that they got a good friend. The rest say what kind of friend she is, because she is just a killer. A few days later, Manhwa gathered members of the trade association. Manhwa, becoming the full head of the association, gathered her subordinates to discuss important issues. Members of the trade association are stressed opposite her. The girl says that they will talk about those things that they failed to discuss. 3 days after the battle on the waters, Chong trains Chon. The girl is not sure that he destroyed 20 martial arts with such skills. The girl does not understand how he could be a soldier with such skills. The guy says that this is true. He does not need to lie. Manji cooks food for them and says that everything is ready. He takes care of them, offering to relax and eat after training. The girl understands the master is full of strength, but he is too careless. In addition, the last opponent is the heir to heavenly power, and one of the most powerful people she heard of. She worries about his carelessness, and reminds of the strength of the last enemy. She says that a person who stuck a knife in an old man is quite famous all over the world. Jung did not know that he was famous. Now he understands why the mercenaries called him the Battle's King. The girl does not believe him and says that he is lying. The guy answers her that she is in a bad mood, and therefore tramples him into the mud, and adds that he almost defeated her once. Jung says he will chop off his tongue if he says something like that again. Jung asks the master to say something. The girl tells him to talk politely with the master, although he reached the level of rejuvenation. He replies that he still remains an old man, and why she inflamed his respect for him. The master notices that they look like a couple, but in any case, the battle came out good. The old man discharges the atmosphere with a joke and praises their combat skills. The old man says to listen to his thoughts. Firstly, the son of heavenly power is not a king of battles, because it is nothing more than a myth. People on the battlefield intentionally spread such rumors in the camp of the enemy, often use this to undermine the fighting spirit. Then even if a person has a little force, the soldiers will be afraid of him. The girl says, "Was the magician not destroyed by Jung Guan?" She adds that it looks like another grandmother's fairy tale. Jung says that this is true. The magicians are strong-willed, so he always fought at the front line. The master interrupts them. Attacking from the back is a very good strategy. Being a young master of martial arts, having fallen a strong enemy, he lost his vigilance. The old man says that this is a good opportunity and asks them, while there is time, they need to work out. The master asks him to attack him. She does not understand how she can attack him. Although thinking, the girl accepted the challenge. Jung says he just wants to show off. The girl asks him to shut up, and she will fight. She applies a red cliff blow to him. Mandy did not believe that she would hit him. Jung says that the girl perceives everything literally. The master considers the attack by Zhang strong and good. Depending on how a person is engaged in martial arts, the body can be solid, like a diamond. However, there is one thing that Murima does not understand when they become strong. In the end, no matter how strong you may seem, it can simply be blurring the eyes. The girl does not understand. Does his actions and words do not contradict each other? The old man says he has not finished talking. But if a person is careless and arrogant, then his body will weaken. Depending on the situation, you can kill such a person, being even a child. The master says that he actually received a knife in the back from his student and rotted in the basement for 10 years. In this sense, you always need to be on your guard. The old man says that Chan was lucky to live to date and destroy 20 masters of martial arts, but if he simply recklessly rushes into battle, he will not last long. And Zhang was perfectly trained, but she was too predictable and straightforward. If the battle occurs suddenly, various unforeseen situations may occur. No matter how strong Murim is, a small oversight can lead to death, says the master. The old man pressed his wound with his finger and says that he painfully burns. Jung answers him that his words diverge from his actions. He indicates a contradiction between the master's words about the importance of caution and his own carelessness. The guy asks Mandy why he is not next to Cho-san. The boy answers him that she had a meeting with merchants. The conversation will be long, so the girl said not to go with her. Jung also asks Jong why she did not go with her, but she was not in performance today, and it is likely that the deputy Jong went with Mung. The girl says that the guy will have a great opportunity. He does not understand what she is talking about. Manji says that if the Manhwa case burns out, then she will need a large number of strong people. Jong tells him that if he is hired to work, he will be in the best position to protect his younger sister. Mun will in the meeting room gathered an association of merchants. She wanted to talk about things that they did not have time to discuss earlier. Being in the balance of death, the girl was dawned on the thought that she should talk with merchants in more detail. This attack benefited her. She realized that she hastened with some conclusions. Fortunately, she came to these thoughts, not dead. The former head of the association is nervous and cannot choose words. He clearly feels embarrassed and guilty before Moonwill. He regrets what happened and wants all this to remain in the past. The girl asks him not to be nervous and speak openly. Moonwill wants to discuss their business. As far as she knows, in each of the 5 fortresses of Moksan there are its own running goods. In Nojon, gold, precious stones, and jewelry. Moonwill lists the goods characteristic of each fortress. In Kaga, grain and agricultural crops. In Jyoti, wood and instruments. In Samda, medicinal herbs. The girl says that each of them has its own virtues. They supported the balance and shared each other. But suddenly Mun will appear, who, like a parasite, tried to break the balance. She understands how they were alarmed and concerned. This anxiety is caused by the fact that the fortress of the letter is located next to the fortress of Moksan. Since the fortress of the letter is the city of the largest power of the war, the fortress of Moksan did not have to deal with objects in which the inhabitants did not need. Moonwill tells them if they go to the nearest letter fortress, they will be able to sell their goods without burdening themselves with troubles. Thus, they will receive more money and get rid of an excess of goods. The former head of the trade association begins to capture the course of her thoughts. The girl says that is why she chose a place behind the fortress of Moksan, so that there was easy access to customers. The most necessary thing during the war is the production and trade of weapons in its shopping arcades. Members of the association are shocked by her words, but the girl understands why they do not want to deal with goods for war. The scent merchants are dying, constant robberies, dangerous transportation, as well as other reasons because of which there can be no talk of the trade in weapons. Moon will realize that her offer can cause them to rejection. However, if you carry out military sales, then the revenue will be much larger than from other items. For this plan, the girl needs their help, because she has a little knowledge and experience, like them, so she asks them a favor. Moonvalol says that after that, Moksan will become the richest power. She asks what they think about it. Moon will wait for their answer and opinions. The former head of the association asks the girl whether she has time today to discuss this in more detail. Association members do not understand what she can know about military subjects. One of them believes that cooperation with her can be dangerous for them. And how could she laugh at the fact that they wanted to kill her, and then conduct negotiations with members of the association? In addition, the knife with which she intimidated them belongs to the killer whom they sent. Moonvalol could simply kill them, but she wants to unite with her enemy for the sake of benefit. This is a very unpredictable girl. Jung came to her. She does not understand what he wants. He asks her if she is really going to participate in the war. The girl says that he is going to trade in weapons, and this does not concern him. The guy says that weapons merchants need a lot of strong security. Therefore, the guy wants to join her guard. The girl tells him to do what she wants. The guy does not understand how she just agreed. Mon Volol says that he will better ignore him because he is too persistent. She adds that his character will still destroy him. In addition, anyone can take part in the battle festival. The girl tells him to do what she wants. Jung does not understand what kind of combat festival she talks about. She says that soon he will understand everything. The deputy guard says he will need to come to the central square. The girl tells the guards to stop muttering and going. People near the board with announcements gathered and discuss the combat festival of the Fortress Moon volume. They share their impressions and opinions about the upcoming event. It will be carried out between the Fortress of the Letter and Moksan. The announcement says that if a person takes part in the fighting festival, then he will be paid a reward for participation, and the winner will be appointed chief of security. People became interested in the event. Someone wants to go there with children. Someone thinks about participation. People liked the announcement. They want to come. In addition to battles, people are also attracted by the opportunity to eat deliciously. Will discusses financial and logistics difficulties associated with the creation of a military fortress. Suren does not understand how this relates to the combat festival. The girl replies that the festival is money, recruitment of supporters and receiving money to promote the fortress. So she will kill 2 hares with 1 shot. Some money saved will not be enough to prepare a military fortress. Fortunately, people living in Aletter and Moksan have enough money despite the war. The problem with food and entertainment for people will be resolved. Then Moon will be able to get a small entrance fee from people from 2 fortresses. Merchants will be able to come and pay rent for a place at the festival. The festival will become a source of income for both the fortress and for merchants. In addition, the information has already spread. So many talented people who want to join the fortress will apply for participation. If the festival goes well, then the problem with money and protection will be solved, says Moonwill. Manji asks her. The boss will be selected at the end of the festival, or somehow differently. The girl replies that he will choose the chief of staff, based on his skills. Moonwill emphasizes that the main criterion for choosing will be professionalism and combat skills. She asks the boy to bring all the old people and children from his village. Manji said that tomorrow would lead everyone. Meanwhile, Jung was recorded to participate. Earlier in training with the master, the old man asks Chan about the combat festival. The guy says that the one who wins will be able to become the chief of security. He asks the old man if he was interesting, because there was a mention of payment for participation. The master says that he does not want to be a spectator. It will be much more interesting for him if he will participate. The old man is not against someone to embrace. The old man advises Chong not to miss the opportunity to get combat experience. The master says when the guy receives money, let him buy his salt. He needs a spice for meat. The day of the festival has come. Merchants are in full swing to jam customers and offer their services. Jung is amazed at the scale of the event and the number of spectators. He meets Manji. The boy says he should thank him. Jung does not understand why. The boy tells the guy that they would refuse the application due to the fact that a lot of martial artists decided to take part in the festival. That is why Manji secretly crept and made him, Jung, he would go to the final. The guy tells Manji that he still has not got rid of his bad habit. Jung doubts the need to help Manji and believes that he could take the selection himself. The boy says that this is true, but he did just in case. Jung told him not to do this anymore. Some kind of thunder knocks the boy off his feet. He says that Mandy is too small to notice him, and tells him not to stand in the way if he does not want to be flooded. Jung asks Gromila should he not look at his feet. The guy says that because of this thug, Manji fell. People hear a noise and think that they had a fight. They also say how huge a villain is. Grimila tells Chan how he dares to look at a person who is more than him, and even with an axe. The guy says that this is his mistake, and because of his iron plate on his head, he sees nothing. The situation is heating up, and it is felt that a fight will begin between them now. The blonde with a spear detects Chan and Gromila. He tells them that people came with their families to rest. Everything is in a good mood, and they should not start a fight here. This unknown person who owns Sujutsu says, judging by them, it seems that they are participants in the festival, and they cannot behave as if they were on the battlefield. He tells them that they came here not to kill each other. A person standing from above announces that all participants in the battle festival should gather, because soon the festival will begin. The presenter says that the battle festival was organized in order to elect the chief of security. The event was sponsored by the Moksan Fortress and the Heavenly City of Love. Participants can use any type of weapon. Murders are prohibited. The rules are that the participant wins if the enemy has left the battlefield or surrendered. The winner will compete with another winner, and this will continue until the strongest is determined. And now the first round will begin. The former leader of the mercenaries of the squad of Brown Wolves, Ma John-gi, says he will not be lucky to the one who will fight against him. He is called the enemy. This is Young Guan, a loafer from Moksan. Ma Jan says that he is not just annoying and also a tramp. The first round began. Opponents took combat poses. Young approaches Ma Jan. He asks him what it is. The guy answers him that this is a gift, and he throws him with the rail of the powder in the face, and then beats him with a knee in male dignity. The audience is shocked by such a quick and unexpected development of the battle. Someone laughed. Someone turned away. The judge says that Jung Guan was defeated. He does not understand and asks why, because he just must win. The judge says he is right, but Jung struck a blow. The guy answers him that this was not in the rules, and asks to give him a chance. The person who owns Sujutsu is watching the fight. He thought that Jung was just an idiot, but he was moving well. The drummer with 2 hands quickly knocks on the drums. Spectators look after the fights and cheer up for the warriors, supporting their favorites with loud cries and applause. Unknown with a spear easily copes with his opponent. Manhwa says something Suran. The girl is embarrassed. People also look at the girls who dance with fans on the site. In the Celestial City, Manhwa apologizes to the soldiers for making them go so far. She says that their fortress is only at the construction stage, and now not very good conditions. The girl congratulates Kwan and Ma Jangai. Thanks to them, the battle festival ended successfully. From this moment, the Quant will be the leader of the guard, and Ma Jan is his assistant. She orders them to rest for now, and after 4 days they will go in search of a blacksmith. Quan asks what about the rest of the participants. The girl answers him that she is not sure about them. Manhwa asks him to engage in hiring. The guard leader agrees and deal with this. In the forest, the master says what shame that Chan was excluded. Manji says, but people in the stands had fun. The guy says that he won, and his opponent did not protect such an important part of his body. The master explains that Young thinks so because he fought on the battlefield, and demonstrative battles for him are more like a joke. He says what a fool he is, because he had such a good opportunity to be closer to his sister, becoming her guard. The master, along with Mandy, laugh from him because he lost so extensive. The guy is angry with them and says that he will kill them. The Kuvan appears with them and greets them, while the old man holds Chan by the tree and Mandy draws his mustache. Quan wants to hire a guy in guard. Although the salary will not be large, he wants to ask everyone who participated in the festival. In particular, he followed Yung Guan, although it is still difficult for him, and he does not move very much. But it seemed to him that he, Yung, has a great combat experience, so he thought that they needed a guy. He adds that this is a new team, and it would be nice for them to have people with martial arts and good experience. Quan says that this is not the best place to talk, but he wants Yung Guan to be with him. The guy replies that he is satisfied with everything, and he is ready. Yung asks will take care of him. The commander also asks the master if he wants to join them. The old man answered him that he was passing and does not like to strain. Manhwa wants to learn from one of the members of the trade association about the best merchant of the Moksan fortress. He confidently claims to be January. It has already been working for 7 generations and has huge skills and talent. They say that the sword made by him can serve for more than 3 years, and no matter how many cattle are cut off, a drop of blood does not stick to the blade. The commander of Bukwan even came to him and asked him to make him a sword. The girl thinks that he is so praised, then he is really good. A member of the association says that if she needs something, be sure to contact him. They come to the blacksmith. A member of the association tells Kuznets that he will soon be forgotten with his hammer. The blacksmith just packed the sword and parallel talks to them. He realized that Mun will be a weapon merchant. The blacksmith heard that she was much bolder than most men. The girl was told that the blacksmith's family made weapons from generation to generation. He confirmed this. His father once made a sword to the emperor. Thanks to this, their family became famous and began to make swords for many warriors. The girl says that they spent a lot of time in order to establish themselves. However, regardless of how generations are replaced, this does not change the fact that weapons are a thing that people kill people. Depending on who uses it, the weapon can be evil or good, so these things cannot be avoided. Weapons will always be associated with murders. The role of a blacksmith is to make a blade so that a person who could use it could feel safe. Even if it is simply used as an interior item, he simply does his work of a blacksmith. The woman asks the old man about the guy who wanted to escape without paying. This is the institution where Jung escaped without paying for dinner when he sat with Manji and the master. Mun will be interested in why Jung is pursuing her. Ma-Jan agrees with her, because at first they caught with him in the lane and at the battle festival. The Quant reminds the girl that it was she who entrusted the recruitment of people. He believes that Jung Guan is very necessary for them. Even if she does not like him, she will change her opinion about Chon. Manhwa tells him to do as he considers necessary, and she also asks what they think about the forge. The guys do not understand why she asks them. She asks them because they use weapons, and asks if he should trust the manufacture of goods. Ma Jan-gi does not mind. He would like to have a good axe. With the weapon that this blacksmith will make, he will be able to kill people in a couple of blows. Quan is sure that he is a good blacksmith, and his beliefs are also true. But it seems to him that they will not pull him. Manji asks him what the problem is. The Kuvan explains to him that not every fighter can afford the weapon of this blacksmith. To make a good weapon, you need time and money. In addition, in a critical situation, no one will think about the murder of the enemy. Everyone will be busy with the salvation of their life. And for mass production, a spear and onions with arrows are better suited than a sword. Jung adds that during the battle, half of the soldiers lose their weapons, so those who usually pick up or use the weapons of the dead do not make sense to use such expensive weapons. If a person comes out with an expensive sword, then he is immediately attacked. Mon will also think so. It is better for them to choose a weapon that will not be expensive, durable, and easy to use. Ma-Jan says that he has a friend in the village not far from here. It makes and sells agricultural equipment. It can make 100 sickles at the same time. The girl became interested. Quan says Moon will that if she is interested, they can send someone for him. She says that you need to go personally because this person can become a very important link in their business. Tomorrow they will go after him. Jung persuades Quan to take him with them. The Kuvan agrees. In the heavenly city of love, at night before leaving, the lady anxiously asks Moon the will about the duration of her trip. The girl, having gathered on the road, calmly replies that the road will take about 10 days. The lady expresses her concern about the upcoming event in the heavenly city of love, and offers to entrust his holding by the Suras. Moon will, trying to reassure the mistress, assures her that the Suras, despite his fussiness and some frivolity, is an executive and responsible person who will cope well with the task. The mistress admits that she is concerned not only to the success of the banquet, but also by the safety of Monval herself. She anxiously in her voice asks why the girl makes her worry so much every time. She persistently asks Mon will be careful and avoid any troubles on the way. Madame orders Mon will in the event of a danger to run away immediately without hesitation for a second. The girl assures that everything will be in order and she will not be in trouble. The mistress agrees with her, noting the mind and will of Monval. She goes to take the bath and go to bed. The lady asks Mon will go to her to say goodbye to her in the morning before leaving. Mon will, noticing Zhong, asks why she does not leave. The girl replies that she will remain with her in the heavenly city of love. Mon will, wanting to be alone, says that Zhong does not understand the experiences. Zhong asks if she will remain in the heavenly city of love after the founding of her own fortress. The girl replies that she has a good reputation and connection here, and her family also lives. Zhong asks, isn't Yongguan not her family? She understands why Moon Wol hates Chon, but he returned from the battlefield alive to meet her. Zhong asks if Moon saw his wounds. It is difficult to survive with such wounds. The guy fought 10 years to see his sister. It is not clear to her why, after all this, men will not treat him better. Memoirs of Moon will. Little Young, reassuring his sister, promises that he will bring their mother, and asks not to cry, saying that his father will return soon. The girl begs him not to leave. The father orders to go to his grandmother, and he promises to find Yung Guan. The girl, in tears and despair, is left alone. Myun Wol says Zhong that she does not know anything about her, and asks if she slept with Yong. The girl, shocked by this question, indignantly replies that this is nonsense. Mun Will reproaches her for climbing into foreign family affairs, since she has already gathered to become a demolition. Mun says, Zhong, who grew up in a prosperous family, will never understand her, a man who traded his body for survival. The girl tells her difficult story. Because of her good older brother, the mother left, her father died, she lost her family and was sold to vile people. She had to deal with those who bought her for money, tolerate humiliation and appeal, as with an animal, in exchange for food. Mun will live in hell because she wanted to die but could not do it. She asks Zhong if she understands her feelings. Zhong, shocked by what he heard, is silent. Myun Wol says that Zhong does not dare to judge other people's suffering when she grew up in a good family. She, full of resentment and pain, says that it does not matter who has suffered more. Everyone has their own pain threshold. The next day, early in the morning, they set off for a friend of Ma Jan. He says that he grew up in a small mountain village where the war was in full swing. His father, knowing martial arts, was called up for war. Due to hunger and devastation, he fled from the city with his comrades and formed a squad of the Mercers to survive. They hoped to get food and protection, entering the command of the clan. But it was very difficult for them, because the detachment consisted only of young guys, inexperienced and weak. Every day they went out onto the battlefield, where dangers and death were in wait for them, and they always received only arrows in the back. Initially, there were 20 of them, but then only 4 people remained. Therefore, Majan decided to leave this business and go to the battle festival, try his luck, and earn money. After a meeting with Hyonin, an experienced and strong warrior, he realized that there are many people stronger in the world, and Quan said that he was just lucky. Now he and his brothers can eat well, live in abundance, marry, and make children, which he had dreamed about for so long. Manji asks why Ma-jan calls the commander Hyun, to which he replies that the commander is stronger than him, and the boy adds why not Ma-jan to call Jungguan Hyun, because he defeated him. Ma-jan objects, saying that he won him, and he is wondering why the commander took this idiot to his team. Jung replies that this idiot is too tough for him. Moon-will tells them to shut up and says to deal with his affairs later, and asks Ma-jan how far the village he spoke about. He answers her that she is already close, and about 6 hours they will be in the village. The Quant offers to take a break if she is tired. Moon agrees. The girl wants to draw a card. She was told that geographical information is very important for management to facilitate trade. They must constantly update it. The security commander observes her. He says that the girl is good in writing. She still has a talent for compiling cards. Manji smashed something in the forest. Quan asks him what was the matter. The boy says he smelled animals in the forest. The commander, listening to sounds, thinks, this is a herd of wild animals. Jung, having a more sensitive hearing, adds that he hears more human voices. Soon they see how wolves are chasing two boys. Children, in horror, think that this is already the end, and wolves will eat them. One of them, stumbling on the stone, falls to the ground. Ma-jan waving his axe. He kills several wolves. He tells the boys to leave. He says they can lose their heads. The guy notices that these wolves have excellent fur. He wants to change the fur on his vest. Ma-jan sees that wolves have martial arts. He feels that energy comes from them. Jungguan and Kuvan use their techniques against animals. Jung did not know that animals could also use martial arts. The commander says that animals also have energy. He says that theoretically this is possible if someone taught them. Quan tells them not to worry. He says to prepare for the attack. He says that it is impossible to make mistakes, otherwise they will bite them. Quan, Ma-jan, and Jung fight wolves. Quan, watching the coordinated actions of the wolves, suggests that it is most likely trained animals. He notices that they fight in an organized manner, as if performing commands, and communicate with each other through howl. The guys decide to surround the children with a dense ring so that the wolves do not have blind zones left, and they could not sneak quietly. Ma-jan is infuriated by these wolves. He with rage breaks the blows of his axe on them, protecting children from their sharp teeth and claws. Jung helps him, telling which the wolves attack from. He tells Ma-jan to beat off attacks from above, and he takes on the defense from below. The guy is easily coordinated and continues the battle. Ma-jan notes that Jung is pretty strong. He is surprised to watch as how cleverly and skillfully Jung fights off the wolves. His movements are accurate and fast. Ma-jan understands that Jung is not a simple guy, and that he has serious combat experience. Quan thinks that if they move along the commands, then they should have a leader. He carefully watches the wolves, trying to determine which of them leads the flock. He notices the largest and strongest wolf, which holds a little aside and gives commands to the rest. He kills the leader of their pack. Quan, having chosen the moment, rushes at the leader and inflicts a mortal blow to him with his sword. The wolf falls dead, and the flock begins to show signs of confusion. The commander says that animals, like people, run away when they kill them, the main thing. Nevertheless, if there were more, it could become a problem, he adds. He orders Chan and Ma-jan to take children and return to Moonwil to ensure their safety. Jung notes that the Kuvan moved very quickly and smoothly, as if dancing. They arrive in the village of Salem, which is located in the mountains. The village is located in a picturesque place surrounded by high mountains and thick forests. Mun asks the children whether this is a village, and the children confirm. Mandy tells the children that they were lucky, because they accidentally saved them, and even brought them to the place that they themselves were looking for. He jokes that this fate brought them to this village. Children notice their father and with a joyful cry run to him. Father says he missed, and says they are safe now. He promises the children that no one else will harm them. Gain Hyun, a man in the village, recognizes Ma-jan Gi. Gain Hyun asks him how he still has not glued his fins and what he was doing here. Ma-jan, in response, says that he managed to survive. But here they are because their chapter has some things. Gain Hyun says, now she has her own fortress, and she is well done. Ma-jan introduces Gain to the course of business, and says that they are here to see the mysterious blacksmith that Gain spoke about earlier. Gain points to the father of the children whom they saved, saying that they will not have to introduce them. He says with a smile that this is the same blacksmith that they are looking for. The father of the children brought by the guys is a mysterious blacksmith and a village headman. Moonwil, apparently, was delighted. Manji tells Chong that, judging by her facial expression, they are really relatives. The blacksmith points to their forge. Myunwol notes that work in the forge is not similar to the one in Moksan, because the sound of a hammer is almost inaudible. She is surprised that the blacksmiths work so quietly and silently. The old man tells her about the forge. Iron ore and other minerals are mined in the nearest coal mines. Imported minerals are extracted by melting metal in the furnace. They blow the air until the flame accepts the blue hue, and heating the metal for a long time so that it becomes liquid. Saying that molten material is poured here and mixed, forming the alloy, the blacksmith indicates a stone long and narrow structure. The old man adds that the iron is very hard, and it is difficult to melt, so they mix it with zinc and lead. After this procedure, the blacksmiths pour everything in shape or put it on the mill wheel. Basically, they produce chains and agricultural tools. The girl asks if they have enough of this. The blacksmith replies that it is with these products that they earn a living. The alloy is not so soft and brittle, so the products differ from the work of other masters. But the material is rough and convenient to use. Because of this, it sells it at a low price. Moonwall considers it effective. She asks if they can produce weapons. She is interested in making a forge to make weapons for her fortress. The old man can produce weapons, but the process is quite expensive, and this is problematic. The girl says, that's why she came. She can invest in the manufacture of weapons for her fortress. Moonwell offers a blacksmith for profitable cooperation. She is ready to provide materials and labor, as well as pay more than he receives now. The blacksmith understands that this is a good offer for them. Besides, he wants to try for his children, but he thinks nothing will work out because the village is under the control of the tiger. They cannot do everything that they please them. This is the nickname of the bandit who occupied their village. He has about 100 minions. Tiger is a cruel and merciless leader of the gang, holding the whole district in fear. He is known for his cruelty and the ability to find a common language with wild animals, which he uses for his own purposes. Residents of the village earn a living by the manufacture and sale of tools for agricultural work. However, now their work is beneficial not to them, but by Tiger and his gang. Manji, Majan, and Jungguan are sitting from below at the table and eat while the children tell them something. The old man says the whole village is occupied and pays tribute. They were forced to make chains for animals, and they also take all agricultural equipment that they produced and sold. In addition, the bandits capture women and children, and men are forced to work. Children in the village are abused, so they run away from here. The blacksmith thanks Moon-Will for saving his children, but this will be repeated again. The girl asks the commander of Kvan how dangerous the bandits are. He says that you need to see them with your own eyes in order to evaluate for sure. The commander considers the strength of animals and bandits unusual. In addition, it is not profitable to fight in the mountains, and also if the wolves they fought with were more, they could not pacify them. There may be too many animals. Moreover, it is more like an army than a simple gang of robbers. They scream in the village that the tiger has come. The old man asks Moon-Will and her people to hide and do not go out for anything. Residents of the village in a panic scatter their homes, hiding from the tiger and his gang. The tiger does not understand why the children were in the village, and why his wolves returned to the half-dead, because these children could not do this with them. He asks the Starom to explain himself. The blacksmith says, the children had to spend the night in the village and return to the bandits again, and a flock of wolves could go somewhere and get lost in the mountains. The leader of the bandits thinks the blacksmith carries nonsense, and as a flock of wolves could get lost in the mountains. It seems to him that the inhabitants of the village hired mercenaries to drive the bandits. He is sure that someone helped the children return to the village, and that it was these mercenaries who killed his wolves. He thinks the mercenaries killed his wolves and saved the children. Meanwhile, Moon-Will and her people hide and watch what is happening. The blacksmith swears that he has nothing to do with the mercenaries, and that the inhabitants of the village are too afraid of the tiger to go against him. One of the mercenaries beats him and says to stand calmly. The tiger does not stand on ceremony with the inhabitants of the village. The tiger believes in any case, people, like animals, need discipline. He believes the blacksmith is lying. He lowered his wolf from the chain. The wolf went to the headman. The old man, trembling with fear, says that he knows nothing. Moon-Will and the security commander observe. The girl wants to help the headman in the conflict. Quan understands there are too many of them. They will not be able to protect Moon-Will if the fight begins. The tiger asks why the headman is trembling. Apparently he knows something, tells him to be honest. He continues to put pressure on the blacksmith, demanding recognition from him. The wolf simply licked the older. The tiger tells him not to kill him because he is a skilled blacksmith. The The leader of the bandits is going to forgive him and will not kill his children, because the inhabitants of the village could not afford to hire mercenaries. But there are a lot of wolves. If a couple of them damped, it's okay. Nevertheless, he will not just leave this. The leader of the bandits cannot just let them go. The children of the blacksmith run to their father and do not want to leave him. Tiger is interesting how much they can get for these children. The wolf wants to attack one of the children. Jung kills him. One of the robbers does not have time to ask him who he is. Ma-Jan interrupts him and hit him in the side. The guys defended the elders and his children. The Kuvan cannot look at it, and when they arrive, he will deal with their behavior. The bandits do not understand who they are and how they dare to protect them. Manhwa leaves and says to throw them weapons and listen to it. The tiger does not understand that such a girl as Moon has forgotten in this village. The girl seems to him, she claims that there was a misunderstanding. The leader of the bandits realized that the employees of Manhwa killed his wolves. The girl assures that it was all in the framework of self-defense. She gives a slap in the face of Chan and says, he defiled the master with his behavior. Moon will play the scene, demonstrating anger at his subordinates. Moon will offers a tiger generous compensation for the dead wolves, emphasizing that he takes responsibility for the actions of his people. The girl bowed and apologizes to him and says to Ma-Jan and Chan why they are standing. The guys obeyed her and worshipped. Jung and Ma-Jan, following the instructions of Moon, will demonstrate humility and express their respect to the leader of the bandits. Moon will be interested in the blacksmiths of this village, and also wants to talk with him a little. The girl wants to make an offer that will interest him. The tiger is intrigued with the words of Manhwa and suggests that her offer can be very profitable for him. He agrees to listen to the proposal of Manhwa, showing interest in her words. Quan reassures Chan, reminding him that, thanks to the intervention of Mun, they managed to avoid serious troubles. Jung admits his mistake, he almost destroyed all of them. But the guy cannot understand why Cho-san did not feel anything, hitting him. The head of the Forest Tiger Detachment has not seen weapons from the time of the fair. The girl is interested in whether he had never done the affairs of the country. The man worked on the northern border with a neighboring country. At that time, these sellers only did that they robbed them. They brought with them unusable goods and pushed it to them, knocked out money by force. That's why the head of the detachment threw them to eat the wolves. The wolves enjoyed the glory. The girl realized that he began to get along with the wolves for a long time. In a neighboring country, they knew very well how to tame animals. And he already learned this from them when the head of the detachment taught the beasts to knock tribute from people. He realized that the wolves could be devoted to people. He invites the girl to leave empty conversations later, and is interested in what they did on his territory. Mun will seek a weapons master who can make a lot of inexpensive and durable weapons. The girl realized that with sufficient finances, the blacksmith would be able to get up to work, but she did not know that the village is under the control of a detachment of forest tigers. Mun will offers a deal to their chapter and promises noble wealth. She assures that he will receive the title of the Great Rich, and he will only have to collect the acquired tribute and money from sales of weapons. The head of the detachment believes. The girl understands such things. The man offers her to discuss such big things behind a glass of some strong alcohol. He asks not to refuse her invitation to their mountain bar. The guards of Mun will be suspicious of Tiger, seeing in him a dangerous and unpredictable person. The girl agrees to his proposal and bows to him, calling him the leader. She would like to go there this very minute. But the girl needs to put herself in order, and the detachment of forest tigers prepare for guests. Manhwa does not want to appear in front of the leader in such a bad form. The man says she should prepare and leave his detachment here, and when the fees end, let him lead them to the mountains. She can take the rest. Quan says what Jung and Ma-Jan are idiots. The commander of the detachment reports Chan and Ma-Jan and assures that all the children could be eaten by wolves. If not for Manhwa, they would have to fight with these robbers. Jung apologizes to them and assures that Ma-Jan is not to blame. Seeing the older, the memoirs of the past flashed in the guy. Ma-Jan says, the guy acted bravely. If he hadn't stood up to their defense, Ma-Jan still rushed forward. The guy first did not want to call Chan Henny, but now he realized Jung is a good guy. Quan tells the guys about the difficulty of the situation, because judging by the fact that the detachment of forest tigers left a group of their people with them, which means that they do not trust them, and there are not few enough among them. The commander invites them to simply wait for the return of Manji. Jung is surprised at the disappearance of Manya and does not understand where he could go. Manji is in the bandit camp, and he does not like this situation. The guy is a little scary. A couple of hours ago, Manhwa, when it did not seem to the bandits, asks Manji to go to chase them and scout the situation. One of the overseers beats the child for his attempt to escape and threatens to kill his father. Mandy sees how brutally they treat captive children and understands that they are in a serious danger. The guy realized that the bandits were captured by villagers and forced them to mine minerals in mines. They specially built live power plants in coal mines. The overseer orders the children to wipe the snot and live alive. They will be faded all night. The boy reassures his friend, telling him not to cry, otherwise they will be killed. Children live in constant fear and understand that any disobedience can cost them life. Manji followed what was happening and decided to take his legs out of there. The guy stumbles upon the wolf farms of the bandits, as Yongguan suggested. There are a lot of them. Manji cannot even count. There are about 300 of them. The boss of the bandits orders his subordinate to feed the wolves and tell the village women to prepare everything for the arrival of the guests. The leader believes that Moon will make a very tempting offer, and the rest of the women always speak nonsense, in his opinion. But they can follow her advice, because they have nothing to lose. The tiger discusses with the advisor the proposal of Moon volume. Since the girl is ready to pay a lot of money and buy a weapon, then it will only be on hand, and if suddenly they have a good relationship with the army, it will be possible to return to their ranks again. His advisor asks the leader what they will do if Moon and her campaign turn out to be scammers. The boss replies that he will just finish them. They will cut and scrap the guys to the wolves, and they will take the girl to their fun. The bandits notice traces. Mandy becomes scary, because he sits on a tree near them. The leader of the leader suggests that this is a cat. The boss does not like cats, and he prefers wolves, and he also orders the subordinate to increase expenses. The tiger does not attach importance to the traces, believing that this is just a cat. Mandy thinks it's time to melt from there, because the situation becomes dangerous. In the darkness, someone's yellow eyes are flickered, watching Manji's departing. The bandits blushed and say Moon and her campaign to hit the road. It seems that they blushed from the beauty of Moon Will, the girl informed that she had committed preparations. Probably the bandits were struck by the beauty of Moon Vola. The campaign, along with the bandits, went to their camp. Moon Will and her detachment, accompanied by bandits, are sent to the tiger lair. Last night, before going to the mountains, bandits ordered the wolf to bring them food. Manji, having successfully completed his mission, returns to Moon Will with important information about the bandit camp. He tells everything that he saw and heard, sharing his observations and conclusions. The girl praises him for espionage and wants to make sure that he was not noticed. Quan, no matter how much he thought, thinks there was a bad idea to go there. After Mande's detailed story about what he saw in the bandit camp, the Quanta is even more strengthened in his opinion that they need to leave this place as soon as possible. Jung is also against this venture, the thought that his sister will share the table with such bastards. The girl does not think that the bandits must be harmful to them. If what Mandy heard, however, then this deal will be beneficial to the head of the bandits and his minions. Moon will not want to miss this opportunity. She wants to learn how to make inexpensive weapons. And if it turns out, then at the same time treat animals. You can definitely cash in her opinion. The girl understands the danger, but she wants to prepare for the worst outcome of the possible. Now Moon wants to share his opinion and then listen to the opinion of the guys. Before making a final decision, Myun Wol wants to share his thoughts with Kavan and Jeon, as well as listen to their opinion. She appreciates their experience and knowledge and wants them to take part in making a decision. The next day, the campaign arrived at the gangster camp. Quan does not like the weather, and at the bottom of this career, even after the day around it is dark. The bandit that leads them also notes that it will rain soon and tells them where to go. If you cross the coal shaft and go down, the mountain garden will appear. The conductor explains that the tiger camp is located in the so-called mountain garden, which is located at the bottom of the career, behind the coal mine. Mun Will and her detachment see how exhausted old people and children, whom bandits use as slaves, work in the mine. The bandit notices her dissatisfaction. He thinks she does not like it. The girl denies. She believes that this is quite effective. Mun Will, on the contrary, believes that the use of slave labor is a very effective way to make a profit. She sees nothing bad in this and considers it quite justified. A long working day, no salary. And if something happens to them, they can simply be thrown away. It seems convenient to manage them. Jung looks at her silently, because she was a slave. Moon Will cynically talks about the advantages of slave labor. A long working day, the lack of the need to pay salaries, the opportunity to easily get rid of unnecessary workers. The bandit realized that Moon will know all the pluses of slaves, and they cannot be perceived for people. The bandit conductor understands that Manhwa is well aware that slaves are not people, but only a tool for profit. He sees in her a man who is deprived of compassion for slaves and treats them as things. The girl agrees with his opinion and repeats that slaves are non-humans. Manhwa once again confirms his cynical attitude towards slaves, agreeing with the opinion of a bandit guide. She recalls her childhood, and she, as no one else, knows well what it is to be a slave. Jung also recalls his childhood in military slavery. He sympathizes with the slaves whom he sees in the camp of bandits. Quan notices many predators and considers it very frightening. Wolves bargaining at Manhwa and her campaign. The bandit says that the animals greet so, and usually they sit still with fear. But they dared, sensing guests. He also talks about their good qualities. But they need a trainer. He believes that it is necessary to trade with the breeders of wolves in the form of mercenaries than just selling animals. But this is already to discuss Manhwa with the boss of the bandits. Before the bridge, she is told to go further than one, and to leave her people to leave a weapon and go to rest. Ma-Jian is worried. The girl tells him not to worry and just wait for her. The girl has already gone, but Yungguan asks her to stop and wait. The guy took her hand and stands silently. The bandit tells them what they are doing and asks the girl to go faster. The leader of the bandits compliment the girl, saying she was like a goddess who descended from heaven. He organized a feast for her and claims that food is not poisoned specifically for her. The girl notices the joy of the leader of the bandits. Manhwa notes that the tiger is very happy about her arrival, and that he is clearly configured in a friendly way. The man asks her to sit down, but he doesn't know if the girl can drink, because it's easier to conduct a conversation with drunk. Manhwa replies that she is not a professional in this matter, but she can drink a little. The girl offers him to clink. He is already beginning to like her. They drink for himself. They have been drinking for an hour. The girl liked the drink, and she pours more. The leader says he knows how they can relax, and asks how drunk the girl is. She replies a little drunk. Manhwa is interested in how drunk the tiger is. The boss of the bandits stares at the chest of Manhwa. The leader says that he could no longer restrain himself after this, and he met her not just to chat and drink. He offers her to become closer. Manhwa unexpectedly kisses the tiger, which leads him into complete confusion. He is not in the taste of Manhwa. The girls need to take care and tame, and not grossly take it. The boss of the bandits agrees with her opinion. The girl leads an internal monologue and knows that no matter how skillful the master is, if this is a man, then there is no one who would be vigilant in bed with a woman. After that, the girl pierces the throat of the leader with a dagger, who seemed to give her a brother. Before sending bandits to the camp, no matter how much the girl wanted this deal, these people do not fit them. They earn money not for people, but Moon, on the contrary, uses people in order to earn money, so they should do the first to do something. Quan realized that the girl wants to attack the first on the bandits. Moon will understand that wealth is easier to make by peaceful coexistence than due to slave labor, of course. This is quite dangerous. But if this village gains independence, then this will be beneficial to officials. She orders Mandy to cook everything while they go to the camp and then catch up with them. Moon will instruct Manya to prepare everything necessary for their plan while they are sent to the bandit camp. The girl apologizes for drawing the guys into this. They say to protect their duty. Moon will tells him to be round so that the bandits do not suspect anything. Moon will apologizes to his people for enduring their danger, but they reply that their duty is to protect it. She asks them to be careful and not to arouse suspicion among the bandits. Everyone except Manhwa and Chan left the building. All members of the detachment, except Manhwa and Chan, leave the building, preparing for the implementation of the plan. The girl asks Chan why he doesn't come out and what he needs. The guy sits motionless. Manhwa notes that Jung remained in the building and asks him what he needs. The guy sits silently, not moving. The guy still does not like her plan. He killed so many times, so it is better if he does it, because she can envelop her fear at the most crucial moment. In fact, many suffer collapse and die. He is scared for his sister. The girl says that only now he remembered this, and began to take care after he left her in childhood. The guy wants to make excuses, but the girl interrupts him and says to do her job and not interfere in her affairs. She, as the head of the detachment, should set an example, and people will not follow her if she herself will sit in a safe place. And Manhwa is ready to put his life on the sake of this large-scale business. The time has come to go to her as a real leader. The girl does not understand why Jung thought that she was in the first, because the girl could already find herself in such a dangerous situation before. She leads to the fact that he himself once escaped from her, selling some bastards. She asks him, wasn't it a mistake to save the elder's children? As he said during the day, the guy does not understand her. That is why she gave him a slap in the face. Cho-san just hopes for his understanding. Young is shocked by the story of Manhwa about her past, and that she had to endure. The younger comrades of Ma do not understand how they will be without weapons. Ma tells them not to worry, and when the signal will get, they will take it away, and says to go to one of their friends in the foothills, because it is easier to survive there. If anything, the commander Quan will help them out, but for some reason he is shaking. Ma is worried about him, and he is slightly worried. And when he does not have weapons in his hands tremble. Quan says these are trifles, and let them not pay attention. From the fact that Myung pierced the throat of the leader of the bandits, he knocked over the food. His people noticed how their boss fell to the floor, and rushed to the girl. She gives a Mandy signal, and he jumped on top of the tent and threw everything with smoke grenades. In smoke and confusion, bandits cannot understand what is happening and lose their orientation. Young scatters these bandits using his combat techniques. One of the main bandits realized that Moon and her campaign planned this in advance, and orders to release wolves and protect the boss. Ma went to look for a weapon and told his comrades to rest. While Jung fights with bandits, Quan asks him to give him a weapon while the wolves gnaw at his clothes. Ma says to calm down his comrades. Young is fighting with the leader of the leader, and he whistles to call the wolves. One of the wolves, who arrived at the help of an advisor, is biting Youngguan for a previously bandaged hand, inflicting a new wound to him. The commanders of the left and right detachment of forest tigers, Heyman and Sagaj, taught wolves to fight, and Chong could not resist them. It turns out that the wolves with whom Jung fights were trained in combat equipment, Heyman and Siji, commanders of the forest tigers detachments. Jung understands that it will be very difficult for him to resist these specially trained animals. Jung realizes that if he does not come up with something urgently, then the wolves will tear him and his comrades into pieces. Suddenly, smoke appears from above the mountain, and a cry of robbers is heard. The men from the village came to the rescue and want to save their families. The inhabitants of the village, seeing what was happening in the bandit camp, decide to come to the rescue of Manhwa and her detachment. The inhabitants of the village at the head of Manji were preparing for battle. Manji, gathering around him the inhabitants of the village, discusses the plan of action against the bandits. First of all, they gathered all poisonous and very smelling herbs in the district and all those that are similar to red pepper. It would still be nice for them to have gunpowder. Manji does not understand why the mine is needed. If there is no gunpowder in it, he did not think that they would have to get into a fight. So he did not take smoke bombs with him. But, given that the wolves have a sharp scent, a mixture of herbs can be confused. In a letter to Manhwa, addressed to the headman, the girl wrote that she could not meet personally because of the robbers in the forest. He could not read a couple of hieroglyphs, but generally understood. It says that the girl will clear the forest tomorrow, and the inhabitants of the village, asking for help, uncertainly reads the elder. Manji asks if they will fight with them. Manji turns to the headman with the question of whether they will fight with Manhwa against the bandits. The guy asks for help, because they do not want to die. The headman does not confidently answer him that they will not give the guys help. Speaking of cleanliness, the village really needs help, but the headman does not know what to do. He is even ashamed to remember how he had to escape from there with his family. He could absolutely not affect the situation. The elder asks why Mun will have the will to risk her life at all. The girl took over the whole initiative, but to say that she is ready for battle, it is nothing to say nothing. Surely her memories of how she lost her family does not let her tell her. Besides, she, like no one else, knows what it was to be in slavery. Mun will sell into slavery in order to deprive her of the possibility of inheritance. Manji spreads them everything and does not know how to keep his mouth behind her teeth. Hearing the story of Manji about Manhwa and her difficult past, other men in the village offer him their help in the fight against bandits. Currently, wolves and bandits are coughing and do not understand what kind of smoke it is. Manhwa and Mandy are happy that the spices worked even better than they thought. There are not many of them, so this is not a fatal dose for humans. One of the servants of Mun will help her leave a smoky place so that she does not suffer from the influence of herbs. Jung continues to fight wolves using his combat skills and techniques. One of the bandits still hurts the guy, because before that, Jung lost his vigilance after the wolf bit him by the leg. Jung reproaches the bandit that he fights dishonestly, using wolves instead of fighting his own hands. Ma-jun covers Chon, giving him a debt for the fact that Jung saved him last time. Jung and Ma-jun, combining their efforts, continue to fight wolves and bandits, using their combat skills and techniques. Jung asks Ma-jian where the others went, and he replies to him that the younger ones went in search of weapons and Commander Quan. The guy did not understand why they are looking for Kavan. Ma-jana himself does not know anything. They said that they would explain everything later. The entrance to the mining village, the headman tells everyone, free their families and return to the village, and the rest to divide and set fire to the grass around the camp to create even more chaos and disorient the bandits. The bandits, noticing the approach of the inhabitants of the village, try to prevent them from. They want to chop off their legs and arms to women and children, so that they disappear all thoughts about the escape. At this moment, a Quanta comes to the aid of the village, who regained his spear. The bandits noticed him and remembered that he had just sat before while the wolves bit him, and he was not a threat. The bandits, mocking Kvan, say that they are very scared from his appearance, emphasizing his apparent helplessness. The Quant, armed with a spear, gains self-confidence. He feels much calmer and more confident than without weapons. The guy's eyes lit up. He intends to deal with all the bandits what is there. They rushed at him and tell him not to be so arrogant because he will not succeed. The basics of ownership of the spear went from possession of a stick, even with a simple stick. The strength of the master does not change, says the Quant. When it comes to his loved ones, no one will remain unpunished. In the turmoil of the battle, the bandits did not notice how Ma Jian and Yong disappeared from sight. At the first opportunity, the guys fled to the smoke. One of the commanders tells the other to stay alert, because they can attack suddenly at any moment. The wolves became furious because of the smoke and hide in this smoke curtain, reports one of the ordinary bandits. She, the captain of the right detachment of the bandits, tells the captain of the left detachment Heyman to go to their boss, while he is dealing with everything here. The bandits underestimate Kavan, considering him a simple guy from a mountain village, not capable of serious resistance. The wolves were useless, but be that as it may, the bandit does not believe that the inhabitants of the village were able to easily deal with them. The commanders of the detachments, realizing that the Kuvan poses a serious threat, order one of their subordinates to go to the boss, while they themselves try to cope with him. They notice that not the inhabitants of the village defeated the bandits and wolves, but Quan, they realized. The Quant is a real master. One of them understood it is necessary to direct all the forces to destroy it because, it seems, there is no enemy with whom the Kuvan could not cope. A detachment of bandits, having received an order from the commanders, goes to the barracks of their boss. Ma Jian and Jung, meanwhile, are preparing for the bandits who are heading for the barracks of their boss. Jung is worried about Kvan, because those two commanders are quite strong. Ma Jian flutters his doubts, because he fought with the Kvan and knows that he could overcome 100 warriors with a spear. The plan of the guys worked. They beat the detachment that was sent to the barracks of the bandits' boss. Jung noticed that something went wrong. Ma Jian is interested in what was the matter. The guy noticed that the murder did not go as planned, because the corpse of the boss was not here. At this time, Manji leads Mon Will from the battlefield and they begin to climb up the mountain. They decide to rise higher and take refuge in the forest in order to observe the pursuers from there and be safe. Everything goes wrong as she planned. She had to go to Kavan and the rest, go to the village and save the inhabitants. She thought that she would last until Manji would reinforce from the fortress of Moksan. However, their battle dragged on, and Mandy asks her how to be now. Now they have no choice and just go to the meeting point. At this moment, the boss of the bandits suddenly appears and throws Mandy's aside, and Mon will be strongly grabbing the throat and presses to the tree. Manji lies unconscious. The leader tells the girl that she is quite dangerous and almost killed him. The leader of the bandits admits that Mon Volol was close to killing him. He says that he is ashamed of the fact that he, such an experienced warrior, was almost killed by a simple stilettos. He sober up thanks to her and notices her mind. The girl is already blue from his capture by the neck. The leader of the bandits asks his detachment, who came to him, "How are things with the inhabitants of the village and their herbs?" Residents of the village set fire to plants and put smoke curtains. The smell drove the wolves crazy. They cannot fight. According to the sounds, the bandit seems that the remaining soldiers are fighting in smoke. The boss is angry and does not understand how the inhabitants of the village rebelled against him, and the wolves have not yet torn to pieces. He asks to release him. It is not clear who was talking about, but the bandits were wary and ask if he is sure. The boss says not to argue and execute the order. Even feeding them animals is too light death for these rebels. He will feed the rest to the wolves, and he will still save Munwil. The leader of the bandits intends to preserve the life of Munwil in order to subject it to painful torture and humiliation. He wants to break her spirit and bring to the point that she herself will pray for death. Ma Jian and Young came to the rescue. Ma Jian grabs the boss of the bandits. Young, seeing Munwil, rushes to her and begins to check her condition, making sure that she was alive and did not receive serious wounds. Ma Jian assures the guys that he will cope with the boss of the bandits and asks them to leave. The leader is barely alive. He will cope with him and catch up with them. Mon Valol tells Chong that a couple of children went to the cage, and their trump card is hidden in their sleeve. The guys should prevent a massacre in the village before the situation does not aggravate. Young is going to check that detachment and tells Moon to take Manji and leave. Ma-Jan and the leader of the bandits, clinging in a deadly battle, roll down the slope of the mountain, continuing the fierce struggle. Women and children hid from the bandits. The bandits do not like the boss's order to release a trump card from the cage. Young caught up with them. 2 of them fled to the cage. They realized Young pursued them all this time. The bandits are going to open the doors. In the dark, their scream is heard. They say not to suit him. Young understands that he acted correctly, sending Munvol and Manja away from this dangerous place. Young realizes that the trump card, which is contained in the cage, is not the opponent whom he can defeat alone. A huge tiger jumps out of the darkness on Chan, the same trump card which the bandits were so afraid of. Horror covers the hearts of women and children at the sight of a huge tiger, which suddenly appeared in front of them. The wolves bark at the tiger. Young took a fighting rack. Now the bandits have trained wolves, but initially they tamed mountain tigers, but they stopped obeying, and they had to lock them. After these words, the tiger with his paw blows the head of the bandit. The tiger eats wolves, and Young with sarcasm thanked the bandit for the story. The tiger, not paying attention to the bandits, is pounced on the wolves and quickly dealt with them. The guy wants to calm down, because he has repeatedly seen people kill animals. However, the tiger sharply rushed at him and pressed to the ground. Young feels his heaviness. Young does not have time to gather his thoughts. The tiger suddenly rushes at him and falls to the ground. With the help of martial arts, he throws the tiger to the side. Young, however, does not give up. The tiger is heavy and fast. Its attacks resemble the attacks of those trained wolves, but it is much larger and stronger. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the village, taking advantage of the turmoil, penetrate the building with the cells where their families are contained. Families reunited, and they were lucky that they are alive. The tiger wants to attach to people. Young, holding the tiger, tells them to leave, because he cannot restrain him for a long time. The tiger, despite all the efforts of Chan, is stronger. He rakes the guy under himself with his powerful paw. Residents of the village run away, and one of them asks Chan to hold their breath, because he wants to throw a bomb from herbs. In smoke, Young hit the tiger in the stomach, because the beast disoriented. The guy noticed a weak place. If he goes on, then he will have a chance of victory. But the tiger releases air from its mouth and accelerates all the smoke. Young is amazed. He did not expect animals capable of this. The tiger throws the guy with a blow of his head. Even though the guy tried to block him, he still flew far. He flew into the ceiling and touched the roof. The tiger, without stopping at this, jumps to Chong, breaks through the roof, and grabs the guy with his mouth. Moon will at this time carries Mandy and asks him to come to his senses, and Majane fights with the head of the bandits. The leader of the bandits, taking advantage of his advantage, inflicts a series of blows with fists. Ma-Jan wants to apply a reception using his axe, but the bandit blocks his blow with a chain, preventing him from moving. However, the leader of the bandits is more agile. The guy tries to resist, so that the chain does not strangle his throat. The leader tells him at the time when he was the commander of the whole company, he interrupted a bunch of people like him. After 20 years of service, Ma-Jan had no chance to even injure him. The boss of the bandits is not so old that some ragged won him. Ma-Jan, taking advantage of the moment, presses on the wound in the throat of the leader of the bandits, which was inflicted on him by Munvol. From pain, the leader of the bandits weakens the grip, and Ma-Jan gets the opportunity to break out of his capture. The guy wants to finish off the old man with a strong blow of his leg on the skull, but the bandit evades his blow. Now, without regrets, Ma-Jan intends to send a bandit to hell and occupied a combat rack. Ma-Jan and the leader of the bandits fight on fists. They exchange a series of powerful blows, fighting superiority. The leader says what Ma-Jan ignorant. The leader of the bandits, taking advantage of the moment, knocks Ma-Jan from his feet and inflicts several cruel blows to him with his foot. In a desperate attempt to turn the stroke of the battle, Ma-Jan suddenly grabs the leader of the bandits for his hair braided in the tail. Men roll down the cliff with a drag. The leader of the bandits, freed from the capture of Ma-Jan, inflicts a strong blow to him in the stomach, throwing him aside. He also wants to strike him with his hand, but Ma-Jan confidently blocks him and grabs his hand. The bandit notices the stubbornness of the guy. Ma-Jan knows one secret about endurance, but now his turn to show your hidden skills. Ma-Jan inflicts a series of blows on him and wants to finally kill him. The bandit throws the guy in capture, saying no matter what form he is, the guy will never defeat him for anything. Ma-Jan is trying to bite his leg, but the bandit in response breaks his ankle, and now the guy does not escape. The leader of the villain wants to end the guy and tells him not to move. At this critical moment, Munvolol comes to the rescue of Moen. Moen will, without losing a second, grabs a large stone, and force him with force on the head of the leader of the bandits, killing him on the spot. 6 years ago, the memories of the bandit. He talks about a guy who was very overestimated, but in fact he turned out to be a weak. Well, in the end, war is about theft. All the soldiers rob the villages to him for glory. The leader of the bandits explains to the commander-in-chief that if he does not rob civilians, then his detachment will not have enough funds and food to continue the war. But the commander replies that the tiger will be displaced from his post, and those who are engaged in looting will be expelled from the army. The tiger will recall him, saying that you should not expel them, in which case you need to give a tigra all the old people. The commander-in-chief, despite the objections of the tiger, remains adamant in his decision, and intends to punish the looters and expel them from the army. The tiger does not understand why it became so sharply hot, it seems. This is the power of the commander-in-chief. He does not understand why he remembered this defeat. It seems that he is still conscious. The girl asks Ma John whether he was in order. The guy answered positively. She tells him to take the bandit's body and go to the others, but the guy is not sure, because he has a boat broken. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the village tell a blacksmith with his children to leave, because Jung and Tiger are fighting nearby. Children for Chan. One of them is afraid of him and the tiger, because the guy is all wounded in bandages. But the old man says they should still resist. Jung, having gathered all his strength, delivers a powerful blow to the tiger, using his inner energy. The tiger, despite the blow received, is too strong. He grabs Chan with his tail by the neck, squeezing it stronger. Despite the losses, the commanders of gangster detachments continue to stubbornly fight against Quan. The Quant, using martial arts, spreads them along with wolves to the sides. Suddenly, the Quant is injured in the shoulder from a few arrows released from the shelter. The bandits want to call another detachment of wolves. They want to defeat Quan. Without any order, the wolves attack him randomly, but in an organized manner. If the bandits had archers, they would have killed the guy. He tried to hide from them, but it turned out to be difficult. Quan does not know how much more he was. The Quang cuts one in half and cuts off the leg of the second commander of the robbers. Despite the wounds and fatigue, the Quant continues to fight. Others say to continue to attack him because he will soon get tired and collapse to the ground from powerlessness. Then they will need to quickly finish it off. The guy stops the spear in a centimeter from the eyes of the one who speaks these words. Quan is a little tired of their happiness, but he wants to quickly finish everything. It seems that the bandits see their defeated boss and shocked from what they saw. Jung is still fighting with a tiger. He recalls the master's words that he should train himself externally and internally. A strong body and skills are needed to disclose superhuman abilities. The guy knows about it and trains in his free time. The old man says this is good, but it is even an idiot if you make at least a drop of effort. The martial arts are endless, and the master even at his age can destroy a man of a strong man like a stone. The guy wants to tell him something, but he says the old man will not understand him. The master tells him to start telling. The basis of this state is nutrition. In other words, it is the skill of attacks, says the master. The old man tells him the technique, which quickly copes with the attacks of the enemy, is the blows of vital organs that can instantly pacify the enemy. The movements that are able to defeat the enemy are stronger than him. He also needs a strategy to win a detachment of opponents, at times less for your allies, emphasizes the master. You need to hone your skills in order to overcome your limit, and only then can you use your entire strength, says the master. That is why warriors must hone their skills hundreds and thousands of times. Otherwise, a person without skill is no different from the beast. After that, the guy attacks all the vital places and pain points of the tiger, but the animal does not like this. He resists. He left only one powerful blow to finish it off. But the tiger does not give up and strongly throws the guy to the wreckage of the roof. The tiger scratches Chan's chest to the blood. The guy does not want to die like that and holds his head with his hand. Suddenly, the predator covers completely with chains. Residents of the village arrived at the rescue. All together pull the chains to help the guy. The tiger growls and tries to break out of the chains. The headman of the village says to rise to the guy and leave. Jung, taking advantage of the moment, inflicts the last deadly blow. After the death of the leader, the bandits in a panic fled. Manhwa is surprised by this outcome, but the Quant explains that this is a common phenomenon for small detachments, where the death of a leader leads to chaos. The Manhwa detachment discovers the inhabitants of the mountainous village, who assist Chong in the fight against the tiger. District residents joining efforts, pulling the chains to immobilize an angry tiger. Jung makes a decisive blow to the tiger's stomach, using all his remaining forces. Ma-jan, having been injured, with difficulty standing on his feet, but rejoices in the victory over the bandits. Jung, having defeated the tiger, loses consciousness, and the body of the beast falls on him. The rusticans get a guy from under the tiger, but his whole body is wounded. He should help and treat the wounds with alcohol. The elder of the village expresses gratitude to Manhwa for the liberation of their village from the bandits. The girl also emphasizes their fate. If not for the inhabitants of the village, her team would be in danger. The elder of the village shows Mun the will of the chain made in their forge. He says that they made all the metal products that the bandits used. Moonwill understands that these products can be useful for its business. The girl trusts the work of the elder, so she will be able to earn even more money. 10 days later, Moonwill returns to the heavenly city of love, where they are looking forward to her. Moonwill appears in front of the people meeting her, looking fresh and rested. Kwan and Jun are standing on the watchman near the entrance. Kwan is disappointed in these high-ranking people, but the girl is already used to it. The Kwant apologizes for his ignorance. He appears to her. The girl also tells about herself. She is an assistant to the head of the heavenly city of love, Jung Jung. Kwan thinks that the girl is a pupil of the Sword of the Apostle. She should look after Kizan's house. Jung learned from Manji. Kwan played an important role in the last expedition. He is modest and says that he simply did his job. The girl had not yet seen his skill in the possession of a spear. She asks for sparring in her free time. He responds positively. The guy himself does not against sparring. Kwan thinks a girl out of the family. They have so many children, so it is quite possible that she is their daughter. High-ranking guests welcome Moonwill and are interested in her trip. Moonvold replies that she went on business, and guests are interested in what kind of goods it will trade. Jung Yong, the main in the celestial city of love, is watching a girl, and she has a feeling that men are serving Moonwill, and not her. The girl tells Consul Chan Anu that his story was very interesting, the one where he studied day and night in a difficult atmosphere with classmates. The man is surprised and does not remember that he told her his name and position. He thinks to tell this story to another girl. The consul says that his brother also graduated from the School of Diplomacy, and this is the pride of their family. He must be a really good person, praises him as a consul. The girl is interested in what kind of person he asks to tell him in more detail. The next day, Moon will visit his enterprise and is interested in the progress of affairs. Workers want to make something similar chainmail. However, given the cost and manufacturing time, the worker made a trial copy from paper and cotton. Munwil wants to take into account the combat experience of the assistant chief of staff. The Kuvan notes the good quality of the product, but doubts that the elite troops will like it. Moonwill replies that it does not matter, since for them there is so much being made. The master together with Yong work at the enterprise. One old man says not to see them salaries with such a success. Moonwill is interested in what the master and Young are doing. Kwan explains that he brought the master since he needs work. The Kuvan proposed to dismiss the master and Chan for bad work, as he believed that they only spend money on Munvol. Mun will agree with his assistant. Mungwol told Mun that during their absence there were a lot of people who wanted to work at the enterprise, which spoke about its growing popularity. Mungwol said Mun that 23 people are now working in the enterprise, which meant an increase in production capacities. Munwil, delighted by the news, said that she needed to leave and asked to prepare a group of 10 companies for her trip. Monvol answered Kwan's question that she received a letter of recommendation, and now that the goods are ready, you need to find a buyer to make a profitable transaction. Manji brought Mun there a kind of item that she asked him to bring, possibly a model of goods or an important document. Monvol asked to convey the form to the accompanying form, as they should look appropriate when visiting the castle in order to make a good impression. The accompanying, changing into the blue uniform, set off on the road, ready to fulfill the order of Munvola. The detachment led by Mun will reach the North Vonsen, the capital of Bukgangfon, where a potential client awaited them. Their client is Chan Ham, an influential official responsible for the recruitment of warriors and the head of the military department. He enjoyed great confidence in the Northern Territories. Mun will first meet with this influential person. Kwan expressed doubt that such a conservative person as Chan Ham would be interested in their goods. However, Monvol was sure that he would not miss the opportunity to gain profit. Mun will explain that their products were not focused on elite troops, but on recruits. Ordinary farmers called up for service. They went to war for the sake of salary and compensation, in need of accessible weapons for survival. The uniform of ordinary forges was too expensive for recruits, but products. The only problem of the company at the moment is competition. But with their current strategy, they have no competitors. They should aim at the market that their competitors and break competitors are not aimed at. They plan to sell weapons and armor directly at the places of collecting conscripts, which was an innovative idea. While they were discussing the strategy, Jung heard the soldiers gossiped about Munvolander. They came to Chanham. He realized that Manhwa proposes to supply weapons to their military department. The girl confirms, Manhwa will come here to ask about it. She wrote all the conditions in the previously sent letter. Chan Ham noted that, despite communication with many suppliers, they still did not have enough equipment for recruits. He believed that it was better to focus on the preparation of cavalry than on equipping mercenaries. He also believed that the waste on the mercenaries was an unacceptable luxury, although he regretted that the soldiers went into battle without proper equipment. Manhwa objected that he misunderstood her and asked to listen to her proposal. The girl asks to look at the prototype of the goods. The man notices that both external and inner robe are present. The old man carefully examines the sword and notes that he looks impressive. Chan Ham pierces the armor. He cannot call it highly high quality, but the armor is quite suitable for use. Manhwa admitted that mercenaries are a luxury, but emphasized that their products offer the ideal ratio of price and quality. She also noted that prices will be individual, and they will not charge a fee from the military department. Chan Ham is interested and asks the girl to continue her speech. Moon will explain that they plan to sell products directly to mercenaries and not supply them. This will allow soldiers to choose the necessary equipment and increase their chances of survival. It will also strengthen the reputation of the soldiers of the Northern River. She emphasized that her company will sell goods to soldiers, and the military department will be able to strengthen its power without additional costs. Chan Ham noted to himself that the proposal of Manhwa was profitable, and although he heard that she was from the heavenly city of love, she did not resemble an ordinary courtesan. He said he needed to think. He suggested Manhwa look around and take a walk to discuss the details later. The girl kindly agrees to his proposal. He is not ready to give her the final answer, but he is interested in the offer and hopes to work with her. The girl is glad of his mood. Manhwa, hiding her excitement, rejoiced to herself. Her financial resources were running out, and the deal with the military department was extremely important. Expenses grew, along with the number of employees. A permanent contract with the military department of the North Vonsen could become a salvation and give an impetus to the development of its enterprise. Mon will feel lonely in her role as a leader. She could not afford to share her anxiety with anyone. Passing by the soldiers, Jung suddenly grabbed one of them by the hand. He noticed how a soldier tried to quietly touch Manhwa. Manhwa, surprised by Chan's sharp action, asked what was happening. Jung looked at the soldier with contempt and explained the situation to Moon. At that moment, another soldier ran up to them and, screaming indignantly, demanded to explain what was happening and how they dare to violate the order in the department. Jung released the soldier's hand and said loudly that he was trying to absently touch Manhwa. The second soldier, who intervened in the situation, was indignantly stated that the soldiers of their department were not capable of such behavior. He asked the soldier accused by Jion if his words were true. He, of course, denied everything, saying that Jung stipulates him. It turned out that the intervened soldier was Chan Sa Khan, the 14th sword of the military department, and the main follower of one of the officers. The noise attracted the attention of Chan Ham, and he went to find out what was happening. Chan Sa Khan, outraged, said that he was offended. He also added that he is the son of Chan Ham. Manhwa, realizing that the situation could harm her deal, hastened to apologize to Chan Ham, and suggested that her assistant might be mistaken. She quietly ordered Chong to apologize immediately. Jung, reluctantly obeying, said that there was a misunderstanding and apologized. The old man speaks unacceptably, so disrespectful to turn to his son. Chan Ham, dissatisfied, said that such a disrespectful attitude towards his son is unacceptable. Although the situation was resolved by Chansa Khan is still not satisfied. Despite the apology, Chansa Khan was still clearly dissatisfied. He turned to his father, asking for advice on what to do in this situation. Chan Sa Khan emphasized that they should resolve the conflict so that both sides are satisfied and that they can disperse friends. Chan Ham, evaluating his son's words, said, "This is a proposal of a real warrior." He proposed to resolve the conflict with the help of sparring in order to maintain friendly relations. The man asks Manhwa whether her assistant agrees to such conditions. The old man, Chan Ham, gives his son, Chan Sa Khan, instruction before the fight, asks him not to discredit the name of the family, recalling the importance of honor and dignity. Majan does not understand what the problem is and why this could not be solved without assault, because they came here on a business issue. Quan tells Chan that the guy cannot fall into the mud face, as this is the son of an influential official, but if his son defeats, then how they will conduct business after that, because this can spoil their reputation and disrupt the deal. However, Quan finds this strange, because the conflict arose from another soldier. the soldier who tried to molest Mun will, the only one who has a conflict with Yong, and the son of Chan Ham will fight instead of him, which seems unfair. Ma Jian thinks that the official's son looks down on them and wants to make fun of them, because they came from the heavenly city of love, known for his courtesans. The Quant suggests that he wants to show off his father and Mun will, because he neglected Mun Vol, trying to show his superiority. Quan also saw how that soldier wanted to relate the girl, but did not interfere. Ma Jian does not understand, since he saw this why he was silent. The Quant answers, because it turned out like this. That is, the conflict has already broken out. From childhood, these pupils were brought up as warriors. Moreover, only children from prestigious families can come here. So the Kuvan did not inflate the conflict so as not to harm the enterprise Moon Will and its reputation. In such a situation they can't do anything. Ma Jian recalls that as assistants they should protect Moon Will, Quan says. After such protection, they will only make it worse, because this can lead to a conflict with an influential family. And yet he believes that Jung will cope well, because he is a strong warrior. Jung once again apologizes to the girl. Because of him everything became more complicated, because now they need to participate in the duel. Myun Wol says that Chansa Khan wants to just show off before the parent, because he is the son of an influential official. The girl tells him not to apologize, all the whine in the moron that he wanted to touch her task, because it was he who began the conflict. In addition, Jung would have a favor to that moron if I ignored him, because then he would not have received it. She says this is not his mistake. The girl feels insulted because her honor was hurt. Myun tells him to go to defeat Chan Sa Khan and cheer them up, because Chan's victory will show their strength. Chan Sa Khan says he will teach Chan a couple of receptions and offers to throw out everything so that no one has a sediment left, because he is confident in his victory. Jung does not feel hostility towards him, because he was angry with one of the friends of Chan Sa Khan, but he is ready to fight to protect the honor of Mun Will. The duel began with a sharp attack by Chan Sa Khan. Quan told Chan that he was definitely superior to a military officer in skill, but asks to pretend that Jung was fighting because of all his might, and to give him victory so as not to spoil his relationship with Chan Ham. The commander Mun Will says Chong, he needs to fight and lose. Jung remarks that Chan Sa Khan is quite fast, and it will not be easy to win. The guys exchange spectacular blows. The soldiers and Vatham watch the battle, evaluating the skill of the fighters. The old man with a wand decided to look at what kind of noise was arranged here, but it turned out to be a battle here, because he was wondering what was happening. This old man is one of the 12 masters of the sword of the North Vansan named Myoja, known for his skill. Chan Ham calls him a master and asks what he has brought here. The old man replies, there is nothing better than looking at the youth and remember the old days, because he loves to watch young warriors. Mun will also bow to him and thinks, in such a situation he will meet him not the best time. One of their best officers fights on the site, but he does not know Chan and sees for the first time. He notices his gross movements, but the guy also knows how to control his strength, which is of interest in him, and why his movements seem familiar to the old man, because he sees something special in them. Quan notes that the officer is not bad. Ma Jian hopes that Jung will not lose, and Quan hopes he will not win, because Chan's victory can ruin their business relations. Chan Sa Khan thought that Jung took him weakly, but he notices his strength, and understands that he had underestimated the enemy. He wants to show off before his father. The guy wants to beat Chan so that he could not stand on his feet, because he wants to show his superiority. The guy is angry and begins to attack Cheon, using all his strength. Chan Sa Khan says Jung does not dare to despise him, because he is higher than the status and older than him. He wants to tease them because they came here at the head of the famous courtesan, because he considers them below himself. Jung does not tolerate these words about his sister, and becomes serious. He intends to show what is happening when people do not hold their tongue behind their teeth, because he will not allow insulting Moon Will. And he imprints an officer in the land, using martial arts, demonstrating his strength and skill. The guy shouts to the rest of the soldiers running to take revenge on him, to approach if something does not suit them, because he is ready to fight with everyone. They intend to kill him and call him a rustic, because they are offended by the defeat of their comrade. Jung was already ready to start the battle, but Moje stops him with an unnecessary technique, demonstrating his skill. The old man notes that his equipment is not similar to ordinary martial arts, because he sees something special in it. Moj is interested in who taught him. A guy in a misunderstanding what kind of old man, who was so easily broken with him, continues to sit on the ground, because he is amazed at his strength. The old man, Moje, recalls his story 40 years ago. Then it seemed to him that his solar sword was invincible. Strong masters of martial arts fought his shoulder to his shoulder, He had to fall like them. But suddenly someone saved him. It was a young master who is now teaching Chan. His students said not to walk alone, but he replied that they were slow, like turtles. Thanks to the man, then the young Moje remained alive, and he became an idol and a hero for him. Our time, they met again. The master remembered Moje and noticed that the years were going, and he was the same crybaby. If Moje knew that the master was living in these environs, he would call him to his home. But the master did not like castles. He feels uncomfortable in them. Nevertheless, Moje wants to invite him to himself, and there he will be able to train his students in the best conditions. The master says to forget about it, and it is better to bring goodies from the fortress of Moksan, and Jung works so poorly that even for food he is barely scrapping for himself. Myoja says the master does not change even after so many years. He will take care of money and send the master to the Moksan fortress. When he saw Chan, he immediately recognized his similarity with the master. The point is not that their movements are similar. The fact is that the master will make him learn what seems impossible. Moj thinks, since the master teaches only Chan, he turns out he has talent, and he is a genius. The master refutes this, because earlier he could train a person who could fight as 10 soldiers. The master says that he had not had people for a long time who would have been lingering in his students for a long time. Moja always knew, a master of a generous man, but his student betrayed him and locked him in a dungeon like a slave. The master also repeats that he is a great. Jung says he has too high pride. The old man says he will visit the master more often. The master asks him to bring more food and scraps to their dog. Under the dog he meant Chan. Moje says Chan Hamu. It will be nice to buy goods for recruits from Munval. Chan Ham replies that you can't take it and decide. The old man thinks that Chan Ham does not want this due to the fact that his son was humiliated. His son wanted to discredit the honor of the girl. The old man personally heard this during the battle. Moje was outraged by the behavior of Chan Sa Khan. Myoja apologizes to Munwil for the fact that Chan Ham poorly raised his wards. The old man assures that Chan Ham was rude moments, but he was simply blinded by love for his child. Chan Ham apologizes to her, and will punish all those who were involved in this in all severity. The girl was silent for a while, but after an awkward silence expressed her gratitude. For the first time, high-ranking people reacted to the girl not as a courtesan, but as an equal in status, and sincerely asked for forgiveness. Zhong says Chong, the guy was lucky that Moje and the master were familiar. The guy was really lucky. He almost again did not fall into the trouble. Jung understood that the situation could turn out for him badly. Zhong and Chan sparring. The girl says that in the end, good always defeats evil. The girl says such high-ranking people need to be punished. Jung does not understand what prompted them to behave so arrogantly. The girl says he is one of the 5 kings of the battles. Moje was a legendary warrior. The guy does not know about this. Anything can happen on the battlefield. Today is alive, tomorrow is dead. There is no need to remember the status and nickname of everyone. They are very close to each other, and the girl blushed. She uses combat reception and throws it into the sky. Ma Jian asks Quan to see Munvalol to train people if he is not busy. Kwan agrees to see. The guy did not know that Quan knows how to write. The doctor told him, this helps to accustom to keep even posture. Ma Jian asks what Quan wrote. He says nothing special. He learned the letter because he thought it would be easier to survive during the war, and says that Ma Jiana should also learn at least 2,000 hieroglyphs. Ma Jian, for his 16 years, did not learn to read or write, and he does not need it. He thought it did not matter. The guy says if the Quant is going to send a letter, to entrust it to him. The commander refuses and can handle it. Monwil asks Manji to collect as many people as possible to create armor. The boy accepts the task and says that he will cope in an instant. A few days later, Chan Ham will come to her enterprise personally. They must show him as many of their products as possible and asks Manji to send someone to the mountain forge to find out about the time of the supply of weapons. She also orders him to check whether leather products are ready, and also find out from artisans how many wood they have to create carts. Then Manji should make sure that they have enough food for soldiers. Suddenly they had so much work, the boy noted. The girl says this can be considered the beginning. After a couple of days, Chan Ham arrived at the Enterprise Munvolo. The man admitted that he underestimated her, but now he sees her seriousness. And once again he apologizes for each of his subordinates. And if honestly he has the reason why he asked to prepare everything so quickly. His soldier was urgently sent to the southern front, to the village in the vicinity of Akshan. They sent them help, but after they were informed that the soldiers had supplies. At the moment, Okchan is an important place for the occupation of the northern river. It will be very important if the girl personally delivers supplies there. He will take money from the treasury of the military department and pay them to her. This is the first deal between their enterprise and the army. Chan Ham hopes that everything will go well. The transportation of supplies is a very important part of the transaction. Now the army commander Ochan, Mr. Jojo, this man hates when mistakes are made. 34 years ago, the war with Beeld was in full swing, and its echoes still affect the country's political map. The nomads who came from the northern steppes were named, and their sudden invasion turned the life of many people. The war, which lasted more than 50 years, is divided into two parts: the period of relative calm and the time of bloody battles. The peaceful war, into which the tribes interfere with the beam, violating the fragile balance between the states, and after the era of the warring kingdoms, called by military leaders, when every ruler sought to expand their possessions. The war began with the invasion of a beam from nomadic empires, which were famous for their discipline and combat training. They had the strongest military power. From a young age, children were accustomed to riding and taught the basics of ownership of the sword, which made them formidable opponents. After 30 years, the army was divided into two groups and invaded the capital of Pyongyang, sowing panic and destruction on its path. At that time, Pyongyang had insufficient military power to stop them. The number of soldiers collected was about 500,000, which made their position critical. And then everyone decided to surrender and declare surrender. But the young strategist Yoon was gripping the absurd tactics that could seem crazy, but gave a chance to win. And he was able to prevent the attack of troops on the plain with deceit, sent 500,000 soldiers to the canyon, and decided to trust the 5 absolute masters of martial arts, who were supposed to play a key role in his plan. Jung interrupts the story of Zhong, saying that 5 people against the 500,000 army are suicide, but the girl answers precisely in this. And there was all the absurdity of the situation, because Yoon grabbed everything on the map. The king of fencing man who created a new style of battle on swords, Admiral Won Gyun, was known for his unsurpassed technique. The hero of the war with the best skills of a mercenary, Samurai Samatan, was a master of stealth and sudden attacks. The princess of the fear of the people was the best master of martial arts in the East, and her strength inspired awe of even the most experienced warriors. The supreme leader of magic, Cha Gui, had abilities that went beyond the usual understanding. Another man who could replace 150 masters, a man from hellish lands, named Conlians, was known for his incredible physical strength and endurance. These 5 turned out to be enough to defeat the 5,000th army. They were also able to defeat the attack of the chief general Kunin named Pasha Ondari, who was otherwise called the Monster, which became a legend. The old man Conlian says the numbers are not 1.2 million exaggerated, and there were not 5 of them because each master had students. But they really were much less than the enemy's army, and they were incredibly strong. But most of all, he is upset that his body has become much smaller than it was. The girl continues. After the end of the peaceful war, the war continued. Thanks to the great battle on the plains, many became the heroes and lords of the land, and the authority of the emperor, who did not do anything during the war, fell, and people ceased to put him into something that led to political chaos. The heroes that received the lands began to declare their independence and proclaimed themselves kings. The world was divided into several units, and the civil war continues to this day. Due to the fact that Jung was in military slavery, he did not know about these events, and he was interested in how Zhong knew about this. The girl in his youth taught military officers to literacy, which gave her access to historical documents. Conlian says when there is one of the heroes in your family, it is easy to know the story. Jung does not understand what he is about. The old man says a direct relative of Zhong, Won Gyun, is her grandfather. The master says she was unlucky with a relative after all. Gyun is stubborn and the character is stuffy. The girl left them. Conlian assumes that she was offended. Jung says with his antics he touched her grandfather. Chanham sent his son to the teachings to the temple so that he coached his inner world. He is ashamed to put his nasty child to show, he says Monvol. The girl replies that everything is in order and he is a good parent. She will personally lead the supply detachment and thanks the man for allocating horses and accompanying for her. The old man says he must thank her and since she will go there personally well. Until her girl will replace the SU Raz, and the commander Quan will help her, ensuring the continuity of the enterprise. They greeted each other, and Munvol offers Chan Hamu to talk in more detail with her assistant. The girl does not take Su Ran with her and leaves it to manage the enterprise. In such a situation where she leaves, she can entrust the enterprise only SU Raz and Kvan. For this work the Quanta will receive a separate fee. She says in her absence, he will take care of the delivery of weapons, and Quan recommends taking her guan with her. The girl is annoyed, because she does not want to take it with her. Although he is impulsive, he is rather strong, and one is enough to protect the girl. Moreover, if she is in danger, the guy will be the first who comes to her revenue. The girl in the evening in a heavenly city of love sits near her bed and a cache with money, preparing for the upcoming trip. She intends to earn money and praises herself. The girl's reserves are completely exhausted, and this deal is crucial. Supply is possible the most important part of the war. And in order to carry out so many soldiers and supplies, you need to go along the main road on a horse-drawn cart. In such a situation, this is the most important drinking water, so you need to move closer to the waterways. Because of this, the speed of the detachment is reduced. But safety is more important than the speed. The guard are responsible for the waterway. At such a low speed, you can easily stumble upon bandits or enemy soldiers. The robbers, not even having time to run up to the wagons, stop the reception of Chan. The accompanying people notice his skill and admire his skills. Ma Yan is asking whether Jung is too much showing off. The guy turned red and pretended not to flaunt. The girl, Mon Will, asks Manji to notify the commander, chief of Jojo, a man with a harsh temper and the reputation of the pedant, that they will arrive soon. The man hates when someone is late, and his intolerance to delays is known to everyone in the district. Manji, knowing about his oddities and unpredictable character, notes his oddity and says, which is why they arrived a day earlier in order to demonstrate their respect and punctuality. The detachment will soon arrive at the commander of UJ. If they had no baggage, they moved faster, and the road would not have taken a whole month. The guy heard something below. He wants to check what was there. Ma-Jan notices a good hearing of Chon. The guy notices the soldier who beat the girl they think her illness. And the uniform of the soldiers is similar to the form of Chan's intelligence officers. And he does not understand where the girl came from, because there is no village nearby. In any case, since these are enemy soldiers, he should deal with them, because it can become a problem. Jung interferes. Soldiers notice his skills in the possession of martial arts. They notice that he is not ordinary and not similar to an ordinary soldier. One of them tells his comrade to leave while he keeps Chan in UES. The girl takes off from the cliff of the rest of the warriors. Jung is dealing with the two with whom he fought. He and the girl exchange their eyes. She goes to the bottom along the rock. The guy did not understand what happened here now. Mun Will with her detachment arrived at the camp of the commander UJ. The soldiers notice her beauty. The commander-in-chief tells her how she dared to bring so little, because he asked for 10,000 soldiers and 3,000 units of equipment. Mun Will prepared more than he said. The man praises her. An intercessor named Ban about Jan General tells her not to take it in the head and thanks the girl for supplies. Unloading everything will take some time, so she will send this business to the supply officer. The deputy says they will do this later, and then reports UJ that the battle in Doha began in the upper reaches of the Akshan River. The man is kneading and preparing on the battlefield. The deputy commander offers Mun will go to the northern shore with them, and assures that it is not dangerous, because the battlefield is under control. The girl agrees, and recalls how she was told not to refuse them anything. Mun will first sees all the horrors of war of the girl's drooping eyes, and at that moment he orders to send his married 1,000 people to the north. Mun Will understands that she cannot show her fear and his weakness, because in the future she will have to deal with the military. Even General UJ does not need to show her appearance. Mun will try to hide his emotions. The commander-in-chief orders to take the Najin troops from the center, due to a large number of losses. UJ gives an order to retreat. Jung notices the alarm of the girl and takes her hand. He tells her not to relax and not strain her body. He will catch her so that she does not fall. And if she feels bad, then let her look at the sky, so the girl will not vomit from this terrible picture. General of the Kanguk nation named So appears on the battlefield. It seems that the enemy general decided to say hello to Ujaj. UJ hates his smile. Ban about Jan, they wish the general a good trip, referring to his leap on the island to the Sochi. The man, having completed a huge jump in length and height, got to Soy. The generals collide, and a small island under them is split into rubbish from the power of their blows, demonstrating incredible power. Majan says water spills in all directions, creating chaos around. The deputy general says that UJ was not so long ago appointed compared to other craftsmen. Manji wants to know what kind of guy who fights on a par with General UJ, because this is an unusually strong warrior. The guy noticed a full of monsters in the world. After that, the battle lasted for some time and ended sluggishly, without a clear winner. Munwil decided to stay in the barracks of the Eugene gun to transfer the supply, as this was her task. The second day of the battle, Ma-John brought to show the general a couple of samples from 3,000 equipment units that they brought to demonstrate the quality of their products. But Yuja is not in place. He is in the inspection round, checking the readiness of his troops. Since he has a large army, he will probably return late. The soldier asks to leave the equipment in the barracks of the general. It is good in his barracks, he has a good weapon. The guys notice an expensive spear. They would not have enough money for him even if they spent the entire annual salary. Ma-John touches a glass with boiling water and spills it on important documents. The guard says Ma-Jian and his detachment to go out faster. He says to General Yuja when someone just wishes in the district. The guys carried out all the papers with them. They need to dry everything and secretly return to the arrival of the general. Mandes is tired of watching how many people gather like ants and kill each other. He thinks Chan is not scary because he is on the battlefield since childhood. When Jung first went into battle, he could not do anything because of fear. But he was lucky enough to survive, holding his breath in the grief of the corpses. For several years, he fought for his life to survive. But nothing changed. Tae wanted him not regretting him. Jung was always afraid to die. All that he can right now, due to the fact that he always fought for his life. All the time, Jung thought that his family was intact and wanted to return to them. Manji is a little enviable, because he did not have a family at all, Jung says. Manji, too, for him as a family. The boy did not expect these words. But in their first meeting, Manji fled like a thief, recalling their first awkward acquaintance. Man will leave the tent. The boy is interested in where she gathered because it's too late. The girl wants to check the last reserve. Jung decided to go with her for safety, as he was worried about her safety. Mandy tells himself he must let them be alone. The girl checked everything, and the soldier wrote down something on her piece of paper. Mun will finally begin to realize that the guy's past is as not easy as her. But the pain of the girl's life is unbearable, so she wants to turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. Jung noticed that they moved far from the barracks, although it is still better to return their territory because the sun was set. The girl says it pointless. They need to finish the report, despite the later time. They notice the light, the guy knows that there is no barracks, and they decide to check. Jung and Mun will listen to the conversation of two people. One of them says something about sending supplies. They discuss the war and want to understand what to do with the soldiers. These are two generals of hostile countries who talk as if nothing had happened. At this time, Ma-John with the rest dries documents that are wet, neatly laying them out in the sun. Although the ink flowed a little, the paper was completely dry. Ma-John hopes they will not be repented, because the general is probably tired and will not understand this, believing that small details can slip away from his attention. Manji suddenly appears and breaks their hopes, because the traces of water are too noticeable. The boy says what idiots they are, unable to save the documents intact. Ma-John understands that the problem is much more than it seemed at first glance. Madame Mun will teach him to read a little. The guy saw something terrifying in the notes, and he should immediately find the girl, realizing that she was in danger. General Soy notices someone's presence. Mun Volol tells Chan how he discovered them, because they did not make a sound. The guy suggests that the general sensed their presence. One of his people asks the general about the situation. The Soy says they have uninvited guests, and Eugene says to leave, whoever is there. Jung, having removed the blue form of Mun Vol, left the bushes, demonstrating his readiness for battle. They understand that the information he heard can turn poorly. Yuja asks Chan with which unit he is. The guy says he did not understand anything except that they are going to betray the emperor. Yuja answers him how he dares to ask him a counter-question, not answering him. He is going to send Kion to the next world, but before his death he decided to share a secret. There is no limit to human greed. People who have known power, infinitely greedy and strive for wealth, and as soon as they become rich, they want power. And the truth is that the more a person receives, the more he wants. Yuja decided to go in such a way, because he was offered something more, compared to what the Northern River authorities offer him. Soil orders his people to kill Chan. The guy understands that the generals do not know that here his sister is here. He needs to distract them before they discover the girl. The guy releases a strong flow of air, surprising the generals and sweeping their soldiers. Jung uses a powerful technique, touching a significant part of the forest. Soja asks Yuja. By chance Jung is not one of his commanders. Yuja denies. But by the strength of Chan is definitely at the commander level. The guy easily evades the attacks of their soldiers in purple robes, and powerfully attacks in response, striking shocks. Jung easily defeats the murderers of Eugene, so also emphasizes their weakness and says that Jung is a funny guy. Soch wants to personally deal with him. But Eugene interrupts him, says, Jung is weak and wants to seem strong. Yuja does not love such. If the guy is a commander from the Northern River, then Yuja definitely must know him. He gives him the last chance to admit from where he was. Young answers, he is nothing more than just a military slave. Yuja hates inappropriate jokes, and why would a slave own martial arts? Since Young does not want to admit, Eugene wants to kill him. He will die with a nameless warrior. The guy does not intend to give up. The guy attacks Yuja, but the general is not a mistake and cleverly evades. Young recalls the task that Taeho gave him 8 years ago. Then their goal was a man named Nagun. For that of their troops they were sure that they had won, in battle for 4 days. And now they have weakened vigilance? The task from Taeho is an attack and take the life of their commander. Taeho asks if they have any questions on the assignment. One of the subordinates Taeho heard about Nagun, according to rumors. He is subject to defeat any warrior, and he doubts the completion of the assignment. Taeho does not like beginners, because they have not yet begun, but already afraid, Young says. In any case, whoever he was, if a knife is thrown into his throat, he will die like any other. Taeho also adds, basically these are just rumors, and in fact such people are not dangerous, and if he is really a monster then he will kill them all. For example, if they tried to deprive the life of the 12th Emperor of the Northern River. Our time, Yuja delivers a strong blow with a fist on the head of Chon, returning it to reality. A month ago, the master asks Chon how many times in a day he is rapping with him. They push up, an old man with a bear on his back, and Young and a boar on his back, showing their incredible physical strength. The guy complains that the master pinched him by the nipples. The old man says the guy is the only one who can learn from him. Most of the martial arts techniques can be mastered in 2 years. A fist that destroys the earth, which he studied with the master, is the combat style that he created for himself. Conlian says that he uses his technique of increasing the strength of the body due to the use of body energy. His student will not be able to defeat the master with his own technique, in order to do this to wait for the old age of Conlian, and even so damn strong. Nevertheless, the old man is sure that he is better than others, because he is engaged in basic skills. The battle with Yuja returns Chon to reality. The guy tries to attack him, but the general imprints it into a tree. It is already cracking from the power of the blow. After that, the guy once again tries to attack the general. Eugene went bad. The general grabbed his head and throws him into the ground with all the relics of a crushing blow. So all notes Chon's courage, but his recklessness will destroy him. Young grabs a stone from the ground for a distracting maneuver and breaks him about the general. And after that, the guy uses the reception of the chicken way to hell. Young thought, after that, Yuja could not live. But the general only went blood from his nose and rang in his head. The general got angry and chases a Chong. The guy tries to dodge. The guy wants to focus on the next attack because this one was successful, but suddenly Chon has a face expression. Eugene took out his 2 huge blades, preparing for a decisive attack. The general does not like to restrain himself, and now he will begin to fight in full. Eugene greatly wounds him with his swords and pierces his body through. Majan and Manji came in time and closed the mouth of Monvolol so that she would not scream. The general threw him from the cliff down to the river. Soja that Yuja figured out him, a commotion occurred and a noise raised, so the soldiers will be here soon, so that Eugene says to leave, General Sun, hiding the tracks. And they agree to act according to the previously discussed plan. The guys are quietly sitting behind a tree at that moment, so that they are not found by the generals. Majan says Mon will calm down and reserve your running breath. The girl is saddened, sits down on the bench. They have already arrived at the camp. According to the letter that I read the manja, the Chan nation will attack the army of Yuja and kill everyone, and also take the supplies that Mon Vol delivered. The guys ask her how to be. The girl, after Young risked his life for her, does not understand what she was absolutely confused, feeling helpless. Manji is looking for Chan at the bottom of the cliff near the river, but he sees poorly because there is dark and many corpses. He recalls how the guy called him his family. Manji is angry. Why he said then. Now he is even more upset. The guys need to return to the barracks, but Ma Jan says to wait for Manja. The boy did not find Young Guan when the sun will grow up. He will go again in search, without losing hope. Even if they find it, it is small likely to find him alive. 8 years ago, Lin Yong, the future mistress of the heavenly city of love, tells all the girls that you need to open your trading shop. If the only way to survive in this world is to parasitize others, then it should succeed in this. Li Yong says not to be upset for girls, even if they are sold. They will cope. While the heart will beat in their bodies, they will live. Despite the fact that they are hard and lonely, they should remain cold-blooded because there is no one to protect them. The girl comes out of her memoirs. Moon will tell Majana and the rest to retreat from their plan, changing the strategy. The girl says that the rulers of the Northern River are unlikely to believe them, and even if they believe, they will not deal with them. So if they run away now, her business is ended. Mun will instruct Manji to take a letter to Moje, but the boy reminds him he needs to find Chon. He is the fastest of them, so she entrusts him with this. Even Marima masters cannot run for 5 days without stopping. In addition, he knows how to riding. Alone, he will be able to overcome the path in 10 days that they went in a month. She understands that Yongguan is important for him and for her. However, if he does not, all employees will be thrown out into the street. The guy agreed and will begin preparations for the trip immediately. While he is going, Mun will write a letter to Moje, and before the return of Manji, they will try to prevent the plans of General Jojo. They do not know that the children are known to their plan, so they will have the effect of surprise. The total number of Eugene army is 65,000 people. In order to defeat his army, it is necessary to prepare. During this time, they need to have time to inform 60,000 soldiers about Jojo's betrayal. Except for those who are in the general's personal unit, they need to do 2 things. When the Yuja army learns about betrayal, this will win time because the army will be confused. She gives a letter to Manji, and about Yongguan, she asks if they can find him. The guys will go in search of Chon immediately. The banks of the Aochan River, the mysterious old woman sits on the rock and eats dango, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Some foreigner screams that he found a corpse of a person. And he moves. The old woman says nothing surprising, because the war is in full swing and this is normal. But the man says the guy is different. After all, he moves, despite the fact that he is so wounded. He is like a ghost. The old woman notices strangeness, expressing her bewilderment. His ribs are broken and the guts are probably soft, but the bleeding stopped and the wounds are healed. Energy comes from him. The old woman tells Mikan to take a guy, because people with such wounds do not live, and he clung to life with all his might. They brought the guy to their hut. The girl who helped Chon went into the room. The old woman asks if she is familiar with the guy. The girl answers, they are a little familiar. Grandma is not able to help him and asks the girl to help her too, hoping for her ability. The guy is lying. His wounds are covered with some green substance. Manji goes and notices, his saliva with a flavor of iron, and the guy decided to stop to relax. He drank water from a container made of bamboo, quenching thirst. The boy cannot help but think about Chon and recalls moments with him, feeling the bitterness of loss. The guy does not have time to rest. He needs to rush. He goes on. The old woman and the girl use their abilities to treat the guy, and he coughed, giving signs of life. It is still dangerous to bleed him, says Noah. Asks to close Megan to the wound. The man obeys. And the girl is eager to help him. She looks tired. The old woman asks if everything is in order with her. Jung sits in his thoughts. The guy does not understand where he is, and his body is heavy as iron, and he is hot. Suddenly his father appears. The guy misses him very much, and Jung apologizes to him, experiencing a feeling of guilt. Father shouts to him to wake up. Magina noticed and exclaimed that Jung woke up. He reported Noah. The old woman says he is tenacious. Jung asks how long he was in this state, trying to understand how much time passed. The old woman says he must thank her for the salvation. Probably. If not for her, Jung died. Megan fed him, and Noah, along with Kai, was treated. Jung thanks them for his salvation. And he must also say thanks to the one who taught him to martial arts. Even when the internal forces left him, he still tried to save his body, and her granddaughter helped to preserve a strong body. The old woman says whether he put a lot of effort to save him, and when she wakes up, he must thank her. The girl has a strange disease due to which her body weakens. If she does not take care of her body, will become so weak that she can barely breathe. Grandmother spent 5 days on the restoration of Chon, but he should be glad that he knows martial arts. But suddenly he realizes that he was falling around for 5 days. He needs to go. Cho-san is in danger, realizing that his mission is under threat. The guy is trying to get up, but his body is weakened. He does not understand what was the matter. The old woman says that the human body is not metal. This is not what can be fixed, just wanting. The bones and guts were fragmented, but Jung still lived and did not die. She says he would see his wounds. His body was on the verge of life and death. Noah thinks since the guy studied martial arts, he began to consider himself stronger than others. He was lucky, even though now the fear of death still lives in him. Seeing how he trembles, the old woman thinks Jung wants to live, and tells McKean to cover him more. 2 days later, he was already able to get up. McKen notices his rapid recovery. It is useful to move from time to time, and McKen shows Chong in the sun. The guy thanks him for everything. Grandmother tells McKean to go to shoot equipment from the fallen soldiers until she rusted to get an extra penny. Since she feeds and gives a shelter for a tramp, McKen must help her. Jung hopes Mon Volol was able to escape. and whether he was practiced in the garden at that time. Jung was amazed to see how the girl controlled the leaves and raised the stones. His surprise knew no bounds. It was an exciting sight. The girl soared above the ground, showing her incredible power. Jung tried to get up but fell, and Lee ran to find out if he had suffered. She offered him help, and with difficulty lifted him to his feet. The girl explained that he and his grandmother tried to heal him, but his wounds were too serious. She asked him to breathe slower to activate his internal energy. He asked what she was doing, because he saw people walking around the sky but not soaring, and suggested that she and his grandmother were not simple hermit. Lee's body could not accommodate all her strength, so she and her grandmother left people and lived in solitude. The guy said that ordinary people could not heal or resurrect the dead. The girl replied that they did not resurrect him, but only returned his spirit to the body. For recovery, she directed chi energy to the right places, and added that the weakened body could not hold energy, so she flows out. Grandmother's herbs and bandages protected him from new damage. Healing depended on his ability to restore. Noah said that there was no place for the weak in the war. In any case, the guy did not consider them ordinary people, since their house was too good for the forest wilderness. She and her grandmother belonged to a family with a rich story that passed on martial arts from generation to generation. She studied them since childhood and enjoyed training. However, she was suddenly struck by the disease. It became difficult for her to get up in the morning, and sometimes breathe, so she stopped training, and rumors went about her. Her father was upset that he had lost his heiress, and brought his niece into his family, and the grandmother, who always cared for her, took her into the forest, showing her care. Despite the disease, she learned to control internal energy. The girl apologized that she had not communicated with anyone except her grandmother and Maken for a long time. Jung thanked her for the salvation and introduced himself. The girl asked why he was here, and the guy told his story. He was worried about his sister, who was with him. Although she was smart, he still worried about her. Kim envied his sister, because she had such a brother. The girl said that she could not let him go now, as his wounds can open up, but she will do everything possible so that he can move without problems. Jung asked if he could soar, like Kim, and she replied that he would easily learn this. The people of So approached the camp of Yuja, but the camp was on his guard even at night, and they could not get unnoticed, creating a tense atmosphere. One of them was surprised why they kindled such a large bonfire, because they were in war, not on vacation. He saw Mun, a will swimming in a barrel. It seemed to him that she noticed him, but he had an important task, and he had to return to the boss, tearing between duty and desire. However, he still wanted to look at the girl, but Ma Jan grabbed him. The girl said that he was glad to take the bath every day. Ma Jan agreed, saying that they were caught by spies. They planned a sudden attack in 7 days. Ma Jan realized that this was a problem. They needed a month until Manji returned. Munvol said that she needed to be detained and ordered Ma Jan to shut up a spy and bury him. The next day, the deputy general offered to attack from the rear. Yuja refused, referring to recent battles. The deputy objected that they could not hesitate. Despite the arrival of supplies, the general behaved like a child. Mun will come to him. Yuja asks Munvol whether she slept well and says good weather to fight. The girl says this day is clear, like the future of Mr. Eugene. Thanks to the care of the general, all people have a good rest, so she came to thank him. Eugene says that they have so many smelly men, the girl answers, as he dares to call the sweat of workers who work without fingering hands smelly. Such men are even very hot, says Munwil, and demonstrates the neckline, manipulating them. The girl knows how easy it is to convince men. First of all, she needs to persuade the soldier, thereby increasing her power and prevent the attack. She needs to persuade the ban about Jan, Deputy Eugene. She needs to know whose side he is. This is the person who can minimize the damage. Kim says Jung cannot train now because his body is damaged. Loss of the body makes it possible to see, hear the sounds of many things that make up his body. The sound of a flesh filled with wounds, the sound of the joints of the bones holding together to become on his feet. Jung does not understand what she was talking about. His master did not tell him about this when he taught him, Kim says. Each person explains chi in his own way, and pursues different goals. Having a body that weakens every year, the girl learned to send energy to where she needed to make life easier. Gradually, she learned to effectively use her small energy, and when it is very small, she takes it from the surrounding nature, from the wind, from plants, trees. The guy does not understand at all what the girl is talking about. Perhaps this will not help him in the war and battles, but this will help in the restoration of the body and reason. Jung noticed that the energy of the girl and her grandmother is different, because she moves more delicate. KM replies, "It is just more like a joint work." Noah is a pity to hear this. If everyone knew how to do it so easily, There was no need to inherit blood ties from generation to generation. She praises her granddaughter, such as her, born once in 100 years, even in a special family. If the girl was healthy, she became famous throughout the world. She was embarrassed. The old woman asked about the guy's teacher. He was surprised at how she knew Hanlian. She fought with him when she first saw him. Jung reminded her of Hanlian. Noah thinks, fate is a strange thing. His student met with her granddaughter, the secret detachment of Yuja. One of them left more than once or two secret letters and does not understand how they could be mistaken. Two returned to the rest in the cave. They were sent to help Soy, and were beaten by unknown. They must be ashamed. The soldiers of the secret unit were beaten by some warrior. The girl who says this committed it in their place. Captain Ambu tells them to stop them and tells him to eat his food. This battle on the northern river is very important for General Soy. An important battle is ahead, which will make it possible to take the initiative of Changok. Therefore, So came out and convinced Yuja on the northern river. The time came to Embu to become the hand of Soma and do his work. In other words, it does not matter who they killed and lost. Ma-jun's friends stumbled upon a foreigner. Maken led them to Yongguan. The guy's in shock that he was alive. The guy asks whether Cho-san is in order. The guys answer him that he was behaving as always, and first asks his sister. They say, everything is in order with her. Right now, the lady together in Ma-jun is trying to interfere with the plan of Eugene. Life energy comes from the guy, and apparently he calmed down. In the expression on Kim, it is clear that the girl is glad for him. Ambu and their detachment are standing near the NOA and KM house. They realize that Jung was alive. The continuation of the story brings us to Okansan headquarters, where new intrigues are weave. In a cozy room, the owner carefully wiping the leaves of plants, listening carefully to the news about the location of the NGO Guan. Feeling the advantage, the owner ordered to trace Guan and convey to Jogyo an important warning. Their secret learned more than expected. The masked servant bowed silently, accepted the order, and assured that he would perform everything perfectly. The owner solemnly conveyed the family coat of arms, the proof that Gyoje was supposed to persuade the word. On the street, two students were gathering grasses. One wanted to mix a few bundles, but stopped it. The mistake could be dangerous. The old mentor patiently explains that the poisonous plant needs to be removed, because the consequences are instantaneous. The guy sighed. Other students work around. A foreigner, sharing stories from his travels, sat a little further. The students listened with delight, asking about the miracles he had to see. He boasted with a sublime gesture that he had already experienced so much that he had forgotten how to return home. Among the stories he mentioned the Sand Valley, where he almost lost his life from the heat. He remembered how the mountains were erupting the flames and was on the verge of death. His voice trembled when he described a giant tree in which, he said, he saw a real dragon. He also told about the edge of the world where the ocean falls silently into boundless darkness. He added that he went down into that darkness. The students, having lost interest, were already looking at mockery. The indignation has grown into a cry. He was accused of lies and detachable from medicine. Two, covered by the light of Or, were silently immersed in meditation in front. The girl next to John Guan praised him for diligence in meditation. They sat opposite, and she patiently taught the basics of meditative practice. Focusing, the girl explained how to imagine the movement of chi energy through the body. Moving her hand, she showed that after the energy distribution, it can be used at will. Both are immersed in silence while the girl explains that this technique is the basic skill of her family. But on the face of the John the Guan is visible irritation. He could not even shift energy from the place. The girl just smiled and said just to do. He mentally compared her with the teacher, not in her favor. In the yard, a bustle prevailed. Someone collected herbs, others concentratedly meditated. The student and mentor's gaze stopped at the girl. But she sat still, completely immersed in a state of deep meditation. The moving old woman looks at the girl, rejoicing in her happiness. But the reflection is interrupted by a student who is confused with herbs and asks where to put them. In the background, the foreigner continues to tell captured stories. In his voice a fire of adventures burns, which ignites students' curiosity. The grandmother remembers the girl a young child who sought warmth and families, but life was cruel. Meanwhile, the student again annoys the issue of herbs. There is peace in the yard. The mountains rise to the sky. The grandmother summarizes the day. Everyone worked hard. It is time to ignite the benefactors, that everyone dreams of good dreams. There is silence in the cozy room. There is a gorgeous box on the table. Its appearance hints at something important, almost sacred. In the spacious hall, the father sleeps with the injury. His 3 children huddle to him, hugging. as if trying to protect the warmth. In the next bed, there is a Chonguvan with a bandaged breast. His dream is deep but heavy, face slightly tense. A girl with long black hair is asleep nearby, pressing his cam to her chest, as if she care her dreams. Grandma comes to the room, watching sleeping. In her look, worry and peace, belief that everything is well with everyone. Night silence. Grandma quietly leaves the building, carefully covering the massive door behind him, without breaking the rest of the house. She almost runs, sliding steps in the dark. The bright house remains behind, hidden among trees and fragrant flowers. Among the darkness of the forest, its silhouette disappears as if it was merging with the night. In the depths of the forest, several ninjas gathered in purple. One reports that the fifth has already gone to the army after the transfer of important information. They are concerned there is no news of the fourth. He is probably either in trouble or no longer alive. Grandma appears in the shade of trees. Something flashes in her eyes. At the same moment, something unexpected happens. Ninja's views expand from shock. The threat arises from nowhere, like lightning. Lightning, silent and unrestrained. In the yard, in the same silence, there's a grandmother. She calmly turns to enemies, noting that there are 3 of them. In her pose, unbreakable. Then he says more strictly, "These strangers have long been watching her people." Her shadow seemed to have grown into the ground, but the words were imbued with a threat. Without any warning, the grandmother rushes forward. Her silhouette is shining, and her eyes are determined. She will start with a blow. 3 ninja immediately break from the place. Purple shadows are directed to it on all sides. A powerful outbreak of energy breaks the night. The impact of lightning does not give time to protection. Swords on different sides almost simultaneously close at the point where the grandmother had just been. The center explodes with light and strength. Blinding outbreak. Force is incredible. But suddenly it becomes clear. Something went wrong. The enemy was calculated. Grandma's figure is shining in the air. It corresponds to a counterattack. Her movements are like a whirlwind. Each maneuver is accurate, deadly. The glow of her strength spills around like a light hurricane. The air trembles from voltage. The scene explodes with energy and dynamics. Grandma rapidly flies into the sky. Her body is illuminated by a bright aura. It hangs in the air, preparing to crack a stroke from the height of lightning languages. With terrible force, she hit the ground. The explosion lifts clouds of dust and water, and the bright line cuts the space. Ninja is trying to surround it again, but it hangs in the center and energy burns around. There are traces of strokes in the air. It remains inside the energy explosion. Her figure almost merges with the burning center, but continues to resist. One of Ninja looks with horror. Sweat shines on his face, and his eyes are full of fear of the power he did not expect. At the epicenter of the storm it stands. Her look is calm and cold. She understands that the real battle is just beginning. Purple blades circle around. Grandma clenches her hands and prepares the answer. Iron determination is glowing in her eyes. She closes her eyes and focuses deeply. Her face is calm and confident, as if the result has already been resolved. The eyes of one of the ninjas suddenly expand. His blow loses power, and panic is growing inside. Grandmother contains instantly. Her blows are accurate and ruthless. The defense of the enemies is scattered into pieces. The opponents fly away from the explosion of force. The water rises, and the grandmother remains in the center of the storm, calm and unwavering. Drops of water circle around. Her figure looks like a flower that blooms in the rain, beautiful and deadly. One of the ninja with a cry flies back. Grandma is rapidly catching up with him with a cold look that leaves no chance. She clips to him from behind. His body loses balance and bends in the air. Her grip squeezes the enemy as if a vice. She presses him to herself without leaving space for resistance. Leaning to her ear, she coldly spoke her sentence. Ninja realizes that he is not a grandmother in front of him, but the horror in the human body. There are 2 in the water. One looks into the sky with an empty look. The other is face down. There is no movement in both bodies. The third enemy is preparing for the attack. But the grandmother falls from the sky and destroys it with a flow of blue blades. Her movements are relentless languages. It directs force down. Water breaks with lightning bursts. Her blows look like a work of art. In the center of the water, the feet of a new character appear. He quietly goes on the water and asks not to rush to the subordinate. A sword appears in front of her. His outside is calm, but there is a danger. This is a master who owns himself. A large sword plan. His smile does not hide aggression. The eye reads an impatient desire for battle. Grandma calmly touches the water. Its steps are light and careful. The name became known. This is Mrs. Noah, the elder of the Gim clan and the messenger of the Seven Hill. Exhausted ninjas emerge from the water. One heavily grabs the air, the other floats to the brother. Their eyes are filled with devastation after a battle with Mrs. Noah. One of them swims to his comrades and supports them. They almost lost their strength after the merciless attack of the old lady. From the far shore, a figure in blue clothes is slowly appearing. He descends to the ground and there is tension between him and his grandmother. The man turns to her with a slight smile. He recalls how he saw her next to his father near the Chando statue. His words are hinted at by fate. Grandma bows her head and says he recognizes him. She notices how he has changed and calls him a general. Her voice is calm and respectful. The swords rotate around the general. He raises his eyes to the sky and says that the hostess of the old house has disappeared. But the spirit of the warrior does not return for no reason. The general compresses the swords and exposes them. His eyes are burning. He says coldly that if he gets the head of the hostess of the Golden House, the whole house will fall from fear. Бабуся піднімає голову з води і злегка усміхається. Her eyes shine with confidence. She says he will be surprised. There is no anger in her voice. The next moment, the grandmother flies into the sky. A giant vortex arises around it. It is in the center of a storm that carries destructive power. The general lifts his eyes. The room has a bizarre box with a wonderful smell. We are transferred again inside the house. Someone is anxiously calling Chongguan. He slowly comes to his senses, lying on a bed with a difficult look and wounds. The girl runs to him and says that her grandmother probably put a sleeping pill so that she did not know anything about the fight. Both look out the window. Their faces are full of anxiety. They understand that it is too late to act, and it is dangerous to remain silent. 3 children help the father get out of bed. They decided to get out and intervene in the event. Chongguvan and the girl carefully go outside. They look out of the door and do not know what they will see in front. A large plan of General's eyes. His look is serious and tense. The general turns calmly and confident. He says he was afraid to look up and felt powerless. He stands in a respectful pose with his sword in his hand. A wounded grandmother hangs on it. Many blades stick out from her body. The girl screams with horror, seeing her grandmother in this condition. The general looks at the girl and raises his hand. It looks like he conceived something. At the same moment, 2 purple arrows, similar to swords, fly in her direction. They almost get into it. John Guvan reacts instantly and pushes the girl aside, protecting her with her body. He says it is too dangerous. Above the reservoir are alarming voices. The general flies into the air and children and adults scream Jim to run it. The wounded Chong Huvan takes command. He orders Megan to flee with Gim, and others prepare for battle. In their eyes, fear and courage. The general looks coldly at the enemies. His look is ruthless. He says he came not only for one guy. Grandmother Noah hangs in the air. Swords. Her body is injured. The face is full of pain. 4 large clans characters appear in the darkness. Soga and Gim, like the wings of the Chang dynasty, keep balance in power. General's look becomes focused. He explains that Soga and Gima were at odds, but it was here that he found heirs who were able to put an end to this enmity. 2 swords as energy lines directed in a girl. He states that the heir to Gim's clan. She is the only daughter of the head of the genus. She was considered dead because of illness. But she is alive. It was behind her that the general came. The general smiles mockingly. He looks at the wounded Noah and says that the child's weakness is the fault of the family that hid her. Noah is suffocated by pain. Her face is distorted by emotions and inner struggle. There are 2 in the dark room. The elder of the clan talks to the grandmother. Their words hint at deep mystery and danger to the girl Gim. Unknown people made up the main house. One of them sits over the table almost in tears. He says that if they found her then, she would have died. Grandma is barely smiling and confesses that she has saved her. She brought the girl to the room, said she was her niece, gave her shelter, and released her death. She held the girl by her hand and said she took her and went to the mountains to study medicine and cure her. The head is back and silent. He listens to the story of how his grandmother saved her, performing her duty. Finally, it rotates. His look is sad. It's a Changguk from Gim's clan. On the street, the army is alert. The general states that he has already sent a messenger to inform Gyogo about the people who abducted their secret records. His look is confident and adamant. He is convinced that he will win the Northern River without loss. And if they capture the only daughter of Clan Gim, the rest will fall in front of them. Chongguvan breaks into the attack. His body is pierced by water that flies. The general smiles boldly, lifts his finger and says that the old wound from Gyoje has not yet healed. He laughs, they say. The guy will not reach him with his clumsy movements. Chon Guvan squeezes his fist. Його очі палають гнівом. The general activates the water flow that breaks up. His body rises into the air with force. He rushes towards John Guan, saying that he came to get an old one, which is on the verge of death. Chon Huvan grabs her grandmother on her hand. His swords cut the air and leave the wounds around. The general hangs in the sky, illuminated by aura. At the bottom, the Guvan covers the grandmother, reflecting the flows of blue energy. The general waves with swords using new equipment. He mocks the guy, reminding that he could not win. Chon Huvan stands below holding his grandmother. It is approaching the waves of deadly blue energy. He touches the shoulder and sees blood. He had a new wound. Energy flows penetrate his body like a blade. Suddenly, someone's hand stops a deadly attack. A girl who radiates a blue aura appears nearby. It protects it from energy. Her leg steeps on the ground. The water flies in all sides. She stops the enemy swords with the glal. The girl stands in front of the boy and wraps him with her aura. Her look is stubborn and unwavering. The general looks at her with a mocking smile, puts her hands in front of her and says she wants to see all her strength. He crosses his hands and prepares for a blow. At this point, he raises his hands up. Powerful energy breaks out of his body. The explosive wave shudders the ground. Chon Guvan covers his grandmother with his body. Water waves cover it completely. Others scream with fear because they are sinking in a sudden flood. The girl closes her face with her hands, but does not seem. She restrained the flow of water with her energy. Her body rotates in the vortex of magical power. The general still directs a deadly attack on her. It is completely ready for battle. The general jumps up and hangs, cutting the air with the energy that heads to the girl at the bottom. John Guvan carefully puts his grandmother on the ground. There is a powerful magical explosion behind them. He asks if she is alive. He holds her in his arms and waits with horror until she gets away. Finally, she begins to make sounds and asks the girl to stop. All in the wounds bloody? Grandmother says you can't fight. She just sought healing. But anger is red on the girl's face. She is no longer able to stop. She raises her arms up. The stones rise with its energy. The stones fly directly at the general and knock it down. Everything looks fantastic. It stands in a blue aura, and an explosive moon is heard around. Chn Givan in a state of shock. He does not believe that she beats. The foreigner is also amazed. He silently holds his grandmother in his arms. She says the girl was born with such talent. There is a bunch of stones on the ground after a powerful magical explosion. A powerful wave of energy suddenly breaks from the inside. The explosion scatters stones on all sides. A general appears from the middle. In his hands, swords, and around in the air hangs fragments. His anger is aimed at this stubborn girl. His look is rude. He holds the sword in front of him and says he will have to cripple. General's eyes glow. His body is wrapped by a powerful energy wave. He activates the technique of 4 swords, covering the space and flying directly into the girl. She stands ready to blow. In her eyes, determination and confidence. She is not going to retreat. The space burns with energy. Their forces face and intertwine in a frantic battle. The general attacks with a fierce anger, trying to kill. The girl confidently holds the defense, reflecting every blow. General looks confused. Something in her power clearly shocks him. It releases a powerful blow that accurately involves it, causing an explosion. A sweat appears on his face. He clasps his teeth from anger. The sky shines from the explosions and is pierced by the sounds of battle. Spectators in shock. What happens goes beyond the idea. John Guvan holds her grandmother and is amazed at the girl's power. She is a generation alone. On his hands lies a exhausted grandmother. Her body flows with blood. The girl circles in the air like a real warrior. Its energy fills the space. In her glance, determination and anger were felt. The foreigner was shocked from what he saw. Meanwhile, the grandmother attracts the attention of John Guan and says something to him. Lying is exhausted. She asks to attribute it to the composition where the medicine is stored. Time is short. All the space around flashes with energy like a hurricane of explosions. General people stood shocked. Only a few could challenge him, and this girl among them. They continue the battle, not believing that the girl from the forest could hide such power. One of the subordinates of the general watches with horror and understands that his commander needs help. It floats on wood on water. His gaze suddenly lingers on strange motion. In the courtyard, people run into the building, as if trying to hide something. John Guvan, together with the allies, brought his grandmother into the room. They are confused and frightened. She asks Makina to find opium among her things. The McCann in a panic rushes to look for the remedy. Another guy is looking for a clay container as the grandmother ordered. It is to sprinkle with this powder wounds Chon Guan to quench the pain. Yong Guvan treats wounds, but in his eyes, misunderstanding. Others serve their grandmother's medicine. She explains that it is paralytic acid from poisonous herbs. Under normal conditions, it would not be used. Menon transmits the Guan jar of opium as the grandmother asked. Lying in the blood, she says that Menon brought this remedy from abroad. Even martial arts are not treated as these medicines. But the effect is short. Chon Guvan looks at the jar embarrassed. In the end, he drinks her content. He curves and says he will now have power for battle. But Mekhan warns. Overdose can be deadly. Suddenly, the door to the room opens the enemy. All frightened are preparing weapons. He looks at them rigidly and asks what they thought. Panic begins in the room. Everyone is trying to stop the threat. Grandmother orders the Mechanane to stop the bleeding and anesthetize it. From the outside, they hear people screaming the enemy not to approach. He calls them small freaks. Near the standing building explodes. The ruins appears coughing general, covered with pain. He writes in pain and does not understand how this girl can have so much strength. Is this the power of the clan Jim? The girl stands firmly, her body glows with a blue aura. It is approaching, but there is an expression of shock on her face. The general is exhausted from the ground. His face is skewed from rage. He recalls how he was taken from the church at the age of 10 and he never went through full training. Suddenly, his body begins to emit strength, and his eyes are burning with bright light. He grabs the swords and says that if he fails to defeat her, he must kill so that she does not threaten their plans. But the girl circles in the air, covered by her energy. She knows. The victory will be behind her. General's gaze darkens. It is preparing to use a counterattack capable of restraining its strength. He squeezes the sword and is about to fill the entire space with energy, so as not to give it a scene. Many light swords cut through the air. They form a deadly grid, covering the girl on all sides. She strongly puts her hand forward. Her forehead is covered with sweat, but the look is full of power. The pillars of blue flames are cut into the ground. The rocks are cracking, and she tries to hold back a blow. The stream of swords collapses on it. One by one, strokes do not even rest her. The whole field is filled with bright light. Energy flows break the space and sweep everything in the way. At this point, another warrior grabs two guys and raises them up without the slightest mercy. The battle seat tightens thick smoke. The girl is lying in the cheat. Her body is covered with dust, but she is still alive. The enemy with the sword descends from the sky. His eyes are cold. He grabs the girl for her hair. She screams with pain. General is angry that she shattered the blow. But he does not retreat. His look is rigid and determined. It pulls it by hair and rapidly dissects the space. The sword shines in the air aimed at it. He lifts the sword to her hair, trying to cut it. But suddenly his body flies into the air. It is flipping over in flight. The general falls on his back. The girl is already standing over him with his sword in her hands. Everything has changed. His eyes are extended from shock. A white sword shines in front of the face. Every breath of her can be the last for him. She encroaches, saying that he will not allow him to pick up what makes her happy. The eyes are burning rage. It is surrounded by a blue aura, but it falls from exhaustion. Both find themselves on the ground. The general lies in a state of shock. He realizes that her strength is almost exhausted. The girl is trembling. Hardly holds on to consciousness. The general gets up and says he knew. She has problems with the body. His face burns with anger. It is a shame for him that such a girl forced him to lose control. He grabs her for his throat and lifts the sword. From his mouth is a promise to kill her. The girl screams in despair, calling her grandmother for help. And suddenly, a terrible cry. Lightning takes off from the sky. John Guvan rushes down with a burning fist. His body glows with combat energy. The blow will be devastating. The room has chaos. After the battle, things are scattered on the floor. Grandma orders the Mechanane to tie her with a rope to the back of John. She hangs on his back, whispers on the ear, distributing energy across the body. Then the drugs are faster. The body of John Guan begins to emit force. The grandmother says the acid will block the pain and opium will relieve the fear of the enemy. She further tells him in his ear. Her voice is solid. The guy looks exhausted, but his determination is not shaky. The enemy breaks into the room. Grandma gives the last instruction. When it happens, think about them like dirt and attack. One of the opponents grabs him behind his back. But John Guvan does not stop. It moves forward with frantic force. It breaks into the attack. The speed is incredible. He runs to the enemy without thinking about anything, as the grandmother ordered. The enemy realizes that before him, the one who defeated others. Although injured, it is still dangerous. The eyes of Guan are burning. He is approaching rapidly, and the enemy does not have time to react. Both scream at the moment of collision. Chonguvan strikes the head. Explosive power. The enemy cannot withstand strength. The enemy falls face to the ground. On the lips, blood. Despite the wound, the hero broke the course of the battle. Without stopping, Chonguvan crosses through the enemy and runs on. 3 soldiers in white rush to the enemy in purple. They are preparing for a blow. Their eyes are full of determination and fear. They are assaulted by weapons. Their attacks hit, but at the same time rejects. The enemy is evil and focused. Although in the blood, it is still full of strength. Eyes are burning with the desire to counter. Men looks from behind the door. His cry is full of panic. It disappears instantly in the dark. Only a 5th can be seen. General in blood and anger. His eyes smoke the desire for revenge. Chonguvan with red eyes rushes forward. On the back, grandmother. His gaze is scared. He fades on top of the enemy. The explosion of energy and bright light dazzle all around. In the air, he flies with his fist with alert. His eyes are burning rage. With superhuman power, he strikes the enemy. The hand is tense, but the energy flow breaks out. In the jump, he punches the enemy from the acceleration. Energy glows around, creating rays of strength. His face is skewed from anger. On the back, an old woman. But the pace of attack is not slowed. A powerful vertical stroke enemy from the feet. Chonguvan strikes a direct blow to the general's forehead. The force is striking. General's eyes are extended. The voltage increases. Anger boils in it. They are still fighting. Chonguvan almost reaches the enemy, but he releases the technique. The space penetrates the blue beam. The energy of energy erupts the earth. Everything on the way is destroyed. Despite the blow, Chonguvan stands. His posture is straight. He is ready for the next step. The general sits in a battle rack with 2 swords. His body glows with a dark aura. Chonguvan rushes forward. The pain is ignored. Grandmother keeps with the last forces. Their energy merge. It concentrates all force in the hand. His face is fierce. The blow is preparing. Chonguvan jumps up and causes a powerful blow. Energy waves cut through the air. The enemy flies towards him with 2 swords. Grandmother whispers to give all his strength. She will handle him. The scene explodes with light and strength. The hero and the enemy are beating in the middle of the whirlwind. The stones fly. The earth splits. John Hutt screams, breaking through the energy hell. His face is a solid determination. Grandma is firmly pressed to him. She closes her eyes. Her face is pain, care, and peace. She is ready for the last victim. Both are covered with the glow of their aura. They are fighting. The enemy causes a blow that cuts the ground. The explosion of light and debris fly. Chonguvan targets the enemy's head. A powerful explosion. But the general is evading. The general in response punches the land with his explosion. The energy flow pierces everything around. Chonguvan corresponds to the attack of burning energy. Everything explodes from his strength. They are at the center of the energy storm. Their forces are intertwined into one. The giant pillar of fiery energy erupts into the sky. The space is burning. The general reflects the blow and directs energy to the guy. He falls to the ground. The enemy screams. His face is offended by pain. The sword is again aimed at Chonguvan. The battle continues. The enemy attacks again. The sword almost cuts the body of Chonguvan. He has time to deflect, but in his face, a grimace of pain. His eyes are red, teeth are closed. He remembers his grandmother, asking if she did not devote her. The enemy's sword cuts the body but does not penetrate. He compresses his fist. His blow flies directly into the face of the enemy. General's face flies away. The blood flows. He cannot lose one to someone. Chonguvan hits his leg with a frantic force. The enemy flies back in the explosion. His face burns with anger and rage. General in the wounds. His look is full of anger. He understands. This guy is not ordinary. Suddenly, General's sword appears at the very face of Chonguvan. He takes it into the energy ring. But Chonguvan does not seem. He squeezes his fists and reflects the attack. His blow throws the enemy into the air. The land splits. In the meantime, someone holds a gun. This is Mikan. He aimed at the enemy, but suddenly one of the boys strikes him with a dagger. A bloody wound appears on the enemy's body. He looks at his hand in the blood, in shock. McKenna's face is angry. He holds a gun folded and says he will kill the enemy. Everyone covered their ears, preparing for a shot. But Mikan lowers weapons. His allies are approaching the enemy. Chonguvan is still exploding in the battle with the general. Its energy throbs around. The captain orders to create a smoke curtain. His look is decisive. The explosions break the space, smoke and chaos everywhere. Chonguvan notices smoke. But the grandmother warns him not to lose vigilance. The attack can be from darkness. The army returns to the general. One of them reports injuries. Need to retreat. They will monitor the GIM family. General in anger and exhaustion. It is humiliating, but the allies convince him to retreat. They lacked information. His eyes are burning rage. He says he can't just go. On the ground lies the exhausted girl. It does not give him rest. Everything around the thick smoke around, as if the air itself became heavy and alarming. The attendees froze in shock, and McCann even released weapons from his hands, unable to believe the eyes. With a decisive look, John Guvan broke out of his place, carrying his grandmother on her back without looking back. The general rushed forward, leaving only dust and deep traces in the ground. His goal is a powerless girl lying on the ground without being able to get up. Blooded and exhausted, John Guvan raced through, without thinking about the pain, only to stop the enemy. He rushes to the general, sharply intercepting his trajectory. He did not expect such courage. In his eyes, the rage and surprise broke out. John Guvan strikes his elbow on his back, but the enemy skillfully slips out of the attack. With the eyes that burned with fire, the general raises the sword, preparing for a stroke in a threatening pose. The sun flooded the ancient residence. It was here, 21 years ago, that a fateful history began. Castle Chan Kei. The little girl stopped suddenly. Hearing a familiar voice, her eyes shook. Her face shone, as if she saw someone the most expensive. Her father approached the security. The girl exclaimed and rushed to him. Her festive clothing turned in the wind. The man leaned, gently apologizing for the delay. The meeting was delayed. When she asked or waited for a long time, the girl replied that she had just returned from her grandmother from the temple. Holding his daughter in his arms, his father smiled. She asked why he would teach her, but he just laughed. They say you should not rush to study. Bond sighed heavily and lowered his head. Everything seemed surprisingly familiar. The old man smiled calmly, listening to his complaint on Gim. She glowed with joy. She had time for all, mastering combat equipment. Her sincere admiration was inspired. The father stared gently at his daughter, holding her in his arms. He promised that today he would teach her the most difficult, and did it with joy. Jim, as always, was the center of attention. Her laughing sounded around until her father threw her up without holding back pride. The squeezed hand lay on the ground. A deep bloody spot spread on white clothes. Jim's face was scratched and contaminated. In the eyes, fatigue. But in the heart there was a dream of peace and a simple life. In the memoirs the village came. Familiar faces, flowers, field, work, and warmth. People became her real family. The smile involuntarily touched the mouth. The dream lived in her heart, laughing and living near those she loves. The wounded lay in the dark. One question did not come from thoughts. Did she not deserve happiness? The pain overshadowed. In front of her stood the enemy with a sword directed in her body. Dreams dissolved with every breath. Her body lay powerless, filled with blood. A sword protruded from his chest, a symbol of broken hope. The grandmother shone tears in his eyes. She looked at Jim with pain and infinite regret. The angry Chon Guvan beats the enemy with his knee into his face with such force that his neck is dangerously crunched. The enemy's eyes expanded. His body cracked under pressure. The expression of pain has frozen on the face full of shock. The general stood over the body of Gim, still holding a sword killed deep into her chest. Behind the red burning background, General's look is cold and indifferent. He was silently ordered everyone to retreat. 3 pursuers are broken into the room. One of them flies forward like lightning, leaving behind a shadow. The ground under the feet splits. Cracks stretch like a tragedy echo. In the center, a fixed body. In the mountains, dawn breaks through the rocks. A new day is born of pain and loss. The quiet water flows slowly between the stones, like peace after a storm. Around the ruins, fragments, sagging fabrics, beams. The world is destroyed to the base. One of the attackers lay near the dead, scattered around the daggers. John Guvan, Grandma, and others stood silently over the girl's body. No one dared to say a word. Their backs are hunched under the weight of loss. Eyes lowered, as if the souls left the bodies. Zim lay still in the crack of the earth. They stood silently over her, still believing in a miracle. Her dress is filled with blood. Grandma stood above her, and black hair was scattered as if a farewell. Grandma did not hold back tears. The heart was torn from the pain of a granddaughter. The wounded Chonghuvan stood silently. In the look, sadness, rage, and promise born of pain. The children who laughed before were now silent. One of them turned, heard something strange. All together looked at the rocks. From there, an incomprehensible sound that awakened anxiety. The earth shuddered. No one understood what was happening, and everyone froze, feeling the threat. The expression of John Guan has frozen. The rest were shocked. The battle was approaching. It seems that the army of the hostess Yu left the base. His eyes are wide open. Shock and anxiety were reflected in every lynx. Grandma, sitting over her grandchildren, whispered, "It's time to go into battle." John nodded. He was ready. The old woman lay in the arms of the dead. She said that even if John Guvan remained, he would only become a shadow of pity. She needed time to come together with thoughts. Jim's body was no longer breathing. The face kept calm, as if she had fallen asleep in the middle of the storm, without waiting in the morning. John Guvan, with his eyes wide open, listened to his grandmother. But she strictly ordered not to touch the opium, only to bring paralytic acid with her, but carefully. He lowered his gaze silently and nodded. He accepted her words without denial. His legs stopped at the edge of the crack. The earth under them seemed cold, like death itself. Slowly, as if broken, John Guvan dropped on his knees. The young man bowed to the ground, asking forgiveness. He thanked the grandmother for everything she did. Somewhere far away, in the gorge, the sun continued to go down, spilling the reddish-gold light on the tops of the mountains. Meanwhile, the earth shuddered. The army of Jagan from the northern river moved forward, filling each space. The fortress was filled with enemies. The barricades fell one by one. The fire covered the wooden buildings. The smoke lifted into the sky. Among the chaos, the swords, the screams of the wounded, and the heat of the flame merged. The army attacked from all sides, not giving any chance of resistance. Defenders fell one by one. They were destroyed suddenly, without even having to understand who and why they were attacked. In despair, they shouted, asking, "Where is the mistress? Where are the generals?" They did not believe that the treacherous blow was at this point. The huge flames absorbed the horizon, burning everything that was once their home. Among the battlefield, covered with gunpowder and blood, stood a blonde in kimono. She barely kept on her feet, but in her eyes, she was raging. Her face is exhausted, but the look is decisive. She fought to the last, not allowing herself to fall. Warriors were beaten around. A voice came from the darkness. "It is not necessary to contradict the commander. Now everything is in his hands." A powerful hand clenched the head of one of the warriors. A rough voice stated that from the very beginning he did not like it. He was spying and inciting generals. A demon appeared in front of the girl. Red, muscular, with burning eyes and threatening aura. The demon was slowly approaching. A warrior fought in his hand, pleading for help. Cold and indifferent, the demon said, "Everything went out of plan and it is her fault." He grabbed the bloody sword, preparing for a blow. Hatred in the voice. All because of her intervention. The explosion of force. The demon swung and the flame lines of the sword were torn the air directed simply by the girl. In her eyes, fear broke out. She was trapped. She didn't know what to do, and felt time. 2 guards stood at the entrance to the tent, watching peace. It happened 2 hours ago. Stroida Judge was holding an amulet in his hand and concentratedly staring at him, realizing that Soot would soon take the promised sudden attack. Before him was a scout from another army. He reported that some persons in the army of the judge were acting suspiciously, and passed the saga's sign to confirm his words. The Lord squeezed the amulet with anger. He was angered by the fact that he is considered lower than soybeans. This thought did not give him rest. The warrior in the mask that conveyed the message was frightened by his reaction. His eyes were widely revealed from surprise. In a moment, the scout disappeared. Stroida Judge looked at an empty spot, not even understanding where he went. He exploded with a fierce cry, asking if someone was outside, who heard it all. Judge came out of the tent to the guards and gestured to distribute the wine and meat to the soldiers who fought for months without rest. At this point, a warrior was hiding on the roof, listening to the conversation. The one who followed from above was shocked. The Lord scared him with his cruel and creepy look. The clutter prevailed between the tents. The soldiers did not understand why they were suddenly allowed to celebrate. The guards who brought the barrels with beer explained that it was the order of the hostess judge as a sign of gratitude for the hard work. The soldiers were happy and rushed to treat. They drank with excitement, pouring each other, and joked that they had already forgotten when they were resting. 2 guards also received booze but hesitated. They understood that it was dangerous in the post. However, the guy who brought everything assured that it was a personal order of the UIGE. From the bushes it was visible how the guards finally surrendered. They accepted the booze and rejoiced, not knowing whether such an opportunity would fall. The guards from the neighboring barrack Manhwa opened their mouths wide, hearing screams and sounds of fun. The noise came from the mountain. The guards wondered that the main army was celebrating and envied by those who received a treat. One of them, holding the spear, reminded that the Lord Man will ordered not to drink. Another noted that the young assistant commander should intervene, but he is too young. They did not know where the deputy went. One warrior only sighed, rising, and the other confessed that he had not paid attention to the orders of the Lord Manhwa lately. At this point, a chunky man with a rough look appeared before them. He clenched his fists, hearing their conversation, and did not hold back anger. Seeing the ban on Jan, the head of the department, the warriors were frozen. One gestures invited him inside, and the other pushed the curtain of the tent and informed the Lord's main vole of his arrival. The servants pushed the curtain for the mistress. He cast a wicked look at them and silently entered the tent. His eyes expressed annoyance. He was angry because his night meeting was interrupted and did not understand the reason for the call. Before him was the Lord Manhwa. In her posture, confusion and internal anxiety were read. Behind the Lord stood her guards. They looked frightened and did not understand why everyone gathered together. One of the guards carefully asked the ban on Jana. He promised that he would explain everything now. Ban about Jan couldn't calm down. He demanded clear explanations and said that the conspiracy was not a trifle. Meanwhile, the barracks lasted the holiday. The soldiers drank and had fun, and in the sky above the forest a warrior was flying in purple armor. The look of the warrior suddenly changed. He saw something terrible and could not hide the shock. Landing on a branch, he noticed his friend, partially buried in the ground. The warrior went down to him, released his mouth, and asked if he was alive. The prisoner shouted with horror that it was a trap, and shouted that a friend immediately evaded. From the sky, a warrior with a red mane and a frantic look flew. He swung on the blow, and the ninja at the bottom tried to react. The blow threw Ninji's body high in the air. A wave of flames exploded on the ground. The red warrior remained in a battle pose. The red fighter, using super sunfulness, mercilessly attacked the enemy. His silhouettes created a deadly whirlwind, which was called a pack of red wolves. Ninja tried to repel the attack with a sword, but the enemy did not stop. His eyes were burning rage. In the eyes of a red warrior burned anger. The hair rose up and the face was determined. He mentally ordered a secret letter. Ninja looked at him with tension and shock. Two forces collided in the sky. Ninja rushed with his sword on the enemy who was waiting with the axe. The ninja sword lit up with a purple flame at the time of attack. The red giant has not moved out of place. He stopped the blow and forcefully squeezed the ninja into the ground. Ninja's body lay motionless at his feet. At this point, another ally appeared. With a face full of anger, he swung the sword with a purple glow. The red warrior turned at lightning speed, preparing for a new attack. His face was tense. He held the wounded hand and did not understand how he managed to get out. The warriors in the purple armor looked determined. They used the secret art of darkness and were ready to kill the enemy immediately. They both jumped, trying to catch it by surprise. But he turned, clamped his weapon, and prepared for battle. In the barracks of the Lord Manhwa, there was a tense conversation. A candle trembled on the table. Ban Ojian looked angry. His fists were compressed when he heard about the conspiracy. They sat at the table and discussed the situation. The military tried to prove their inaccuracy and cited evidence. Manhwa confidently stated that she saw betrayal with her own eyes. She assured that she had no benefit. Ban Ojian looked at her with distrust and stated that she could be a spy. Manhwa explained that she worked for a long time in a courtesy in a celestial city in the Moxan fortress. She risked her life to bring the truth. Her eyes were pleased to believe. She only wanted everyone to prepare for a sudden attack. Ban Ojian shouted that she did not trust her for a moment. At that time, the barracks lasted a loud gun. 10 days have passed when Manji left the northern river. The warriors danced by the fire. Some were lying on the ground, the plowed, and Manhwa thought only for one thing. She needs to convince the boss of danger. 2 soldiers sat on guard with glasses in their hands. They enjoyed the wind and did not worry. One of them dreamed of children and wanted to go home as soon as possible. But suddenly he felt something strange. He was engulfed by alarming anticipation. His body was thrown from the tower by incredible force. The bowl fell out of hand. The attack was lightning. Another guard was quietly asleep. The soldiers sat at the tables. They did not suspect nothing until one of the fiery balls hit one of them. Burning balls began to pour from the sky. The barracks swung. These balls flew at incredible speed. There were a lot of them. Fire arrows hit the soldiers and immediately killed them. No one understood what was happening. The battlefield swept the wave of the offensive. The riders were stabbed. The infantry moved behind them with combat exclamations. The army broke through the barricades. The fortress was burning. Chaos prevailed everywhere. The attackers acted at lightning speed. Their spears punched people through. A huge army moved through the valley. The earth shuddered from every step. It was a full-scale invasion. In the tent of the military council, everyone was frightened. They heard strange sounds and could not understand what was happening. Manhwa raised sharply and exclaimed the question. A guard with an expression of fear on the face appeared in the door. The guard brown into the tent. He shouted about a sudden attack. His eyes were filled with horror. The Banonjan grabbed the weapon and rushed forward. He did not expect the attack to happen right now. His sword cuts the air with a lightning blow, tearing the space. At that moment, the tent broke into the tent. His muscles tensed, his fist flew up and anger struck the allies. They did not even have time to react. In the distance, a burning battlefield was visible. The flames were mixed with lightning, and hundreds of sparks fell asleep. A powerful explosion flew into the air from incredible impact force. The army of the Lord, Manhwa, tried to restrain the giant, but in their eyes was a fear. Their efforts were in vain. The giant acted lightly and deadly. The warriors flew into the air like the beveled leaves. He gathered horrible energy in his hands and was preparing for a decisive blow. His face was distorted by rage, and his eyes were burning with red fire. Mr. Manhwa sat on the earth among the bodies of the fallen. Her gaze was anxious and lost. In front of her stood the little one. In one hand, he held a wounded soldier who pleaded for help. Judge's gaze was evil. He looked at the girl and said that everything went out of her way as he planned. He had grabbed his sword with his hand and said that he had too much hatred because of it. His eyes flashed malice, and the silhouette looked threatening in the light of the explosion. The girl was lost. Her look was filled with horror and misunderstanding what to do next. The flash of light exploded where Manhwa sat. The giant sent her killer blow to her. He raised his sword again for his last blow, but at the last moment his face was skewed. Before him was a ban on January. He defended the girl, moving to her side. Ban's face was burning anger. He could not believe that Judge had betrayed them and was now trying to destroy everything. Manhwa sat in a stupor. Her consciousness did not accept what happened before her eyes. Ban Ojan hatched his teeth, lifted his sword, and asked with a decisive look how Jugo could betray the northern army for Chongguk. Judge looked at him cold and indifferent, as if nothing had nothing. The girl panicked. Banojan begged to say that it was not true. He wanted to hear that Jugo remained to those who supported them on the battlefield, who he gave up. But Judge was holding swords in both hands and preparing for an attack. His voice sounded firmly. He said he had not changed. To achieve victory, he is ready to give up everything, even his comrades. Banojan stood with his sword alert. He couldn't believe that all this is true. He was only a tool for Jed. They collided in battle. Janna's sword shuddered at the power of the enemy. Juge released the explosive wave that swept the dust and broke everything around. Manhwa covered his hands from the explosion. She was almost knocked down. Jugi reopened anger again. He threw the next blow to the girl and shouted that she had deceived 6 generals. Manhwa barely kept on his feet. Her face was full of tension, and her hand trembled, covering her face. Jugs released a flurry of attack. Everything around flew away, but the ban on Jian stood confidently and resisted that power. In spite of anything, the ban on Jan rushed forward. His sword glowed, piercing the space and hunting directly at the enemy. Zdroida Judge was even more angry. He did not say the word, but simply released a crazy blow directly towards the ban on January. He struck his protection and wounded his opponent in his shoulder. Bana's eyes expanded with pain, shaking his hands. But he stood on his feet, despite the hellish feeling throughout the body. Manhwa, with a cry, rushed to call for help. Anxiety sounded in her voice. It was at this moment that the support group threw charming threads on Judge, shaking his movements. His eyes were fierce. He did not expect everything to turn like that. In his hands, he continued to compress the swords, full of determination. The warriors kept it connected, and Manhwa, standing in the heart of the battle, ordered the archers to open fire. The archers pulled the bowstrings and aimed at the giant without hesitation of a second. The arrows were hit by the body of the Yug. Even tight, he tried to beat the blows. His face was filled with astonishment. He could not believe in such accuracy and coordination of their actions. Manhwa pointed to him with a cold look. She said that those who are only passionate about their power never pay attention to others. The huge figure of the Jugs was surrounded on all sides. Dozens of cables and hooks flew from different sides, entwining his body. The hand of Man Will was rising up. Behind her back were archers, fighters, guards. Her eyes shone with cold confidence. Today, the victory should be behind them. One of the soldiers pierced the enemy ruthlessly, far behind the buildings. Among the chaos, one of the warriors of the army was rushing forward, crying an order to save his army. They rocked on horseback with raised spears, unrestrained, like a storm. The army broke forward, crashing everything that stood in the way. One of the fighters cried out the order, pointing forward. His face was distorted by the cry. Sparks flew around, flames, and explosions heard. The army was rushing forward with cruel force, but no one knew where their leader, Judge, went. The giant rolled down dozens of cables. His body was pulled, but his hands were still squeezed. Behind was the Manhwa, who was waiting for this moment. She once told her plan. The generals laughed, did not believe. Now everyone saw that her strategy worked. Every step was thought out, she ahead of dozens of commanders. Her army was small but always ready for counterattack. They are not surprised. The harnesses were tightened. He tried to be released but could not escape. Manhwa, with a look, full of power, ordered the archers to shoot again. She warned that he means death. The archers released a volley. Their arrows flew exactly in the target, leaving no misses. Meanwhile, on all sides, the soldiers pulled the cables hard, not allowing Jugi to be released. The giant was entangled on all sides. It covered with arrows. The muscles were tense. The cables were pulled from different sides. It was a trap that he could no longer break. For the first time on the face of the judge, a lost anger appeared. He did not know how to get rid of. The soldiers who once were afraid to look in his direction now rushed to the attack. They were overwhelmed by the desire to destroy the traitor. At this point, Banojan releases a fire blow to him. The giant screams with fury that he does not forgive it. Jugs rushes out of the trap, cutting the cables, and a powerful wave scatters the whole army. The soldiers fly upwards, just flying over the head of Manhwa, who has not yet realized that she was waiting for her. Her face changes suddenly. She looks pale and shocked, not understanding how he got out. Judge burns in a rage like a demon. His eyes are fiery. Swords in his hands emit fatal energy. There is only one figure in front of him, a girl who underestimated his skill. His fingers squeeze the sword's hand. It should have been the last blow. Not only anger but also a deep insult for disrespect burns in the look. Manhwa's eyes are filled with fear. Her breathing wondered. The body was clamped. In a critical moment, Banojan rushes to her, closing her with her body. The sudden explosion cuts the air. The earth shudders from the force of impact. The warriors throws high. Their bodies fly in different directions, like chips in a hurricane. The battlefield absorbs the explosion of red rage. The earth is rising from dust clubs, and two fugitives try to escape from chaos. They ran the forest path. Their teeth are stained. Their feet rush without stopping. Suddenly, their eyes expand from shock. There is something terrible in front of them. They stop. In front of them, the battlefield on fire. On the ground, a disorderly bunch of bodies. At that moment, the explosion covers them again. Banojan rushes forward, taking the whole blow on himself, covering Manhwa. Jugs rushes from the last forces. Its red swords cut the air, and the earth trembles under pressure from attack. He aimed at Banaojana and Manhwa. Manhwa falls to the ground. Yugu is a foot in her foot. Her face is skewed from pain. Juge raises his leg and beats her with full force. The air shudders, torn into the waves of energy. The eyes of man will become blurred, hands tremble, and the gaze begs for salvation. Above this, unfamiliar figures watched from above. The gigantic guy spoke to the woman in the air, which all started earlier than expected. 3 days ago, in the fortress, Bukadung, near the residence of MJ, raced through a courtyard with urgent news, running through the nightlight of the lanterns. He ran to the hall where Mr. Mudge sat in silence. Its appearance attracted attention. The servant reported that the messenger was faint at the main gate. The news has caused Mr. Misha's alarming surprise. One of the servants carried an exhausted young man. The other showed his hand and explained that the day and night was racing from the fortress. The bleeding guy came to his senses. He coiled and stretched out the letter, which Manhwa handed over to Mr. MJ. At this time, Zhu Hyang, from the 12th Combat Group, quickly went to battle. Her red outfit was fluttering. The combat energy pulled around. Jonggu, known as the Sunlight, reacted instantly. His sword glowed with a green glow. Zhu Hyang was flying down at incredible speed, as the situation required an immediate solution. Jonggu was already preparing for a collision. She explained that her technique is not compatible with the enemy method. Sleeping into the air, she began the attack, and Jonggu raised the sword to create her space. The bottom was already standing. His face was distorted by rage. Every step heard like a thunder. A powerful explosion tore the ground. The energy of green and pink glare flew around. Jonggu defended Zhu Hyang, which was on the verge of a blow. He rushed forward. The sword glowed brightly. His gaze was focused. Judge evaded his attacks. There was already Zhu Hyang, ready for its course. Her hands were released by bright purple balls that pierced the space and flew directly into the enemy. Together with John, they simultaneously struck Yug. Their blows struck his protection and left him exhausted. From the force of impact, the earth split. Judge fell into the center of the explosion, creating a cliff, and the wreckage with dust climbed up. But Judge escaped from the debris. In his eyes, rage burned. He was not going to retreat. Zhu Hyang with anxiety followed him. Her breath accelerated. She did not understand why he betrayed Bukdodan. John Gu with anger said Jug would pay for his crime. Judge rushed forward. He was indifferent to their words. He sought only victory all his life. Zhu Hyang and John Gun combined the forces and struck. The sky was split. The flows of red, green, and pink were merged in a powerful explosion. At this point, Manji ran up to Man. She sat over the wounded Ban on Gianna. The boy asked if she was fine, and the girl was surprised to return his rapid return. After scratching his nose, he jokingly said that he was just doing his job well. Manji was rushing to a horse for 7 days and managed to deliver a letter to Mr. MJ. Fortunately, Mr. MJ quickly passed the news of the Bukdanag monk. After a limited time, they did not have time to organize the army, so they sent the elite detachment. Due to the presence of the 12th Lord, they quickly crossed the bridge and arrived in less than 3 days. She was considered an ideal fighter in an emergency. On the recommendation of MJ, John Gu appeared. He was considered the best student, and his technique was complemented by the style of the Lord. Men Vol approved the reinforcement, but asked about the rest of the army. Manji explained that the elite unit was still on the road and will arrive in about 10 days. Zhu Hyang and John Gu planned to destroy the enemy immediately after the victory over Yug. But the attack began earlier. There is one question left: whether they will have time to reinforce. Ban Ojan, holding on his chest, acknowledged that the situation was out of control. Next to Mon Vol tried to keep him in mind. From the last forces, the commander recognizes his mistake. He did not believe in the warning of Man Will, but it was thanks to his actions that the army managed to avoid complete destruction. Chaos, however, has only intensified. Because of confusion, the commanders are absent, and a mess prevails in the ranks of troops. The soldiers are confused and the units do not have a clear guide. If you cannot quickly collect rows, the enemy will easily destroy them one by one. Soldiers either scream in despair or just stand without understanding what is happening. Flame flashes in the rear. The camp is covered by fire. Even realizing this, the wounded commander does not see the point of returning to the virus of chaos. Menvol looks at him silently. Her look is anxious, as if she were trying to decide on something important. She suddenly raises and firmly states that she can no longer sit. The boy looks at her with shock. She stands with her back to them, says confidently, "Where only men fight, a woman becomes those whom everyone notice." A red-hair warrior erupts forward, shining on the forehead. His eyes are burning with determination. With frantic speed, it cuts through the rows of enemies. His axe leaves bloody arcs. Every blow is accurate and deadly. From a height, you can see how it breaks into the center of enemy forces. The moon of blows is spread between the trees. He is surrounded by enemies, raises the axe, trying to repel the attack at the same time on both sides. In his gaze, anger burns. With one hand, he squeezes the axe, the other, a fist. He is blossoming that these types are so slippery. It switches and dissects the air so much that the energy wave is formed. The enemies retreat. They are almost knocked down, but they remain confident. They are surrounded by a purple aura. They do not understand who they are dealing with. His body has already been hit several times, but it is too strong. They rush forward again, wanting to strike dozens of blows until all the blood is drained from it. The stupide of the hoof suddenly sounds. The cavalry breaks into the battle and cuts a hostile ring. The riders sweep everything in their way. The red-haired fighter looks around and does not understand what is happening. His fists shrink again with anger. The warriors in purple are also lost. It seems to be a cavalry squad of Changguk who came to the rescue. One of the commanders breaks into the riding battle. He notices that he was in front of the warriors who should be under the command of his brother. He is alarming this turn. Without waste, the commander orders to finish the mission immediately. This is the younger brother of Soyan, the leader of the elite cavalry. He was informed that his brother had returned from the battlefield seriously wounded. Hearing that their host was injured, everyone stopped in a shock. No one could believe that the general had been defeated. Cavalry leader Chongguk, when sitting, will look at the giant and ask who this stranger is in front of him. The warrior stands in silence, squeezing the weapon. His eyes are burning fury, but he does not speak the words. Suddenly turns and escapes. The commander orders not to pursue but to return to Soyan. Only part of the riders moves out. Chaos explodes in the center of the camp. Everything burns. People run. Tents fall under the pressure of hostile attacks. Menvol leads a wounded Bananjana through a flame. Manji supports him on the other hand. Together they make his way to the hill. The girl asks Manji to stay with the commander. He understands. He will not be able to restrain him. His wounds are too serious. The chief extends her broken sword. Even broken, he can save her life. The girl is shocked by this gesture. She accepts the sword and her look becomes different. Confident and decisive. She is ready to bear this responsibility. Hell continues below. The flames devour the camp. The explosions break the silence of the night. The air is thick from the smoke. Menvol runs through the forest, panting. On the way, the bodies of the dead. But it does not stop. It comes to the site with the drum. There is almost no strength, but the determination did not go away. A detachment of riders leaves the forest. They are looking for someone. The phrase heard causes her panic. She seems to be their target. One rider hesitates, but the other screams, if the enemy should be destroyed. They rush at her with a cruel exclamation. Her legs tremble, her eyes extended from fear. The girl is paralyzed, confused and unarmed, mouth open. But suddenly, the same warrior who escaped from the battlefield breaks out of the forest. He knocks riders from horses, saves her in time. She orders to take a horse and help. A large-scale battle burns over the forest and hills. Lightning and fire streams break the darkness of the night. The camp is despair. One fighter holds his brother, in vain trying to wake him up. The other, sitting among the bodies, presses the hand to the wound. His lips whisper words of doom. The explosions do not subside. People hide, press against the ground. Everyone is afraid. No one wants to die. But suddenly the rhythmic knock of the drum is heard in chaos. Warriors raise their heads. The atmosphere changes. The rider appears on the hill. Its silhouette is visible from afar. It emits force. This is Manhwa. She holds the sword, lifts him to the sky and calls it loudly not to give up. Her look is firm. The voice sounds confident. She says, "Whoever begs for life, the first will perish." She turns even to those in tears. He calls for weapons, because only with the sword can be survived. Holding the sword firmly, she says, "Do not wait for help during the war. Surveys yourself and come back to those you love." After these words, the wounded soldiers begin to get up. In their eyes, hope. They recognize the girl who previously distributed the supplies, and now became their leader. Riding on a white horse, she rushes out of the hill. Her figure is a ray of light in the darkness that calls for her. Mr. Menvol held a sword firmly in her hands and confidently led him forward, without even realizing that her actions were now the most dangerous. The allies with joy lifted the swords up. But in the chaos of the battles, her movements attracted not only their attention, but also the enemy's view. The enemy was already aiming, pointing the arrows right in her direction. Despite the risk, such actions on the battlefield are able to present the morale of soldiers. Menvol rapidly rushed forward on the horse, and behind her ran a Daisa with an axe, just rescuing her from the attack of the riders. She was moving so fast that Majangi was barely after her. In despair, he called her, asking to wait, but she did not hear his words. Trying to keep up, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Lying into dust, he screamed again, warning that he was too dangerous to move. He was angry because the girl did not hear his efforts to stop her. He gathered with his forces, saddled his horse, and went to catch up with her. But the inability to stay in the saddle was signs, and the horse dropped it in a few seconds. The powerful explosion covered everything around, tearing the sky with waves of energy, stones, and magical flames. Jong-gu flew into the air, preparing to strike a devastating blow on the hostess of Jug. Ju Hyang was activated by the technique. Her fingers released purple flashes that swept the enemy. Her look was accurate and cold. The powerful purple explosion covered Yugi, and Jong-gu was still flying from above, preparing to finish the attack. Jong-gu hit the rear, and Steedy Jagoda crossed his swords to repel this attack. Jong-gu burned with determination. Bright green energy broke out of his hand. He struck full force. The earth shuddered under his feet. The explosion flew in all directions. The eyes of the hostess, Judge, flared up with rage and hatred that burned everything around. Jong-gu did not step away. His gaze burned with confidence and a passionate desire to defeat the enemy. Ju Hyang was surprised. Her eyes were wide open as if she saw something supernatural. The strike of red energy raised the fragments of the earth into the air. The flash broke the space around. Among the wreckage of Juhan rises into the sky, gathering forces. Its purple energy is ready to hit again. It directs a new wave of magic directly to Jug. The attack is crazy, but it can withstand this blow. Both watched the giant. Jong-gu said that with the fiery element the strongest among the 12, and it is difficult to break. They prepared a new combination of attacks. Ju-hyung flew from above with activated energy, and Jong-gu came from the bottom with a powerful blow. But suddenly their gaze was touched by dozens of warriors who were rapidly approaching the battle. Ju-hyang, returning in the air, realized that the main forces of Changuk arrived, and Jong-gu exclaimed that it was playing against them. Judge stood still, squeezing his swords, his aura burned with a bright anger. Suddenly, Jong-gu, surprised that the enemy was receding, and shouted that he needed to be pursued. But Ju-hyang, stretching in the air, stopped him. She firmly decided to stop the enemy here and now, as their sudden attack can lead to heavy losses on the northern river. Her fiery explosions reached the hole. Half of the enemy army fell to the ground from the force of blow. Suddenly, Jong-gu noticed something in a distance and paid attention to Ju-hyang to a new threat. He stood on the hill and saw another detachment moving to the battlefield, driven by a mysterious figure. It was a man of Vol, who rushed on a horse with a fighting army behind his back, leading them confidently. In her eyes, unwavering determination glowed. Every movement radiated the power of a real warrior. A stranger watched her suspicion, suspecting that this girl was the commander of Manhwa, but did not believe in it, considering her act as suicide. But despite doubt, thanks to her, the soldiers began to act harmoniously, and she said that she even liked this girl a little. Without hesitation, she moved to the left flank, leading the confused soldiers, and Jong-gu, reflecting the blows, fulfilled her order and went to help. Meanwhile, another army watched the battle from the top of the hill. Their commander sat on a horse, carefully analyzing the situation, and realized that everything was not going on as he was told. It was the Changuk elite, the best riders who did not understand the meaning of a sudden attack on the northern army. Their leader said with a confident look that the reason for all this is one girl. He kept a spear in his hand, then ordered a bow, and the assistant stretched his weapon. The commander took the bow and began to aim without bringing his eyes off the target. He focused, he released an arrow with powerful energy and accuracy. The arrow flew with a frantic force, heading just to Manhwa. She fought, and did not know that a deadly threat was hanging over her. But Ma Jiangi saw an arrow and without hesitation rushed to close it with his own body. The arrow is directly in Ma Jiangi. The explosion lifts dust, and the girl falls from the horse from the force of blow. Manhwa lay on the ground with a horse. Her army in a panic did not understand what had happened. Ma Jiangi was shocked. His axe was spread into pieces. He realized that it was an arrow, but it seemed like a piece of metal had arrived. The girl looked at herself in full shock, eyes filled with fear and misunderstanding. The next moment the new explosion hit the same, and the warrior again rushes, closing the girl with the body. The leader of the elite army did not stop aiming, sending arrows one by one. Ma Jiangi did not even have time to move. He simply closed Manhwa with his body, unable to respond to the attack. At this critical moment, Jong-gu arrives. His energy explodes and reflects the arrow flying into them. Standing confidently with his sword in his hand, he loudly stated that he was the first student of Master MJ, and immediately warned that everyone should prepare for battle. The elite detachments of the enemy quickly approaching, moving like an avalanche. Jong-gu ordered everyone to hide in the main hall, but the girl surprised his answer. She said she couldn't leave the battlefield. The Northern River soldiers saw her and followed it. They also witnessed how she fell from a horse. With pain in her eyes, she whispered that if she leaves now, the morale of the army will just fall. She had to stay. Jong-gu, rotating, warned her that he could die. But at heart he acknowledged that she was really worthy of respect. He sighed, grabbed the sword, and agreed to stay. Together they became a fighting rack. The girl gathered with his forces and rose. The battlefield swept the frenzy. Thousands of soldiers came together in a bloody confrontation. Jong-gu stopped the devastating blow of the enemy. His sword broke out the sparks of energy. The explosion illuminated everything around. Ma Jiangi rushed forward with a spear in his hands. His eyes were burning rage. He cut through the benches of enemies without fear. Chaos prevailed around. Cavalry, infantry, wounded, and bodies lay all over the battlefield. Manhwa appeared among the battle. Suddenly, Ma Jiangi noticed danger and shouted to bounce. She did not have time to react. The red energy explosion threw it into the air as if a doll. Juge came out of chaos. He grabbed the girl by his throat, squeezed with incredible cruelty. The face of Jug was full of rage. His eyes flashed with hatred, in his gaze thirst for destroying her. Manhwa gasped in his iron grip. Her face was distorted by pain, and despair was red in her eyes. A burning city covered with smoke and chaos opened from a height. Through the green leaves of the tree, the scale of the battle was visible, which was observed by John Gouvan with his detachment. John Gouvan sat on the ground, blocked and exhausted. They looked into the distance, not understanding how to find a mistress now. Everything seemed like a continuous disorder. His eyes flashed with determination. He was convinced that he could find it despite everything. Without a second, he breaks off and rushes forward, leaving his brothers behind. The battlefield was stuck in front. Explosions, dust, spears. John Gouvan broke into the very heart of the battle, like lightning, cutting through a crowd of enemies. Despite the chaos, he did not lose the benchmark. Bypassing bodies, wreckage, and flames, he was confidently moving where the heart leaned. In the center of the battle, Lord Yug was still holding the throat, lifting her high above himself. A moment, and John Gouvan jumps straight at him. His wrist blow makes the enemy let go of the girl. It flies sideways, and Judge swings with a roar, but does not have time to hit. John Gouvan catches her in the air. Blooded, but with relief in the eyes, firmly presses it. The field formed a real circle of death. In its center stood a red giant. There were fallen warriors around it. In the arms of John, she looked confused. The eyes are dilated, breathing is fragrant, the heart was pounding with fear. In the look of John, the rage burned. The wounds did not stop him. The thirst to protect the pain prevailed. Menvol's face changes. It is covered by panic and anxiety. John Guan's comrades rush into an attack, armed only with spears. With a cry on their mouths, they tried to save their friend. They simultaneously strike the trunk of the giant, but its armor is not even a deprived effort. In the next moment, Jugi rejects all three on the ground with one movement. Then he returns to the Guan. His eyes expand and his fist shrinks. He recognized the enemy. His body covers a red glow. He did not believe his eyes, because this guy had to be dead. He killed him. John Juan stood, covering the girl. His look is cold, the fighting position is straight. Despite the wounds, he emitted power. All muscles were tense. Energy sparkled around him. He did not feel fear, only full concentration. He accepted the battlefield. His gaze was firm. He no longer had a young man. It was a warrior with a new vision of battle. John Gouvan crossed his hands, preparing for a blow. Breathing was leveled, the mind focused. His tactics have changed. Now he was not just attacked, he thought as a winner. He rapidly rushed forward, leaving behind the lightning energy. The girl was left behind under his protection. In the jump he turned, gaining speed. Jugs raises the sword, but the collision was already inevitable. In a blink of a blow to the eyes of John, memories flashed. The face of those who inspired him and the hands that once rescued were filled with inner fire. His fist kicks exactly into the chest of the giant. The power of the impact was purposeful and merciless. From the explosion of force, the earth under his feet split. Two opponents faced full power. Judge explodes in anger. From him came the stream of murderous power that pressed on everything around. His body strained. His eyes were burning. He spread his hands for a blow, and behind his army shouted, glad that he was still alive. His face was distorted by anger. The eyes darkened, and the gaze broke out. The army asked what to do next, because without it they were confused. He turned and suddenly sent his power to his own army, ordered to silence them. At this point, all the place around them exploded. He shouted ominously, calling them insects. He was prevented by their noise and presence. In his opinion, they stood on the way to his success. John Gu with the enemy froze from the scream of the giant. Jug shouted that he took 30 years to reach this point. Ma Jiangi and his brothers were shocked to see Jugs destroying his own army. The soldiers who came after the girl listened to his speech with horror. He shouted that while the arrogant nobles played officials, he shed blood and now wanted to gain power. He stood in the heart of the battlefield. Everyone looked at him in silent shock. He screamed from rage, accusing everyone of being disturbing him. His cry was getting louder. He promised that he would kill anyone who would be on his way. John Gouvan, keeping the defense, ordered Ma Jiangi to defend his sister, and he immediately agreed. John Gouvan realizes that a direct attack will not work. His look becomes focused. The body is tense. Each muscle expresses determination. Awareness comes by surprise. His movements become smooth, accurate. Now the mind controls the body, not the gross force. Both are racing towards each other, and this run is the beginning of a cruel clash. John Gouvan breaks forward in the outbreak of light. His blow is unexpected and powerful. The enemy does not have time to react. Jugo corresponds to the attack. The rage covers his body. The blows are rapid and cruel. His sword cuts space without regret. John Gouvan takes an attack with cold confidence. His body is throbbing with energy, his fist is already ready for impact. His hand is filled with lightning force. The fist is exposed forward, each part of the body is tense. He goes on the attack again. His blow involves exactly in the enemy. Sparks fly away, the swords fly away. He kicks the enemy just in the face. He did not expect such a blow. The face of Judge is distorted by pain. The moment of impact pierces the entire battlefield. In fury, the enemy rushes forward. His fists fall on a Guanwan. The ground under his feet flies into pieces. His body covers bloody anger. In his eyes, the look of the beast. He shouts that this guy had to die for a long time. But John Guvan stands firmly. His look is cold. He does not look away from the enemy. But suddenly a powerful blow throws it back. His body flies into the crowd. He does not have time to do anything. Forces betray him. Jugo stands over him with a fire in his eyes, swings to the sword, ready to strike the last stroke. And at the same moment, the unexpected glow covers everything around. A powerful explosion causes everyone to die. Everyone around the shock. No one understands what will happen next. Their leader has just betrayed them. Judge lifts his sword filled with explosive energy and scatters the warriors on all sides. A powerful voice is heard through chaos. The ban on John appears among the ranks, wounded but unbreakable. He is supported by a young fighter. Despite blood and fatigue, he stands proudly. His voice swells. He won't retreat. Warriors who have lost hope begin to get up. The flames of force again flash in their hearts. Bano John catches the sword that he was thrown. In his gaze, surprise, but his hand is confident. He is approached by Menvolume. She asks for his condition, but he refuses to transfer responsibility. She commands Majana to help the commander, and Manji orders to follow her. The instructions are accurate. There is no time. After short preparation, they rush on horseback towards the battle. At this point, Jugo is acting again. His look is filled with anger. The movements are lightning. It is spinning in a deadly blow. The stream of force denies everything in its path. Earth and air are cracking. But suddenly his face froze from shock. John Guvan flew and landed directly on the enemy's swords. He began to break them on his own. It falls to the ground, holding a fragment of weapons in your hands. He succeeded. Judge burned from rage. He knew that after this battle, his wounds would not heal in 15 days. There was something in this boy that made him more durable. Chonguvan rises into the sky. His body flashes by force. The blow is directed exactly at the target. The look is solid. He hit a giant in his chest, but Judge catches him in the air and threatens to destroy again. At this point, the attention of the soldiers attracts something else. Their view is shifting. The enemy rotely looks away. He felt vibration from the left flank. At this point, Zhu Hyang is approaching the battlefield. Under her command moves the whole army, ready to intervene. Zhu Hyang is spreading in the air. Her look is determined, and the movements are so fast that they seem lightning in the middle of the sky. Under it are rider with spears. Their battle call, for Bukdang. He is heard in the air. They attack with frantic force, raising clouds of dust and breaking the rows of the enemy. A tension prevails on the battlefield. In every corner, fierce battles continue. There is no rest anywhere. Lord Soyan, with his sword in his hands, froze above the battlefield. He froze in the air, stunned by what he saw. His look is solid. The face is serious. He looks back to the side, as if he was anticipating or waiting for an attack. And at this point, John Gu is a powerful blow. The bright flash emphasizes the full force of the attack, directed directly at Soyan. From the force of blow, Soyan is rejected into the air. He does not even have time to protect himself. Returning to a horse, he orders to beat the drums for retreat. However, his assistant denies, because they had a numerous advantage. His face is full of confusion. They could win but decided to retreat. Song, with the sword in his hands, replies that even in the victory, their army would suffer enormous losses. The younger brother looks forward. He understands that the war has not yet been completed, and the commander has no right to risk life for an instant triumph. The older brother turns to him with a smile. He says the younger has a natural gift to the strategy, so the title of general is worthy. They stand opposite each other. The older brother put his hand on the younger shoulder and said that he was always a general in battle, so he should decide on his own. The younger brother accepts this trust in silence. His face expresses determination and willingness to act. Responsibility has become part of its essence. In a sudden outbreak, Song disappears from the horse. He tells the ally, who has something to do before he disappears, and asks to take responsibility for this place. The shocked one accepts. John Gu looked up, puzzled. He did not understand where this commander was going to fly. But suddenly he rushes to the army of Soyen with the words that he could not dare to touch their mistress, and called him a scum from Buktanog. The elite cavalry Changguk, known for its martial arts, all together rushed into a crazy offensive on the Ion of Gomura, but he did not move. He stood firmly, holding the sword in front of him. His spirit was unbreakable, though he knew that each of the enemies was a real fighter. And at that moment, the drums came from the top of the mountain. Their sound spread throughout the battlefield. Manhwa, who rushed on a horse with the boy, heard this anxious buzz and realized that something was coming. Manhwa, with an angry and at the same time as a surprised face, realized that she was hearing the sound of drums. The boy said that this hum was coming from the side of the enemy camp. At this point, Zhu Hyang joined them in the air. She said it was probably a signal to retreat. Everyone was sitting on horseback without realizing what was happening. Zhu Hyang was falling on a horse next to Manhwa, and said that a large-scale battle with a full involvement of armies would lead to a catastrophe. The wise leader decided to avoid this, and ordered the retreat. The boy sitting nearby looked in surprise when he saw Orison. She was already landing and looked at Manhwa, noted that she was much more beautiful than she expected. Manhwa stood silently, shook and glanced at a stranger, not understanding what he was in mind. Agri added that she was very sweet, and then seriously reported that there would now be a large-scale withdrawal of both armies, as all parties have suffered heavy losses. She examined the battlefield and said that in a disorderly retreat, people can simply be trampled, so it is better for them to leave the first. Waving her hand for farewell, she said she would meet in the Bukladansk fortress, calling me a sweet will. The girl sat confidently on a horse, holding a bridle. She returned to A and thanked her for her support. The mistress then rose into the air and gave a clear order to retreat to her army. The guy, returning the horse, turned to Manhwa and reported that they were going to go. In a moment, when the girl turned the horse, her gaze stopped at something that shocked her. She saw a battlefield covered with smoke and shouts. The whole picture looked like a real hell. Something special appeared in her eyes. She looked as if she were making a new plan. Meanwhile, rage raging on the battlefield. In the heart of John Guvan and the Lord Judge continued the deadly confrontation. The explosions erupted around. Yugo, in an aggressive rack, struck a new blow. His face is distorted by anger, and a powerful outbreak of energy was accompanied by every movement. The wounded but unbreakable, John Guvan rushes into a counterattack. In his look, anger, focus, and thirst for victory. It causes a powerful blow. Energy explodes around, and Judge flies away, not having to react. Jugs instantly replies, hitting his fist and pressing Chongguan to the ground with ruthless force. But John Guvan is raised. His body is covered with wounds, but it does not seem. Quickly directs energy to the right points and prepares for the continuation of the battle. John Guvan breaks from the place and directs all his power to the enemy, causing a frantic blow. However, this blow was not able to overthrow the enemy. Judge is still holding on and in line with a series of powerful attacks. The expression of the face of the Guan is offended by pain. He looks as if standing on the verge of his capabilities. Lord Juzi in February. His face is full of frenzy and unwavering determination. They face the center of battle. Their energy flashes in red and yellow shades like fire and lightning. Judge squeezes his teeth, his body in scratches and blood. The muscles are tense to the edge. He tries to stop the guy. Despite the wounds, John Guvan is fully concentrated. He gathered the last forces, preparing for a decisive blow. His eyes are burning fury and a thirst for victory. The facial expression leaves no doubt about his intentions. One look, and everything is clear. The vessels in the eye are tense, and the concentration reached the limit. There is a crucial moment. From heaven, the Lord song, the Lord. It attacks the giant from the rear. The swords penetrate his neck. The blade punches the shoulder of Yug. He, still with strength, looks around and does not believe the eyes. The same warrior appeared before him. Anger is reading on Soyen's face. His look is cold and cruel. This attack falls on the ground. The giant falls, lifting dust. Lord Soyen stands on the enemy's overthrown body. His gaze intersects with the view of John Guan. Silence between them speaks more than words. Smiling and holding the wounded hand, he says that he does not know who this guy is, but thanks him for the distraction. John Guvan looked at him evilly, exhausted, in blood. His look was the look of the one who survived the real hell. Lord Soyen looks and says that in other circumstances he would introduce himself, but the war is still ongoing, so they will still meet. Jugs lies overthrown, and Soyen disappears, leaving only a trace. Yong Guvan silently watches it. Breath of John Guan is heavy. His body in the wounds, he is completely exhausted. He falls on the knees in the middle of the chaos. The fuss begins around, the riders retreat. Holding his shoulder, he falls again. The forces are exhausted to a drop. His face is distorted by pain. Paralytic acid slowly leaves his body, increasing the feeling of wounds. Gathering the remnants of strength, he rises, squeezing his hand on his stomach. He needs to leave. Otherwise, he will be trapped by his own people. He tries to sit on a horse to escape from the epicenter of battle. But in the bustle of the crowd, the horse breaks down, and the guy, without holding back, falls to the ground. The army fusses. The riders run around, and it lies in the center, completely defenseless. Horses come on him. Hoofs beat on the body. Each blow even harder wounds. Chonguvan covers his head with his hands. But it does not save. People and horses rush on it as if it did not exist. His body is bloody. The forces are finally left. He barely holds on, whispering for help. But suddenly the eyes open. He hears a familiar voice. Hope is flashing in his soul. To him, Menvol runs up, reaching out his hand. She screams with despair, ordered to grab for her. Hardly moving his fingers, Chonguvan reaches out the wounded hand forward. Menvol grabs him and put him behind himself. She saved him from the hoof and chaos. Above the green hills there is dawn. The sun touches the well-groomed fields. It is the memory of John Guan about a peaceful childhood, which contrasts sharply with the recent bloody battle. Little barefoot legs in the sandals and face of the baby, barely visible in the frame, resemble that carefree time. As a child, he wore his sister on his back, and she laughed, pulling him for her hair. This moment was full of happiness and play. While he ran with her on his back, the peasants worked in the field in the background. Everything around breathed peace and warmth. He is exhausted with long skewers. It falls into the grass. The sister, holding him for his hair, jokes that his brother is not like a dad, and he in response convinces that there may be a horse too. On the edge of the field, with hose on the shoulder, stands their father. It works with cabbage, but the edge of the eye is watching the children. In his look, silence and harmony. He brought his sister on his back past the green rows of cabbage when she turned to him with a smile. She asked if he was not bored. He replied that they were the only children in the village because adults are in the field all the time, and only he always has time to play. The girl exclaimed in surprise that it did not change anything. Is he sad to play with her? She clenched his hair even stronger. He denied. He said that the grandmother said, "There are many children in the city, and once they would go there." She sat on her back, thinking about her family, life in the village, and dreams of the city. They were still small, and did not know how many trials were waiting ahead. They laughed, imagining whether there were real horses in the city, and whether they were like a dad or brother. Their faces glowed with genuine admiration. Now the adult John Guvan, wounded and exhausted, rushes through the chaos of battle on a real horse. His sister sits ahead, the same girl from the past. They broke through the crowd, trying to break out of chaos. Dead horses, soldiers, cries were heard around. Everyone rushed to escape. They made their way forward. From the top, you can see the entire battlefield burning. The battle at the Oaklawn ended, leaving only ashes. The plain is spread before them. The column of soldiers of the Bukdodan army slowly stretches the road. Above them is a clear sky, and the roar of steps is heard like an echo of silence. After the terrible battle of the survivors, they finally met with a reinforcement from the monarch. They got the first rest, a little food and help after losing all stocks. The wounded was transported on carts. The retreat speed was slow. Every step was difficult. The tension finally slept. Even the courageous man of Vol was weakened. She had a fever, and she was put in a response. Named Non, all in the wounds, exhausted but alive. It looked like a real miracle. One of the satellites told how they found him unconscious. He was so exhausted that he couldn't even go. They had to break through the ambushes and night fights. He survived only thanks to a deadly potion. He fought all day, and only the will to life kept him on his feet. Menvol sat side by side. Her head was bandaged, scratches on the body. She was silent, devastated. Suddenly, a chills began at the Guan. The doctor rushed to find a blanket to cover him and asked if the girl needed. She replied that everything was fine with her. The caravan was slowly moving along the rural road. People led oxen, the carts were shaking, full of wounded. Menvol sat silently, shaking her head. Her face was tired, in her gaze, reflections. In her eyes, he flashed a memory of escaping with her brother, as they raced on a horse through all hell. Behind her back sat a Han, covered with scratches and dirt. The same brother she saved. He clasped his teeth with pain. His body was tense, and his hands were firmly behind her belt, as if they were holding up for his last chance. The girl focused on a horse, holding her brother firmly so that he would not fall. His consciousness faded, and the air around was tense. Her face remained determined. She drove forward without fear of taking the top because she had to save him. All of a sudden was overshadowed. She saw herself a little, her brother. They laughed, played, not knowing how their lives would change. Little Chonguvan looked at his sister with a sincere admiration, as if she were his whole world. And she, laughing, swung the stick in the game. That memory was gentle, light and short, like a smoke in the wind. Menvol lowered her gaze and looked sadly at her brother, who lay before her. His body was in the wounds. He lay motionless, exhausted to the limit, barely breathing. It was covered by deep sadness. Memories mixed with pain. She has not yet recovered after the battle, but it was even harder to look at him. Ahead of the army was still moving, slowly approaching the new horizon. Suddenly Maji appeared on the horizon. His eyes were crying, his face was full of anxiety. Without hesitation, he jumped on the response, where Chonguvan was lying, and he froze, thinking he was late. In tears, he leaned to his brother, carefully touched his shoulder. He called him a bully, joking about his pale face, but was sincerely glad that he was alive. One of the soldiers tried to delay him, reminding of order. But Redman Joust broke out emotionally, saying that he was indifferent. The main thing is that his friend did not die. He still sobbed, leaning over the body of a friend when the doctor brought the sheets to cover the wounded. Chon Huvan lay quietly, the body covered, barely breathed. Manji tried to cover him better, but his brother pulled him back. The river flowed quietly. The water flowed the stones, carrying with it a shadow of rest and silent loss. At the place where the house once stood, there were now only ruins. Stones, debris, and ashes replaced comfort. McCann stood with his backpack behind his shoulders. Looking at the grandmother Noah, he said he was ready to go. She, without turning, replied quietly that she could go. The old woman stood in front of the grave in silence. Menon, confused with her cold reaction, repeated once again that he was going. Standing over his grandmother, Meekin quietly said that he went on a journey again. The house is destroyed, and he does not know where she will go. But she remained, leaning over the grave of her granddaughter Jim. She sat silently without saying a word, staring in the ground in front of her, and suddenly her voice sounded. She said that she lived as a hostess in the Jim family all her life. In her youth, she devoted many years to the martial arts, improving the skills from morning to evening. After the birth of the baby, she thought only one thing: happiness and safety for her baby. When her grandson was born, she dedicated her all years and all her knowledge to treat her illness and watch her growing. She was sitting on her knees, leaning over the grave, and said that she studied martial arts and medicine all her life. It was because of this that she was able to save the dying John Guan. Miken listened in shocked silence. Grandma, with pain, confessed that she could not do anything for her granddaughter. She was for her. She slowly raised her head and said it was a consequence of her righteous life when she never violated the law. She clenched her hand in the ground and added that there was no reason to hide anymore. The gods of heaven and earth gave her the last purpose before death. Closing her eyes, she shoved red magical energy. Her voice was firm. She promised to return to Changuk and destroy all the guilty to stumble the soul of Gim. 2 months have passed. We moved to the celestial city of love. There was a conversation in the high tower. Someone regretted that if they had not said goodbye, it would not happen. Another denied that everything was not so dangerous. One of the girls sat thoughtfully. She said that it is scary when everything seems so obvious, and inside, doubts and anxiety. 2 more sat in front of her. She expressed the confidence that the girl trembled inside, weighing the benefits and losses. The blonde nearby noted that, nevertheless, she coped well with military affairs. Mr. Menvol, with a light smile, confessed that she initially expected to lose some money because it was an unusual method of sale. She turned to the wounds and asked what she did. Su Wound pointed her hand at the boy and said that the chief of staff had taken up it in person. The guy with the spear replied that he should not be thanked. He simply brought several people who were able to use energy and showed them what to look for. Since the fee has already been determined, it was more effective than long explanations. Holding the spear, the guy said that he used the hearing of the end of the battle when the Oklon. The main reason why many people survived was the fact that some of the soldiers wore Chongguk's armor. Su Wound so skillfully attracted the soldiers behind the counter that the goods were bought up to the last. She was embarrassed, but someone joked that the assistant chief of the staff deserves an increase. And suddenly the voice of the servant came from below. He turned to Manvol, reporting that the leader had arrived. Manhwa got up and looked out of the tower. She asked who he was, and the messenger replied that he heard from above her stay and hurried here. Having put his hands in a welcoming gesture, he reported that he was a messenger from the Bukdodang fortress. He brought an official invitation to enter the courtyard of the fortress, which is subject to Bukdanag. Manhwa and other girls looked at him with interest. The messenger said that the monarch who hides the face behind the blue pen wants to see it personally. Manju leisurely walked the alley along with Chikon Ken, asking if he was not working today. In response, he heard that the second day off. Meanwhile, at the top of Mount Chongguvan, he went to a fierce battle with a mighty master. Zhongguan's face was skewed from anger. The jaw was compressed. Every muscle spoke of rage. They came together in lightning strokes. Waves of powerful energy exploded around. One of the explosions of the top of the mountain, and the boys at the bottom with anxiety watched the fight. Maniji frozen with an open mouth with shock. Nearby, a friend silently stared uphill. Both were amazed. Although the body of the young man was tightly crossed, he confidently used the technique and held worthy against the master. Yongguvan hit the master in the face. He surprised his mouth and muttering that the young man's technique was unexpectedly interesting. The explosion of energy opened the air over the mountain, and the boys from below did not look away from this confrontation. The master grabbed Zhongguan by his feet and screwed him to the ground, and at that moment he heard the steps. Someone was approaching. Chonyon approached the battlefield where the master broke out Zhongguan. He noted that he did not use the technique of 5 kings, but he was indifferent, and the guy under him screamed in pain. The shocked Chon said that a student who arbitrarily changes the technique would eventually deviate from the teachings of 5 kings. And if it continues, the path will lead to self-provocation. A long-hair master only sighed. Does it matter? And the guy under him rolled in a cry, crying that he would not stand the pain. Watching the master continue's abuse, the guy heard how he disrespectfully threw that he was indifferent to the clans and the will of the dead. The moon he himself chose his fate. Throwing Guan in the air, the master sent him right into a tree. Smiling ominously, muttering with several ideas for the game. And though the teaching is good, it all reminds him of a children's quarrel. Chekenyon was heard from herd behind, and the master continued. All factions consider themselves righteous, enemies, evil. But no one confessed that he was walking through the meanness. John hung his head down, clutching the branch. He remembered the battle on the Oknok River, where the old man did not even ask if he was alive. He called him a coward, and at the bottom all silently watched. Maniji pointed his finger on Chongguan, who was tingling on a tree, and muttering that everything happened just as little. He rushed to the hostess MJ, but when his eyes opened, he had already carried him on his back to the battlefield. He didn't even have time to explain something. The scene changes. We find ourselves in the majestic fortress. The people inside met the news with surprise and joy, as if they saw something light and long awaited. The inhabitants of the fortress were lined up in a circle. They met respectful guests with respect and expectations. The fortress came to the fortress, Mr. Manhwa with his satellites. The guy asked why so many people were here. The girl explained, for Moxan it is usual, but the letter has not seen it. All residents joyfully welcomed her, bowing. The glory of her has already flew after the heroic battle on the heart. People exclaimed the words of gratitude, waved their hands, calling it their rescuer. Stories about her valor have spread everywhere. They said that she was like a fairy on a white horse that plunged the sword in the throat of the traitor of Jug, saving the lives of soldiers. For many, it is a celestial fleece. The mistress listened to fictions with a light smile. She whispered in surprise, "Isn't there too many jewelry?" 2 peasants approached it. The warrior nearby reacted suspiciously and asked what they wanted. The couple looked at her with respect. The man with a bandaged eye and a stick in his hand thanked. It was because of her that he returned alive to his family. In his memory, the moment they fought side by side. Now he was proud of this, and took his life as a gift. The baby with a nozzle holding his father's jacket also thanked for his dad's rescue. Manhwa smiled gently and was a little embarrassed with that attention. She gave the woman a wounded warrior, ordered to treat her wounds. The couple sincerely thanked, while others watched with open mouths. But as soon as they saw that she gave something, the crowd tore to her with exclamations. They say, they were also on the battlefield, and they were also hurting. The warriors rushed to defend the mistress, punched her way to the residence. The scene is transferred to the monarch residence. The majestic palaces rise to the sky. Mr. Manhwa, with accompaniment, climbed the stairs to the hall where the monarch was waiting for it. She said she had arrived at his invitation. The assistant of the monarch was ahead. and behind him, another girl with satellites. They guessed that she may have been invited for a reward for the Battle of the Oknok Fortress. Menvol went confidently, with dignity. Behind Ma Janha whispered to himself, "Which maybe he will fall." They followed an assistant, and one of her soldiers asked if it could be accompanied by armed. He was allowed. Silence prevailed inside the hall. The soft light of the lanterns created a calm atmosphere. Everything was set up for an important meeting. The girl entered the throne hall. The monarch, who greeted her in words, was welcome. A serious and mature man sat on the throne. He said he had heard of her glory and wondered if her sword really exceeded everyone. Menvol dropped on her knees, put her hands in the gesture of respect, and introduced herself politely. It was her first meeting with the monarch. She did not dare to lift her eyes and worried, because she never communicated with such influential persons. Her modest behavior was surprised by the monarch. He looked at her with an expression of light surprise. After the peace war, only two remained faithful to Emperor Fen. The first is Quan and Ken, the leader of Bukana. The second is the Yon, the tactic that became famous in the battle on the plains. Outwardly, they supported the emperor, but everyone knew that the Bulong family absorbed Fino with the throne. The one who was behind this reached the rank of the monarch. He turned the fortress of Bulong into a city that has surpassed even the capital. Menvol thought silently and whispered that it was like a monarch reincarnation. She leaned forward and seriously added that she had something important to say. The monarch noted that according to his contribution to the battle was significant. It was because of her that many soldiers were able to save. The girl bowed low and thanked the monarch personally read her letter. His reaction saved many lives. The monarch fell silent for a moment. In his eyes, deep reflections appeared. He later said that the situation was not the best. Menvol was silently on his knees when the monarch added that it is more important to take responsibility now than to simply complete the task. This battle was lost. There were other listeners in the hall. For more than half a year, the forces for the Storm of the Ox. But as a result, they lost one of the 12 elite armies and 30,000 recruits. Ma Jagi and another assistant listened carefully. The reserves sent by the monarch were destroyed during a sudden attack. The monarch said that raising the fight and compensation of losses became a big problem. The military agency and two political factions are responsible for betrayal. Menvol drank silently and looked at him. The monarch was rubbed with a pen and said that after losing the situation with finances became difficult. Therefore, he wanted to talk to her personally. Menvol stayed on his knees with a lowered look. Her satellites were waiting behind in silent tension. One of the assistants assessed the situation and dared to demand a refund for resources that were never used. All views are addressed to Man-Will. She needs to answer a difficult question about loss compensation. She remembered her past. As a Cartesian, she learned to read the interlocutor's desire to adapt better. Her eyes are imbued with an analytical look. She understands that she is under test and should be kept steadily. Zhu Hyang looks with a noticeable anxiety. He guesses that the girl is trying to reveal. The old man sees a cold calculation in the beard. For him, it is a regular game of loss and benefits. The monarch is waiting for the answer without looking. The pen touches his neck again. Menvol is silent. Her eyes are tense but determined. The monarch leans forward, once again repeating the question, wanting to hear her opinion. The eyes of man will do not get up from one point. She is silently thinking about the answer that can change the course of the whole conversation. The overall plan of the hall hints that even the elite of Moxan is in no hurry to return the money received. Menvol leans slightly forward and says that the terms of the agreement have not been clearly defined. The merchant can take advantage of the moment and rob the treasury. It offers a fair compromise. They agree to take only half of the amount if they are entitled to start a commercial business. She firmly says that she wants to obtain permission to build roads on Puhan lands. The monarch looks at her stunningly. In her words, a hint appears. The interlocutors know the truth about her past. She is not going to hide it. Among the audience is an elderly man whom she once served. She also helped him in the literary fortress. The hall is reminiscent of the throne. Before her sits the main treasurer, Gan Khan. She recognizes him based on her memory. Menvol turns his head and realizes that it was because of this that the monarch invited it. She calmly translates to the side and thinks that the monarch has closely monitored her from the beginning. Her gaze stopped on a man who stood on the side and watched silently. A man in a black hat with a cautious face asked her to ask why she thinks. Menvol calmly explained that as a man without a post, she would not have the interest of the monarch. Her presence here means that something needs it. The man in the blue attire kept the scroll and remembered how her memory allowed even the one who was only a copy. His eyes in the frame from a close distance showed doubts. He understands that the girl behaves too confident. His mouth opened with surprise, his eyes froze in shock. The girl said that his gaze during the conversation was directed somewhere else, that the monarch was not peculiar. This aroused her suspicion. Manhwa turned towards the hall. She realized that her suspicions were unfounded. The guards who came with her are not simple satellites. The frame outside the walls of the fortress confirmed that the accompaniment was planned earlier, and the invitation to the audience was only a reason. 2 elders were silently sitting in chairs. They said nothing, though they could influence the situation. Their silence increased tension. The eyes of a man in a red kimono shone with tension. Manhwa did not resist, and aloud suggested that the whole scene was arranged to check it. The man's gaze was alert. He seemed to be afraid of developments. Manhwa returned to him and said she suggested he used a double to watch it by a third party. The man in the hat focused on each of her phrase without his eyes. The old advisor remained silent. His tense face spoke more than words. He was clearly surprised. The guys who came with her looked and laughed. They were amazed at how she revealed their plan. The door of the hall dissolved. A real monarch appeared in the aisle, confirming that Manhwa was right. A man with purple hair removed the mask and confessed with a smile that this trick was his favorite entertainment. Manhwa turned in surprise. A shock was read in her eyes. The real monarch was in the shadow all this time. The man who just appeared on the floor and put his hand on his knee. He complained of knee pain. Observers could not hide surprise. The newly arrived on the shoulder of the assistant and said that he was great, strong, and of course talented as a guard. Manhwa looked at him and asked who he was, a guy or a girl, with sarcasm. The advisor in the hat seriously noted that it sounds like disrespect for the monarch. Manhwa asked, and the monarch clapped the boy on his shoulder and said that everything was fine. The monarch in a red outfit came to the center of the hall and stated that it was not gender or appearance, but talent and power. His posture was confident. He approached Manhwa and made it clear that a person was determined by actions. The girl watched him closely. The blue-dressed young man suddenly broke the conversation. Something worried him, and he could no longer remain silent. He expressed doubt. If Junkabu was a strategist in the Great War of Fen, then he should be much more than years. The purple-haired guy smiled and said jokingly that he always looked young, even when he had power. A young strategist in combat clothing appeared in his memoirs. He was only 8 years old when he first joined the war. The attendees were shocked. It was difficult for them to believe that the child could control the fighting. One of the boys tried to understand what was said. His face conveyed the internal break of logic, because everything seemed too incredible. The monarch slowly stepped on the carpet, thinking that it was thanks to his young age that he was favored by bold and unusual strategies. The man who played the role of the monarch in the hall took off his headdress and began to throw away the bathrobe. The young guy took the robe, threw it on himself, took a pen, crossed his legs, and stated that before them the real reincarnation of the monarch. Mr. Manhwa stood in silence, surprised so much that she didn't even know what to say. One of the elderly suddenly stood up and called to the girl that there is no doubt. He is indeed the embodiment of the ancient monarch. The old man appealed to the new ruler, asking if he had already made a decision on the Lord of the Men volume. The monarch, sitting thoughtfully, replied that he had already accepted, because it stands out and is able to establish contacts. Ju Hyang was getting up and stated that she had been tired of this meaningless action. She no longer wants to be part of it. The monarch allowed her to leave and thanked her for the service. He smiled slightly, putting his hand to his face, and added that she was interesting to him too. Despite her words, she has a great charm that attracts people. Manhwa closed her eyes, bowed her head, and said quietly that it was too much praise. Only 2 of the 12 look at her favorably. One of the men approached the monarch. Struck by the girl, recognized the ancient client only by the posture, even though he appeared only once. The gray man acknowledged that he did not expect such a wise proposal from the Lord's Men volume. The monarch smiled easily and acknowledged that due to its participation, the implementation of the plan became much simpler. Manhwa asked about a specific idea. It was about the construction of roads, which she has dealt with for many years. The monarch's gaze stopped on the map. The provision of the army has become a key difficulty. In such a large country, speed and stability are crucial. Natural routes were unsuitable. The carts were often sinking in swamps or falling into traps. Standing in the middle of the hall, Manhwa stated that the stone road to the northern river would be able to change the course of all events. Her view of the map revealed a wide plan of action. It is the connection of fortresses, the development of trade, the strengthening of the troops, and the acceleration of land cultivation. The monarch supported his chin with his hand and said it was a profitable business, but it needed the right person. This is the main problem. Manhwa noted that with the military commander it would look logical. However, traders are very careful about profits and losses, and finding a responsible manager is not easy. The smile appeared on the face of the monarch. He is attracted by her determination and the ability to see the essence of things. In the hall, 3 interlocutors were in different parts. The monarch explained that the shortest way should connect the whole country in 7 days. But the scale is too large for one person, so he wants to attract several large companies. Manhwa listened silently without being distracted by a moment. The purple-haired monarch has thought that the unions of the plains, including Moksan and Little, would unite and complete the construction of the supply path in 2 years. He asked if she could do it. After that, he suddenly exclaimed that the rumors of the financial crisis of the letter were not true. He promised that all the cost of war and construction will be fully compensated. Manhwa fell silent for a short time, thinking his words. She then agreed to organize a meeting with the leaders to discuss the proposal. Her posture remained restrained and worthy. Outwardly, the houses stood calmly, in full silence, as if waiting for the beginning of a great deal. The silence broke the unexpected jump of a stranger who was rushing on the roofs, leaving behind a wave of destroyed tile. An old man with a food in his hands flashed in the air. His face glowed with self-satisfaction. After his escape, the building remained in ruins. Among the wreckage were 2 guys, stunned by not being able to stop the old even until he eaten calmly. The owners of the establishment approached the scene of the incident. They recorded costs, counted debts, mentioned repairs, and spoiled products. As punishment, both now washed the mountain of dirty dishes near the river, trying to wash not only the plates, but also their guilt. John Guvan sighed with grief, realizing that even his entire salary would not cover a new roof. He struck something about the old man who threw nonsense again. The guy nearby, soaping the plate, shrugged and said that he sometimes surprised how John Guvan survived in the war with such brains. Manjev advised Jan Guan just to contact the hostess MJ. The issue of debt would be resolved, and his salary would be returned. But John Guvan only shook his head. He quietly said that the old man once saved his life, so he at least wants to buy him some food. The old man stood nearby, watching them. Release smoke from his mouth, he commented that because of his crazy appetite, he constantly creates problems for this boy. John Guvan looked around and thanked the owner for not expelled. The old man said that he only accepts them because they always repay the debts, because this guy is honest, despite his appearance. The old man threw his finger up, drawing attention to his friends. He asked if he was not the same woman he once came with. Everyone raised their heads. At the top of the bridge, something attracted their gaze. There was a girl with long hair. There was a horse and some stranger. They looked down on the river. The old man sighed and said that this is a real problem, because his beloved seems to be with another. Manjius sarcastically noted that if he goes on, he would lose his wife. Under the bridge slowly flowed the river. The water swayed the algae, creating a sense of calm current in contrast to the alarming mood. The girl stood in the middle of the bridge. Her gaze was deep and thoughtful, as if she dived into her own thoughts. The guy in the blue dress was nervously addressed to her. He tried to apologize for something important. She only sighed quietly and delicately refused, keeping calm and cold courtesy. Her voice hinted at fatigue and internal unwillingness to continue the conversation. The guy wanted to add something, but suddenly noticed something behind and turned hard. His voice trembling a little when he asked what everyone was looking at. Behind appeared a confused John Guvan, who was lightly pushed by Maji. He shouted, asking who this guy is next to the girl. The guy in blue was surprised that he was the first question. And Chun looked confused when she saw John Guan and Maji. John Guvan was silent, numb on the spot. But Manji, without waste, intervened and shouted that he was a man, a Chun. The guy standing next to the girl was frozen with an evil expression. John Guvan looked at Maniji Jewish, guessing why he said it. There is a tension on the bridge. The guy who just learned that John Guvan was her husband. She was freezing in full shock, not believing heard. His look is upset. He looks at the girl silently, trying to find at least some meaning in this situation. The girl's cheeks are blushing. She lowered her eyes and cannot look in his direction. And behind John Guvan tries to quench Maji. The boy's face is skewed from anger. He shakes. A green aura flashes around. It cannot stand and explodes, denying everything. In his memory, children's memories are dispersed. They were together with the baby. She was not just a girl for him. She was like a sister. Zhong Guvan realizes that something is wrong. In his gaze, confusion, and behind Ma Ji Yu silently watches, feeling the storm of the storm. Covered with uncontrolled anger, the guy rushes forward and attacks. His blow flies straight to Guan, and the situation instantly turns into a duel. In fact, he was just angry and wanted to exfoliate John Guan without much explanation. But John Guvan was confident, though he was struck by such sudden aggression. He jumped up, and he was covered by a crazy explosion of bright green energy. The guy continued to look at him with fury. His body seemed to wrap the green flame. The energy did not retreat. John Guvan was annoyed to the edge. He could not understand how this guy dared so suddenly. The tension cuts the girl's voice. She screams sharply, "Enough!" One of the students in the crowd looks around, noting his sister. On his face, confusion. She strictly addresses a student named Gan Hai. He reproaches him for dishonoring the sword school and immediately apologizes to John. With a steel look, she reminds that she is still in service and must return to the celestial city of love. She orders the student to apologize and go home. He looks at her ashamed. The guy is confused. He does not understand why he should go. The girl quietly replies that everything is powerful and asks him to just trust her. John Guvan looks closely at the young man and suddenly realizes that he is her student. He stands without moving, afraid to even look into his eyes. Gan He holds the sword in his hands, looks down, and apologizes. His voice is full of pity. He realizes that he is disgraced and has no excuse for his act. Zhong Guvan wanted to say something but did not have time. The guy interrupted him. Man Jai was indignant loudly, they say. It's too much. Through such vibrations, a man and a chun could be affected. John Govan grabs the guy by the collar and denies all the assumptions about romance. He clearly explains that there is only respect, support, and learning between him and the chun. The student looks at him confusedly. After that, the student blushes and admits that everything is misunderstood. He sincerely apologizes for his behavior. They sat three at the table. The student admits that as the warrior behaved unworthy, attacking on the street. He does not even deserve forgiveness. The guy tells that he does not control himself when it comes to a chun. One of the guys quietly comments on that it looks like hopeless love. John Guvan asks if he is from the same clan as she is. The student nods in surprise and says he has arrived from the distant region. He begins to talk about the sword, an ancient school that exists before the formation of the Peon dynasty. John Guvan with a smile suggests that the clan is probably very rich. But the guy denies and explains that the inheritance of the clan is not money, but honor and combat path. In the memoirs, there is a figure of A Chun. She is the younger daughter of the head of the clan. Although she lives separately, her noble origin has never raised doubts. She trained with her brother from her childhood. The boys, when he heard this, staring at his eyes and ask if he came here specifically to meet with a chun. The student admits that yes, he brought the news and worries that the news would quickly spread on the fortress. Everyone is stunned by its next phrase. Last night, the former leader of the Sword Okon died. The body of the deceased is covered with a white blanket. His facial features are calm as if he were just sleeping. It lies in white dress, surrounded by flowers, with hands folded on the chest. Everything around is imbued with sorrow. The panorama of the main building of the sword is striking in its scale. Preparation for the funeral ceremony begins. In the middle of the hall lies the body of the king of the sword. People in white clothes are silently honoring his memory. The members of the clan, dressed in mourning, bow to the elders, expressing respect and sadness. There are burial tents along the streets. People prepare and distribute treats. Silence and honor dominate the air. Meanwhile, the old man is already sitting at the table and eating with appetite. John Guvan turns to the student, asking if they can stay. He replies that as friends A Chun, they are honorable guests. The old man chews with incredible delight. John Guvan grunts that it is impolite, but his words are in vain. He says that if he knew earlier that this old man was living so close, he would have long been visiting lunch. John Guvan looks at him with surprise and asks how he finds him every time, but he can never find his combat comrades. A full mouth-gray warrior replies that it is not a clairvoyant. Finding the one who is indifferent is harder than the one with someone. One of the boys asks why the old man came to say goodbye if he was not close to the deceased. He replies that they were not friends, but once fought. The old man adds that he knew Gona is enough to respect him as a person. The voice appears in the voice. It is mentioned on the battlefield. Proud, stubborn, and difficult to communicate. But this is exactly what he gained devotion. His students believed in him. Under his command, they went against the Huns without fear, trusting his power. He headed the attack, was a living example of what a real sword means, and inspired even at the darkest time. The eyes of Gon were determined. His posture emitted power capable of cutting off the space itself. While the chunky old man is eating enthusiastically, someone reminds him of the words, "and Chun." She said it was impossible to become strong while staying still. He replies that everyone chooses his own path, and no truth is absolute. The question is on the side whether this old man is a legendary king. He only seems with full mouth. A man in white comes from the crowd. He bows his head and thanks everyone who has come, honoring his father's memory. He calls himself a dream with Aquanus, the current arc of the sword, one of the 12 Hajande. He recalls that he saw King Quan fighting next to his father during the Battle of Pien. The successor comes closer to the table, but the old man does not even pay attention. He continues to eat silently, praising the rice. Bon Quan's dream with a smile notes that he was surprised by the meeting. The old man did not change at all. He invites him to visit his father's grave, but hears in response that he only came to eat after going for the student. Looking at the satellite, the successor clarifies whether he is also a student. The gray warrior waves his hand, saying that the guy is just for the company, not to be bored. John Guvan shouts loudly that they came here as familiar in Chun. He asks if she will appear. The student asks not too rudely. Quan Sleep lowers his head and sadly says that he understands a hint of her absence. Two warriors are silently responding to the memory of a Chun. They do not dare to say anything. The successor says goodbye to the guests and goes to meet the newcomers. John Guvan looks silently after trying to understand whether the Chun will come. Behind the old man, he still puts his mouth with food. The scene changes. In the heavenly city of love, Chun steps a dark corridor with a tense and focused look. She follows the mistress of Manhwa, who silently leads her deeper to the palace. The atmosphere is imbued with anxious expectation. The lord suddenly stops and asks why Chun did not go to the ceremony. The girl gets confused with such a direct question. Manhwa explains that she has heard of the death of the former arc of the sword. This news is already spreading the fortress, and Chun tries to explain that she is in the service and wants to focus on responsibilities. The mistress thanks, but emphasizes that she has the right to miss work. And Chun is filled and spoken, except the lord is interested in the family affairs of others. But Manhwa with sadness replies that he has been too immersed in work lately. Her leg in elegant shoes crosses the threshold of the next room. People at the table lift their eyes. They have already waited for her arrival. Manhwa stops and looks at them silently. Her facial expression is amaze. She asks if representatives of the upper house arrived. She is answered that no one will appear anymore. Guests from the other fortress explain that because of the trade disputes between Moxon, Little, and Payon, most decided not to come even at the invitation. Manhwa bows his head and sighs hard. She expected such, but the complete absence of participants still impressed her. One of the attendees notes that without the official seal, no large company will shift from the place. She suggests that the monarch is simply watching to check her independent capabilities. Manhwa, with a tense facial expression, says that he should gather 19 leaders and bring everyone personally to the monarch. She has no right to leave someone away. Everyone recognizes that the task is complicated. The older woman is silently reflecting on how to combine such a divided elite. It offers a strategic move. The event should be used at the site of the investigation where influential persons will come to strengthen the position of main volume. The woman explains that if Manhwa goes there, she will be able to influence the leaders. Its support in this place will make a strong impression. And Chun listens carefully. Manhwa is a little confused with whether it is a funeral of the dream of Aquana, one of the 12 Ajinenge, the former arc of the Sword of the Sword. At this time, the palace continues preparation. The windows can see the inner yard filled with lights, and Chun stands in silence, holding the sword. She rotely looks into the darkness, anticipating that something important is close. The scene is transferred to the building of the sword. A small group of people are talking near the main hall, remembering how good they spent time. John Guvan asks one of the warriors why Chong did not come, because traditionally, the whole family should be present at the funeral. The warrior is embarrassed, lowers his head and confesses that he is a personal family business. He understands the situation, but cannot hold back emotions. The guy standing nearby notices the embarrassment of the warrior, puts his hand on his shoulder, and asks to tell him faster. The story begins from the time they were still children. They studied in the same group, studying literature and martial arts. Since the Sword of the Okon was a huge clan with more than 1,000 members, it was divided into several groups. There they were taught not only the literacy and the technique of combat, but also the discipline and the dedication. It took more than 10 years to get full training. But even though many people sought to join the sword, due to the high reputation and the ancient history of the clan, they did not want to tune it. The warrior mentioned one of the moments of training when he was embarrassed. Then the chun fell to the ground and the master began to shout at her, calling her worthlessness. The brother could not stand the humiliation and wanted to help, but the mentor ordered not to interfere. In the clan of the sword, the rings did not make exceptions, did not treat someone in a special way, even if it was about the daughter of the head. But the girl went up, looked her brother in her eyes and said something. The master slowly approached her, murmuring that she was barely holding on her feet. He sought to humiliate her, believing that the girl should not imitate men. As the mentor approached, she again warned her not to mention her father's reputation for no reason. In his opinion, girls in black are not combined. But when he suddenly hit her, she repelled the attack with a sword. She used the fishing river distribution technique. However, it seemed to the master that she was weak. He did not consider her technique or sword worth existence. After another blow, he ordered her not to come to workout. The brother looked at all this with pain. Even if the teachers were strict, they remained fair. But this master was especially cruel to his sister. It was already similar not to demanding, but a bullying. He could not declare it fair, even if she was not a sister. The mother and her brother were different. The first wife of the great master died young, and later he married again. Despite all the difficulties, my sister withstood everything. She remained calm and focused on training, preventing the humiliation of herself. The students treated her with respect because she was friendly to others. And Chun has always been more attentive than others and mastered the martial arts. That's what his sister was. Hearing this story, the guy nearby, despite his embarrassment, asked no one to tell anyone. Despite the master of the master to the sister, one of the elders always treated her with extreme caution. She was constantly following him because he was a king of sword, one of 5 dragons. For the former arc, she occupied a special place in her heart. After returning from the peace war, he almost left her except training. And Chun enjoyed every minute near him and relied on him. Hearing this story, friends got the answer to their questions, after which one of them addressed the Zhongguan. They say, "It was time to go." The next day, a large crowd of people gathered at the funeral. Lord Menvol noted that all this is reminiscent of a solemn event, not a farewell to the dead. The gentleman, who was nearby, explained that death was not tragic, because the former arc has long suffered from illness. In addition, the sword is known for its generosity. At these funerals, even in neighboring villages, free food is distributed. Menvol seemed to be supported by leading companies. Her gaze stopped at the representatives of the most influential companies of the Fortress of the Letter. She also noticed officials from the Supreme Avenues and realized that this time the merchants responded to her call. They quietly pulled something out of the glasses. However, they did not respond to its appearance, only disrespectfully rolled. So she decided not to get involved in the conversation, because now it would be in vain. One of the men believed that the student of King Quona here had the highest respect. The leader of the top of Menvol, together with the head of the top, was greeted. She said she heard about the investigation and came to support. The owner gladly accepted them and remembered that he had heard a lot of stories about her merits before Pion. He is only sorry that she did not come at a better time. He thanked her for a visit and offered to sit at the table. Menvol thanked for the warm reception and noticed what he had clear and deep eyes. She felt that an honest person with a firm spirit was in front of her. As he climbed the stairs, the owner invited them to honor his father's memory. Today, he had to spend the last time on the holy mountain. Menvol gladly agreed, having a pleasure in making a good impression. In fact, she sought to get support to seek help from the highest circles. On the same night in the celestial city of love, the girl sat at the table, looking thoughtfully in front of her, and Chun silently stared at the table. Her sword lay nearby. Suddenly she heard a light crash, jumped out of place, and immediately grabbed her sword. But she was genuinely surprised when she saw John. She looked at him stunned without realizing why he appeared here in the middle of the night. John Gouvan looked at her wide-open eyes. He climbed over the fence and asked if its change had already expired. Suddenly he grabbed her hand. The girl was embarrassed but did not resist. He began to lead her somewhere, and she looked around in confusion, not understanding where. Meanwhile, on the balcony, the lady quietly smoked a tube. John Gouvan brought her to Maniji and asked about the situation. He replied that everyone was nervous because tomorrow they have to bury the body in the main home. There may be guards, but they can be neutralized. And Chun did not understand anything. Everything seemed strange and too fast. They stood on a hill among the trees. She could not understand why he brought her here. John Gouvan turned to her and said that if her grandfather would still be waiting for her visit. She stood silently, not understanding what to answer. In her eyes, sadness and anxiety glowed, as if the pain grabbed her soul. Manjudas was now the best moment. If you go immediately, you can easily get around. On the floor were already unconscious guards. In the center of the hall, the grandfather's body was calm. Nearby stood a chun and boys. His face was covered with a thin white cloth. She frozen, seeing in what condition he was, and could not hold back his breath. Gentle moments came in memory, as he comforted it when he cried from the image. The eyes were clouded. The sadness swept it completely, the heart squeezed. And Chun dropped on her knees, leaned to him, and wept quietly, turning the fabric from his breast. The boys watched her silently without deciding to break the silence. Her thoughts filled the memories of the words of his grandfather. A real warrior does not cry. The sword of the riding is not accepted to express strong emotions. They interfere with the path of justice. But the tears flowed on her cheeks when she carefully opened his breasts. Her eyes expanded from the shock. She could not believe in what she saw. There was a clear wound from the sword in the center of the breast. This meant only one thing. He did not die. 5 years ago, a real anxiety unfolded in the main branch of the sword. The floor was covered with bloody bodies that were silently under white canvases. The master stood side by side, looking at everything with deep despair in his eyes. Their disappointment was boundless, as if they had lost the very essence of faith. Meanwhile, the young girl was walking the corridor, not suspecting what was waiting ahead. She turned the horn and sounded her grandfather, looking for his familiar figure. But instead, she saw a mysterious silhouette covered by a powerful aura. Her grandfather pulled the sword forward. He trained, fully immersed in the process. All absorbed by meditation, he focused on the inner force. When the girl said, he finally paid attention to her. And Chun was surprised. He trained in the morning, and now he knew again with his sword. His body was tired, but he could not live quietly without a sword. Every time he came to his senses, he found that he was holding him back in his hands. He smiled and suggested that she join the exercises. She rejoiced and agreed. Meanwhile, in the morning hall still lay painful guards, and Chun concentrated the wound on her grandfather's chest, trying to understand her nature. She suddenly realized, it is not a simple wound, it is a clear trace from the sword. Her eyes expanded from shock. Everything looked unlikely. After all, the guy said that his grandfather died last night after a long fight against the disease. Her hand with a trembling movement reached for white fabric on his face. Removing her, the girl frozen. Death looked too strange, unnatural. His eyes were closed as if he were still alone. She looked at him silently, struck, losing the gift of language. Suddenly, a stranger came into the room and asked who they were. The master looked at them with condemnation, thundering. How they dared to cut off the guards. The boys were naked. Everything was out of plan. They began to get ready for escape. Manju was scared that the guards had already reacted in time to run. But the path was blocked by another security guard, instigating the sword directly to his throat. With a cold look, he stated that they had broken where they had. They will not be killed, but will be delivered to power. John Guvan was confused. The situation became hopeless. He did not know what to do next. In despair, he kept the boy, and near the body of his grandfather silently sat, and Chun could not rise. And Chun quietly asked how her grandfather died. One of the guards stopped, recognized the girl, and the master looked at them. The master ordered everyone to go out because they lay the body of the deceased. John and his friend were tied, and armed guards were set up around. They sat silently. They were lucky that they were not at least killed. But suddenly John Guvan heard something disturbing behind the door. From the partition, a tense conversation came. The master reproached a Chun, they say. She used to penetrate like a cunning cat thieves. She was embarrassed, calling him her brother. But he broke coldly, to call him only a master, because he does not have such a sister, who shakes his family name. She remembered her escape during her wedding negotiations. But the girl did not respond. The image of a sword wound on his grandfather's body was still in his head. The master was amazed that she noticed it. The guard tried to convince. It just seemed to her. The master added that after the street life, she changed the imagination, and her grandfather died of old age. Her look was filled with anger and distrust. The master, noticeably annoyed, allowed her to leave, ordered not to interfere. Tomorrow the burial. And Chun, silently with fury in his eyes, looked into his face. Then she turned and left the room without saying a word. The atmosphere in the room became difficult. The master with the guard was hidden. They were silently overtaken by views full of concern. In the door, and Chun mentioned, recently the master was injured on his neck. But the guard quickly cut off. It is a trifle. It is not necessary to climb into your own. Both tensely followed her. They were afraid that she suspected something. The next day, at the top of Manhwa, she gathered with the boys. They were sitting at the table, and Mani Jai's told how they penetrated the main hall yesterday. and Chun seemed secretly with his grandfather. But everything went out of plan. Mr. Menvol glanced at him sternly. He hoped that he did not mention the name of the customer. He confirmed, silent, and they were released without unnecessary questions. However, she ordered the SU Wound to reduce his salary, because the problem has not yet been solved. Manjay was outraged. They say it was not his fault. He only followed John Guan. He tried to justify himself, but because he issued a friend, both were punished. But Manjas begged him to give him another chance. John Guvan accidentally listened to an excerpt of their conversation. Mr. Menvol tried to restrain his anger, though in her mind he considered him a fool with his head full of disorder. The scene is transferred to the heavenly city of love, to the house of Chun. She was sitting in the room, looking at the clothes lying in front of her. He gazed his memories that were difficult to restrain. On that terrible day when she learned about the wedding, it was this clothes on her. The master then stated that she had to marry the eldest son of the from the fortress of Pyeonvon, because he heard about him as a well-known talent. He coldly stated that time is perfect because it was full of energy, though its confusion because of surprise was quite clear. The master looked at her, convincing that if she took an example from her father, he would be able to create a generation of extraordinary people. The older brothers supported the decision, they say. It was time to find their role, leave vain training and glorify the genus as a worthy woman. They hoped that they could help them with expenses, and Chun was silent. In despair, she went to her grandfather, at the door of which was the guards. She was not allowed, though she just wanted to see him. The guards said that the ark was weak and needed rest, and the owner ordered no one. The girl was stunned. She was even refused. In her eyes, the last hope was glowing, but she faded. Since then, she no longer saw her grandfather, who was the only support in this family, and plunged into deep sadness. In the end, she left the house, and now she arrived at the main branch of the sword at the side at the foot of the mountain. There was a farewell ceremony with her grandfather. Everything was ready to give his body fire. Everyone was surprised when Sister and Chun appeared among them. The master, with an alarming expression, grabbed the sword. He hoped that she would not dare to come, but she stood decisively, squeezing the sword in her hand, with a face on which anger and a thirst for justice were burning. Some time before the events, in the heart of the celestial city of love, silence prevailed. 2 guards noticed John Guan and reported that he had been a little late. Mr. Ma Vol had been gone long ago. Surprised by her absence, he asked where she went. The guards replied that she went with the assistant of the chief. Recently, she has often met with other traders. His surprise increased when one of the guards pointed to the girl, unexpectedly, and the assistant chief also went in the same direction. John Guvan was confused. Yesterday, Chun did not work, and today she also took the day off. The guards noted that she first asked for a replacement. It was obvious. Something important forced her to act so decisively and mysterious. John Guvan did not look out of a girl who had something invisible forward. Meanwhile, several views turned down on the top of the mountain. Something attracted attention. The father looked down. He seemed to be there, that there was some excitement. The master also paid attention, noticed strangers at the foot. He reassured his father. Everything is under control. There he and the students. The master was also going to go down, and his father advised to go to his grandfather. But he did not take his eyes from below. His gaze was anxious and alert. The voltage increased, and Chun was already in front of her brother, her eyes. The irritation master reminded her that he had already forbidden to come here. And that's not all. She secretly penetrated the family home. What else is in her mind? But the girl did not retreat. She had to see her father and find out if he knew about a strange wound on her grandfather's chest. Everyone was frozen. They were sure that the old ark died of old age. The face of the master darkened. He fiercely warned that she would not invent unjustified accusations. He coldly assured her that his grandfather died natural death, neither more or less. But the girl swept the rage. A real anger broke out on her face. She clenched the sword firmly in the palms, ready to bring the truth at any cost. Squeezing all the will, she did not understand why everyone was twisting the truth and making a liar. Why hide how her grandfather really died? But the master, with the fury, ordered her to silence and leave, warning a single word before the students, so as not to sow the discord. But the girl continued her stubbornly. She remembered that the essence of the sword is always standing for the truth, and she hinted that his grandfather's death may not be so simple. The older brother boiled from rage. His patience broke up. She went too far. Without restraining, he rushed on her, activating the technique of uncontrollable fish rage. The students were frozen in shock. No one was waiting for such developments. The master shouted that she would not fool the students with her fantasies and stop deceiving herself. But she did not retreat. She did not understand why he was afraid of the truth. and prevents you from talking to his father. He knocked her out of balance with a powerful blow. His voice sounded cold. He is not obliged to please her delusions, simply expelled by her force. A real clash began. Two fighters were faced in the battle of a technician. The girl strongly directed the sword forward, releasing the technique of fish flow. Her brother looked maliciously, not intending to retreat. But she did not stop. She fought until the last breath. Rising into the air, she struck a sharp blow from above, trying to break through the master's defense. The observing the battle finally realized what had happened. The clash between A-chun and the Lord had deep roots. One of them stood in a panic. He did not understand why his sister was so recklessly attacking a teacher with a battle sword. After all, Mr. and Vona Academy of Sciences were one of the 20 strongest young masters among the Bukdanag elite with the successor of Yengugu. But it was not in her power, and Chun was not weak. But the attack on the master seemed meaningless, and yet one guy understood. He should help her. The master commanded all students to disperse. Continuing the battle, he ordered to block the mountain trail so that the Chun could not reach the elders. After all, she left the clan 5 years ago. The master stated that she was living with illusions, and ordered not to let her into the forbidden place. Everyone obediently executed the order. Only one student was left in the stupor. She was blocked by the path until the battle lasted, chewing with every attack. And Chun gathered all her energy, trying to push her brother, but had no chance until they used the same techniques. And then she went to the bank, performed the technique of crushing, causing a devastating blow. But suddenly the master made a counterattack, meeting her strength. He was rejected with a powerful blow. She barely remained on her feet, resting her hands into the ground. Her breath wore. The body shuddered from the strength of a hostile blow. Breathing hard, she squeezed one question. Why did he come? The master, surrounded by his group, looked at her with cold confidence and laughed. But behind her back there was already a Chongjuvan. He appeared here for the sole purpose of protecting A-chun. He couldn't throw her in trouble. It was visible on her face. It is on the verge. And she, barely smiling, asked if he did not make stupidity if he appeared. One of the students of the aggressive master looked in surprise at the Guan. What he does here and why he will stand up in other people's affairs. The master, full of aura, turned to the guy as a student of King Quinn. Do not interfere with other people's drama if you do not want to be mistaken. But the young hero was not interested in family circumstances. Only one thing was important to him: to help his friend. She was not just familiar to him. It was a real girlfriend. He has almost no loved ones. And when one of the few friends in trouble, he has no right to stand aside. His words were only more angry with another student. And Chun quietly asked Chongguan, "Throw me where I should be." He grabbed her without hesitation and threw it into the sky. In his look, confidence and unconditional determination were burning. The flight was so strong that her body cut the air. In the sky, she released the technique of a thick path that left a footprint. The students, fascinated by the spectacle, could not take their eyes off. Its technique was impressive. But one student, who was close to a Chun, did not restrain the envy, exposed the sword, and aimed at Zhangguan. But the guy felt it in time, turned around and immediately repulsed the attack by a powerful blow. The master only managed to expand his eyes in surprise. He did not expect such. One blow to Guan dumped the student on the ground, confidently, exactly, without unnecessary movement. His look was firm. He asked the master, "Will you attack me all together or in turn?" The master, illuminated by a bright aura, formally said, "The writing stands for the truth, and I punish this boulder myself." But John Guvan was not scared. He was ready for battle even against everyone. He just asked not to touch others. The master was angry even more. He said that anyone who goes for a Chun would get a ruthless blow. Squeezing the sword in his hand, he was preparing for the attack. But he could not believe one guy had just won the most talented student. At this time, Chun flew to the top. The stones were almost touching her feet. But suddenly her gaze caught something she did not expect at all. She flew another master rapidly, intercepting her motion by attack from the sky. Both landed on stone projections. The voltage in the air became unbearable. The master with anger exclaimed that she had ruined everything. His sword broke out with a green aura. He said that the conversations were over. Now he would destroy it. But the girl did not retreat. Her gaze glowed with determination and anger. At the same time, they rushed from the place. Two elements collided in the air in a fierce attack. On the stone where the girl just sat, only her feet left. She rushed forward and hit the fishing line of Fish Rage, but the master answered a powerful flow of Fish River. From the power of his blow, she was thrown into the air. Her eyes shone with anger. She was stunned by the power of his attack. The master did not stop and went on the offensive again. One of his blows raised around the explosion of the wave. The light blinded his eyes. The girl barely kept on her feet. She answered him with her own attack, gathering all her strength. But the master easily beat her, throwing her back again. With a face full of anger, he was preparing to use a new, even stronger technique. The master struck the inch power of the fish river, releasing the devastating energy. The powerful waves covered the girl, and she began to breathe without accessing the air. Even when she was lying without strength, the master did not stop. He directed her to her head, but she had time to dodge. After performing the crushing technique, the girl got up, squeezing the sword. The master moved rapidly using lightning movement, and her silhouette was already waiting for a new attack. He stopped on a branch with a naked sword, saying she was still too weak. His posture remained unwavering, and Chun, exhausted and wounded, was still holding the sword and trying to get up. Her face tensed. This condition was a real shame for the school of the Orshan. Meanwhile, John Guvan fought with another master, releasing a powerful energy wave. He evaded the light stroke with a sword. His body was bent in motion. The attack was barely over his head. The enemy attacked lightning series. The figure of the master seemed to be reproduced, so fast were strokes. John Guvan was in a state of shock. He realized that he was a true sword teacher in front of him. Only two styles of sword possession are distinguished in the army. The first, when the newcomer has not yet taken the weapon. The second, when the expert is confident in his every movement. Without weapons, it is easier to move the battlefield. It is better to use a spear or a long stick against riders. But when a real master takes the sword in his hands, everything changes. Anyone who has a weapon as a body has an advantage over any opponent. The guy was lying on the ground, and an energy wave was already coming to him. He could not make a noise, and had to stop the enemies so that they would not get to the Chun. One of the students ordered the first group to follow him. He doubted, but he said that it was necessary to stop a Chun. John Guvan gathered forces and punched the master's attack, rushing forward. The students shouted in a panic that it should be stopped immediately. He used the technique of the black rope of hell, drawing all the students in his way. One of the students who possessed strong knowledge called him a browse and swung his sword. He tried to hit, but John Guvan immediately reflected the attack and carried the enemy. But suddenly the master attacked the air again, not giving him a rest. John Guvan noticed this and released from the body a frantic stream of energy, directing a blow to the enemy. A powerful wave lifted the master into the air and dropped back. The master flew in the air, and the students, stunned, rushed to ask if everything was fine with their teacher. While most watched, John Guvan and master stood at opposite ends without taking his eyes off each other. The guy was upset because his favorite clothes were torn during the battle. The master was shocked. He could not believe that such a strong fighter still remained unknown. He acknowledged that John Guvan is worthy to enter the top 20 young masters, but he did not pay attention to the words of the master. Turning to the students, John Guvan said that this position is best to block, and warned, "It is impossible to chase." The master kept the sword with contempt. He said it was a real humiliation. The guy ignores his words and is also worried about others. But he assured, John Guvan will not receive the desired. Even if the guy can restrain everyone, and Chun will not reach his father. Other students and mentors have already broken the camp at the top of the mountain. This is not the clan where only two can break through. But now the battle continued, and everything could change. The students were convinced that as weak as the Chun had to be defeated. However, the teacher could not overcome it. John Guvan listened hard when suddenly a student with a sword was unnoticed behind him. The guy said that he was strange to him. Why they consider a Chun weak? At this point, the attacker already swung from behind. Without rotation, he reflected the attack with one lightning movement of the hand. The master was surprised. He did not expect such a level of possession of the technique. John Guvan calmly said that the Chun is now a little bit. She needs a little time to show true skills. She was his rival while he studied martial arts. She came and fought with an old master even when others were not around. Her determination had no limits. The guy continued to say that the Chun was part of their family. She took a lot from them. It was difficult for him to admit it, but no one knows her strength than him, because it was with her that he fought most often. The master listened silently without lowering the sword and not looking at the boy. Looking towards the mountain, John Guvan quietly said that the girl seems to be warming, and Chun stood on her knees, exhausted and covered with sweat, resting on his sword, but did not intend to give up. Her face was tired, covered with sweat, but the look remained focused and firm. The master flew rapidly from the top of the mountain, lifting the sword and preparing to strike. The girl sharply put the sword forward, trying to intercept the attack. In the air, the master released a powerful wave of energy directed directly in A. He used the fingering technique of the fish river, releasing concentrated energy in the form of light waves that created deadly pressure. He was slightly thrown back. He was amazed that the girl's style suddenly changed, and in her hands there was a real sword again. Her style looked rude and aggressive, but that was her character. The master, angry and decisive, exclaimed that she was a traitor, and asked what she decided to become an apology. And Chun seemed to be exhausted, but in her gaze, determination was flashed. She brought the sword on the enemy and said with anger that it is a sign of a shortness and weakness, not strength. The girl lightly struck a powerful blow, using crushing technique. The master of the Z, the Camus, watching a huge wave of energy approaching him. At the last moment he evaded and smiled with relief. If it had hit it, it would be a catastrophe. The splash of energy has spread around the perimeter. He blocked her next blow, preparing a trap to attack suddenly. In her thoughts, the girl realized that if she continues in the same spirit, her sword would break. She needs to find a weak enemy's place. The master, full of excitement, felt the full advantage. He was convinced that the victory was already close. One unsuccessful movement was enough for him to grasp a Chun by his hand. But she reacted instantly, not allowing him to take advantage. She repelled his dirty hands with a sharp blow, escaping. At this point, the events are transferred to the top of the mountain where the security ceremony took place. In a moment, when the coffin opened, one of the masters glanced to the side of the craftsman. Something inside suggested that the trouble began. Meanwhile, John Gouvan fought with the attackers who tried to block it. He hit one of the students into his stomach with his fist, releasing the energy that flashed with bright light. The attackers flew all the way, and the ladder was cut down. But at this moment, the master was already flying behind. He pushed a wave of frantic energy on the boy and exclaimed that he was his true opponent. John Gouvan, holding back the attack, asked in surprise why he decided so. The master ordered the students to create an 8th combat order around him and again rushed to the attack. The guy squeezed his fists, saying that he himself said that the pupils should be honest. Has he changed his mind? The master stood in the battle rack and recognized the guy. He was indifferent to what he wanted. He would give only what he asked. John Gouvan remained adamant, but his face was covered. He thought these rivals were weaker, but they were still laid. The battle was much more complicated than he expected. Meanwhile, Chun tried to overcome her enemy. She looked confident and collected. The master flew back after the impact and was shocked. There should be no legs in the river style. He counterattacked using the fishing river distribution technique and hit with renewed vigor. But the girl repelled the attack without fear. She believed that the old rules were only holding back development. For her, the fight is not sparring in dojo. It is the construction of a wall that needs to be destroyed. She struck him from the air. The master said her deeds were humiliating. Even her thinking became similar to the thinking of the apostate, and Chun kept the onslaught of swords. She believed that stagnation in her head was worse than the desire to act in his own way. A powerful explosion of energy broke out between them. Both were spilled over in the air from the explosion. They came together again, looking into each other's eyes and reflecting attacks. The battle flared up. The sword dance became smooth like water. But one blow is not enough. To transfer force, the body should also be strong enough. Everything was intensified with every second. For a Chun with her light body, this technique was almost no use. However, her sword has changed. Although the smoothness has declined, the attacks have become stronger and more threatening. Once a calm flow of the river turned into a wild waterfall. Her changed martial arts only reinforced every movement. The master could not put up with it. He rejected the idea that she could change. For him, she was a whirlwind. His face was filled with anger. He decided that it should be destroyed right now. And Chun was surprised. Her sword was even affected by her brother. It was difficult for her to admit it, but she knew that the style of the rings in her hands was no longer the one that was before. The old master watched the mountain high on the mountain. His voice was heard in the girl's head, urging her not to be afraid to change. If the chosen path is correct, then who it is will not change. She even pleased that they were fighting one-on-one. She was convinced that she would be able to use her skills in real combat, even against several opponents. Suddenly, John Gouvan appeared behind her back, offering help. Although the girl looked strong and did not intend to seem, his support did not seem superfluous. John Gouvan did not want to interfere for a long time, but it concerned one of the few people close to him. In her eyes, he looked a little naive, but she was grateful to him for it. It flew down from the mountain one accurate movement, and Chun with a smile noted that this appearance is not in his style. He sat behind her on a stone and asked if he did everything right, because these guys were too strong. She was surprised why he was still getting with them. He seemed to have enough strength to stop them, but they were pressed. He did not want to make a noise, so he did not use loud techniques. He said he just wanted to pay attention to the situation through her. But the girl interrupted him, asking what attention was. After all, the main thing is to take the time as long as possible and do everything so that the enemy cannot destroy them. John Gouvan did not understand why she so desperately sought to put on the full, as if she were preparing for death. Nevertheless, they combined efforts and used common equipment. The attackers got into a crazy energy swirl. The master turned to his brother and said that they should repel this defeat, but he realized it was too dangerous. However, they both waved the swords to activate the flow of Fish River. They caused a powerful blow, trying to break through the energy protection of two opponents. The forces collided in a moment when the two streams of rage came together at one point. The powerful explosion shook the ground. Sparks of energy flew in the air. The waves of destructive power cut the space and swept everything in their path. People on the top where the funeral ceremony lasted back and were impressed. No one could understand what was happening. Everyone suggested that the bottom is a serious problem. The master immediately ordered the assistant to find out what was happening there. Mr. Manhwa, who stood away in the shadow, addressed the master and said that everything was going the way she thought. And Chun has already arrived. She wanted to go down and figure out. The master stood silently, illuminated with light, immersed in his own thoughts. The master lowered his head, closed his eyes, and quietly said that no. He ordered the cremation. Personally descend to deal with everything that is happening. At the moment when Chonggovan fought with a master with his bare hands, another enemy flew from the air, preparing to attack by surprise. But the girl managed to intercept him in the air and entered the battle with him. The fight became more tense. At 4, they reflected each other's attacks, trying not to give in. Warriors observed from the outside were amazed by the outbreak of energy in front. Everyone looked in delight. Someone said it is a stunning combination, and it is impossible to even intervene. The other added that the sister A Chun and the king of the Clone King are really strong, and it is difficult to believe that they are fighting with two craftsmen. One of the students, with a swollen cheek, watched as Chun suddenly reveals his strength. He did not fit in his head that she could so easily fight on equal ones with teachers. He watched closely at each of her movements, without his eyes, and the more he looked, the more worried. She became even more attractive to him. The battle of the battle watched the Lord feud, accompanied by servants. She expected that Chun would come here, but one of the servants confessed that he did not think that John Gouvan would also appear and create so many problems. Lord Manhwa, with a dark expression, replied that he was always worried about him. At this point, a strong wind blew on them. Someone's incredible presence was felt in the air. Another master, accompanied by helpers, appeared in front of all. His energy was powerful and restrained at the same time. 4 fighting fighters sat on the stones, everyone at their own point, preparing for the next round. One of the masters suddenly saw his father. This sight was stunned to the depths of his soul. John Gouvan was struck by what the incredible energy was radiated by his father. It was a completely different level of strength. This presence was so powerful that he had disappeared the desire to continue the fight. He remembered how much he survived during the duel with the hostess Jug, and realized that he could now better appreciate his strength than others. If he were fighting in a healthy state at the time, he would still die, lasting only for a long time. But in sparring with a student, MJ Yengu may have come out a worthy match. But if he stood a Jinj, he would have died without even noticing the attack himself. And it was at this moment that the master who stood in front said it was enough. He made a decision. The whole end has come. And now it's all on his conscience. And Chun did not understand what was happening and what he was talking about. The master quietly said that he was guilty of everything. And it was he who killed his own father.